Lord of Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 561 to 580. Chapter 561 Chapter 139 The so-called mother and daughter. Alice looked at Emlyn, the moon, with hesitation, and asked with a strange expression. Do all the rich people among you sanguine rely on the wealth accumulated from living a long time? No, of course not. Emlyn retorted loudly. His rebuttal was not very convincing, no one believed Emlyn's words. Fortunately, this was not the main point of the conversation. Furs, the magician, spoke with disbelief. It's that simple. That's a sanguine equivalent to a sequence 5. Your plan sounds like it can succeed very easily. Despite having participated in divine gatherings like the Tarot Club, meeting an angel there, and being entangled with an ancient family that once had a king of angels, Furs still understood Wild Beyonders. She clearly knew the typical level of Wild Beyonders. A sequence 5 was definitely considered formidable in the Wild Beyonder circle. Some were even leaders of gatherings, and powerful pirate generals were only at this sequence. Yet, in the discussion just now between Leonard, the star, and the others, such a sequence 5 could be dealt with effortlessly, seemingly without any difficulty. Hearing her question, Leonard, the star, thought for a moment and said, as long as that sanguine doesn't have an item that counters my ability, even if he's a sequence 5, I can definitely make him faint for a period of time. It just depends on whether Miss Justice can seize this opportunity. If the location is arranged well and preparations are made in advance, I have no problem. Audrey, Justice, gave a firm answer. She was actually a little nervous, having never participated in a real battle, but her grasp of her Beyonder abilities and knowledge in the fields of mysticism and psychology gave her the confidence to say such words. After hearing their responses, Furs, the magician, suddenly felt a bit dazed. Unconsciously, besides Mr. World, the other members of the Tarot Club also had the ability to deal with a sequence 5. That's right, Miss Justice was already a sequence 6 hypnotist, and with the cooperation of a Beyonder of the same level, she indeed had a good chance of hypnotizing a sequence 5. Just as Emlyn, the moon, felt that the matter was settled and no further questions were needed, Alger, the hanged man, who had been observing, spoke. As a member of a secret organization, I believe everything should be thought about more deeply. Emlyn, the moon, and Leonard, the star, looked at Mr. Hanged Man with a slightly bewildered expression. Audrey, Justice, and Zio, Judgment, were startled at first, then vaguely grasped something. As a future evil god, Alice didn't think of anything, so she decided to learn humbly. If necessary, she would drag Mr. Hanged Man to train her future potential secret organization members. Alger, the Hanged Man, cleared his throat and glanced at Derek, the son, beside him, saying, since the abandoned ancient castle in Dreyer Forest was a test, why can't the sanguine presented openly also be a test? Alice's eyes widened. She humbly asked, how do we confirm if he's a test? What should we do if he is? Emlyn, the moon, and Leonard, the star, also looked enlightened. Audrey, Justice, first sighed inwardly at Alger, the Hanged Man's thorough consideration, then spoke. Perhaps temporarily abandon the punishment and punish him after the sanguine can no longer maintain their secret observation. Alger, the Hanged Man, chuckled and said, no need to abandon it. A few misleading actions will suffice. He then looked at Emlyn, the moon, and said, first, you directly assign the task of investigating that sanguine to the bounty hunters in Backland, using their presence to cover Miss Judgment's actions. Second, before Miss Justice and the others deal with that sanguine, you need to perform actions that are sufficiently suspicious but not too obvious, seemingly planning retaliation in another location, thereby attracting the gaze of the hidden surveillance and creating the necessary opportunity. This is combined with the first point. Third, after that sanguine is successfully hypnotized, you go over and guide him. At this point, Alger paused and turned to Alice, saying, fourth, Miss Fate, can you add anti-divination to this operation? No problem. Alice replied cheerfully, but, can I also get a share of the spoils? She looked at Emlyn, the moon, with slight hesitation. Emlyn, the moon, only paused for a moment before saying, no problem. Miss Fate is really easy to talk to for her own people. Audrey, Justice, who knew this couldn't even be considered remuneration, let out a breath and sighed silently. Alger, the Hanged Man, was unaffected and continued. Also, Miss Justice, Mr. Star, you must disguise yourselves when you act and leave no trace. Alice, who had heard the entire process, understood Alger, the hanged man's, thinking. She lowered her head thoughtfully, realizing that she probably couldn't learn this. If she had known in advance that this was a test, her more likely behavior would be to do whatever she wanted. If the other party didn't move, fine, but once they moved, she would flip the table. As for what to do if she couldn't win, she would just play dumb. The punishment operation was finally decided. Audrey, Justice, didn't hesitate and looked around, saying, I met Herwin Rambus, a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists Council, last week. What? Herwin Rambus is a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists Council. Leonard, the Star, sat up in surprise. His night watchman's illness acted up, and he had an urge to immediately report to the Archbishop and gather a team to arrest him. Wait, Alice and Klein are both, in a sense, favored by the goddess. Alice is an angel, and Klein is a saint. Theoretically, aren't we already considered a small team? Perhaps I should be excluded. After all, I really can't imagine what role I could play in a battle between demigods. Ince Zangwill was just an accident after all. Almost instinctively, Leonard looked around and found that none of the other Tarot Club members showed any surprise or shock. They were all listening carefully. They knew already. That's right, I've only attended a few gatherings, and there are many things I haven't come across yet. There are really a lot of secrets involved here. Leonard withdrew his gaze and returned to his previous sitting posture. Alice finally couldn't bear it anymore. She asked the world, have you never told him about the gatherings? Even if there are some things that can't be said, you should at least tell him some basic things, right? Klein, controlling the world, let out a sound that everyone understood. Alice pinched her brows. She glanced at Zio, Judgment, who was also a newcomer but showed no shock at all, then looked at Leonard, the Star, who was full of flaws, and sincerely said, no wonder you two can be friends. Klein felt his fists clench a little. To avoid being mocked by Alice with similar topics again, he controlled the world to say to Leonard. I'll find some time later and tell you about the previous gatherings. Leonard, the Star, nodded slightly strangely, while on the other side, the others silently raised their evaluation of the relationship between Mr. Star and Alice significantly. They really seemed to be friends. No one spoke further, so Audrey, Justice, continued. He tried to psychologically suggest me to interact more with different nobles in my daily life, understand their true attitudes on different matters, and then convey them to him. Fortunately, Mr. Fool had an angel provide a blessing, so I was not actually affected. What should I do next? An angel can provide blessings. Leonard was once again stunned and looked around, but still saw no obvious emotional reactions from the other gathering members. Klein was startled and began to think about how he, as Mr. Fool's favored one, should fabricate the angels under Mr. Fool's forces, and the relationships with various true gods, evil gods, kings of angels, and so on. Can I just dismiss him with a, that's not something you should know? Alger, the hanged man, took the initiative to speak. There's no need to pay too much attention to this matter. The three great churches all have corresponding protective measures for their relatively important followers to prevent them from being assassinated or hypnotized. This is experience accumulated over thousands of years of history and won't be easily broken. From another perspective, if the psychology alchemists could really manipulate nobles and hypnotize them so easily, it wouldn't be the royal family and the three great churches ruling this country. Clearly, the facts contradict this. Just as you said, Herwin Rambus only hinted that you observe the true attitudes of different nobles on different matters. This shows that he is very restrained and didn't dare to go too far, so as not to leave unnecessary traces. Additionally, your actual position in the noble circle should only be marginal, unable to directly participate in various political events. Therefore, relatively speaking, the protection for you and the scrutiny of your situation won't be so strict. This is also why Herwin Rambus targeted you. Alice listened thoughtfully to Alger's assessment, then asked curiously. The correct version is being read. 6=9+ book_ first published this novel. But I remember Miss Justice's public status is at least very high. This feeling of having a very high public status but no actual decision-making power is so familiar. Isn't that me? Alger, the hanged man, opened and closed his mouth, rationally deciding not to interject in the upcoming topic. Audrey, Justice, who had finished analyzing Alice, was a bit bolder. She asked, I remember Mr. Fool is still relatively at ease with you. I'm not talking about Mr. Fool. Alice shook her head, I'm talking about the goddess. Your status in the noble circle is exactly the same as my status in the night church. Leonard, the star, after a moment of silence, asked with an attitude of, everyone knows anyway. Since that's the case, Miss Fate, should I report your performance at the Tarot Club to the Archbishop? Better not, Klein, controlling the world, interjected, I don't think anyone in the night church wants to know that she's out there proclaiming that the Evernight goddess is her favored one. Huh. Leonard's face showed a mixture of confusion and shock. The other members of the Tarot Club remained silent about this, while Alice felt nothing was amiss and retorted. But it's a fact, given our previous relationship, she really is my favored one. Then why did your favored one become a god, and you haven't? Klein counter-questioned. This was a topic no one dared to interject on anymore. The members of the Tarot Club wished they could disappear from there. Leonard was not much better. He took a breath and murmured with a slight daze. So it wasn't a bastard daughter, it was Mom. Alice's movements paused. She looked at Leonard and asked hesitantly. Did he tell you that I am the goddess? Evernight's bastard daughter. After a slight hesitation, Alice still changed her wording, raising herself to the same level as the Evernight goddess. Leonard didn't care about this small detail difference. He nodded stiffly, which earned him a strange look from Alice. Did he say that in front of the goddess? No. Leonard answered without hesitation. Please be sure to tell him, Alice said with a serious expression, I will definitely tell the goddess about this. Tell him to be prepared. Leonard swallowed with difficulty, but Alice smiled at him kindly. Don't worry, we'll try not to involve you. Leonard became even more afraid. Alice ignored him and looked at the dummy, the world, answering Klein's question. Haven't you read novels? Novels love to write it that way. Every upgrade of the protagonist is a trial between life and death, an opportunity for great enlightenment, incredibly difficult, requiring tenacious strength and strong will to pass the test and gain glory. That's why I haven't become a god yet. Audrey, Justice, looked at Furs, the magician, the best-selling author in reality. Furs, the magician's expression was a mix of surprise and bewilderment, interspersed with flashes of excitement and curiosity. As Audrey was pondering, she had already taken the initiative to ask. Miss Fate, do you have any thoughts of writing a biography for yourself? Yes, I do, Alice nodded happily. Do you want to write it for me? Well. Furs's expression became hesitant. I write slowly. Alice replied indifferently. I asked your Mr. World to think of my honorific name earlier, and it's been several months. He still hasn't come up with the last phrase. Klein remained silent about this. Upon hearing this, Furs immediately relaxed and said confidently. You can tell me about your experiences. Alice nodded happily, then smiled. Then it's settled. My holy book is entrusted to you. Once I get the organized doctrines from the world, we'll discuss this. End of chapter. Chapter 562 Chapter 140 Political Class. Furs was dumbfounded. She never expected the biography to be that kind of biography. When she first brought it up, she only planned to listen to a few stories. As for writing the book, don't ask, because it's not finished yet. Without a set deadline, how could a book ever be finished? But this holy book matter was clearly different in significance. Furs was certain that if she didn't finish it quickly and kept dragging it out, and one day Miss Fate became anxious for some unknown reason, she would be doomed. And she didn't know when Miss Fate would suddenly become anxious. Alice's expectant gaze hadn't receded yet, so Furs could only struggle to organize her words. Miss Fate, I actually don't have experience in this area, and. Miss Fate, you shouldn't have. Actually, I'm better at writing stories related to emotions. Oh, romance novels. Alice nodded thoughtfully. She glanced at Klein before saying. Then forget it. Although I'm not good at that either, I usually don't write for myself. She glanced at Klein again. There was no need for her to say anything more, everyone understood. The magician, Furs, gasped, and Miss Justice, Audrey, even remembered what Alice had said about gossiping with Mr. Fool. Given Miss Fate's personality, she definitely wouldn't finish it and not show it to others. But she probably wouldn't dare to show it to anyone other than Mr. Fool either. So, you mean the gossip you talked about was actually about her own gossip? Then, no wonder Mr. Fool doesn't like gossiping with you. That's too terrifying. Audrey decided to change the subject. Mr. Hanged Man, I previously suspected that the psychology alchemists might guide truly powerful nobles. Alice raised her hand to interrupt her. No need, she told Audrey, with the 7 deities and Adam, how the world's situation changes isn't up to the psychology alchemists. Audrey was slightly stunned. Alice continued in her bewildered gaze. If it were any other organization, it would be one thing, but the psychology alchemists, an organization composed of spectators. Do you think that King of Angels of the spectator pathway is just a figurehead? He is only one step away from becoming a god. Even if the psychology alchemists weren't created under his instruction, there's no difference between it and an organization he created. No, it should be said that any organization without the blessing of a true god or a king of angels is just a toy in the eyes of existences at that level. Even if there are, the grassroots members of the organization are still toys, only the decisions of the higher-ups cannot be interfered with. Audrey had clearly never heard of such a thing before. Her eyes widened in shock, but Alice didn't continue. If she did, she would only be revealing Adam's ritual. Even with Saphira Castle covering her, she didn't want to do something so offensive. Her arrogant attitude was because Adam was magnanimous and didn't care. Destroying a god ascension ritual was on a completely different level from those petty squabbles. As for whether merely speaking it aloud would destroy it, that was Adam's problem. Alice didn't intend to experiment herself. But Miss Justice, Audrey, feared far more than Alice realized. She had grown up under the light of the 7 deities and had a natural filter for the 7 orthodox gods, especially the Evernight goddess she worshipped. Even though she had heard facts and remarks about blasphemy multiple times at the Tarot Club, these things had not broken that filter. Audrey still genuinely believed the churches were the good people she had always imagined. But Alice's words clearly pierced through this false facade. She realized that the 7 deities' churches were no different from other organizations in some respects. They, too, would influence and manipulate the actions of truly powerful grand nobles through Beyonder abilities, just like other organizations. Audrey couldn't accept this fact. She had made such conjectures privately, but at the time, she didn't dare to think further and promptly destroyed all traces. And now, this fact was revealed again. The Hanged Man, Alger, probably couldn't bear to watch and scoffed. Isn't this very normal? Living in human society, one must accept a certain degree of surveillance, control, and guidance. I understand what you're afraid of, but think about it. What is the fundamental difference between control and guidance achieved through power, status, money, and weapons, and similar actions achieved through Beyonder abilities? The difference is that one knows they don't want to do it but has to, while the other doesn't even have the thought of not wanting to do it. Audrey immediately nodded and said, yes, this means losing freedom even of the soul and thought. That is the most terrifying. Alice interjected. I've heard similar views. Once, a long time ago, I read a book where a character held such a view. He believed that faith suppressed humanity and desires, and that a person could only possess 2 out of humanity, wisdom, and faith simultaneously. Audrey knew there would be a twist as soon as she heard it. She asked, what happened next? Alice blinked and answered her question. He converted to a god who advocated releasing one's desires. Audrey fell silent. She suddenly didn't know what to say. It sounded both reasonable and absurd, filled with Miss Fate's unique style. The Hanged Man, Alger, couldn't help but laugh. He continued Alice's words. You see, where are there absolutely free souls and thoughts? If you choose a faith, if you choose an ideal, you will naturally be bound by that faith and ideal. However, looking at Lowen's current situation, the 3 great churches and the royal family have achieved a balance in a certain sense. If a certain church goes too far with its believers, the believers can, like the person Miss Fate mentioned, achieve their goals by changing their faith. Therefore, in most cases, the churches prefer to guide important believers through religious status and alignment of beliefs, rather than Beyonder abilities. Alice glanced at Alger, resisting the urge to ask him if a certain church was the Storm Church, and curiously asked Audrey. Don't noble ladies learn this in their political lessons? What checks and balances? I remember there was a theory I learned back then, what was it called? Separation of powers. Audrey opened her mouth then closed it. She felt her understanding of the world suddenly deepen. More importantly, she understood some things she had encountered before but couldn't comprehend, such as checks and balances. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Hanged Man, and thank you for your enlightenment, Miss Fate. Audrey said with a very complex mood, but what is the separation of powers? You really haven't learned it. Alice blinked. Audrey didn't speak, her expression already provided the answer. After a moment of silence, Alice turned to the world and asked. Can you recite it? I can't recite it. Klein honestly manipulated the world, but I remember the general idea. He paused, then began to introduce the theory of the separation of powers to this group who had never taken junior high political science. This is a system born to restrain royal power. In this view, power is divided into legislative, executive, and judicial powers. These three state powers are held by different organs, exercised independently, and mutually check and balance each other. That is the separation of powers. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Audrey spoke in confusion. Restrain royal power. Klein didn't say anything more. He looked at Alice, who held her forehead and said, I almost forgot, if you really count it that way, you still have divine right of kings. We should first have a renaissance, promoting that humans are more important than gods. But unfortunately, we really have gods, and the value of gods is indeed far more important than humans. Alice's words made the Tarot Club members look at each other. They couldn't articulate their thoughts at the moment, but most of them understood Miss Fate's attitude when mentioning the gods. She had probably received an education completely opposite to religion. This was bizarre to everyone, as they couldn't understand why such an education would exist. Such ideas were clearly unfavorable to the transmission of religion and the spread of faith. The gods should not allow such an education to exist. However, Miss Fate's words. This probably wasn't some universally existing education. After all, although Miss Fate most loved to define herself as human, everyone knew she actually wasn't. No error version is being read. 6=9+ book_bar first published this novel. As everyone pondered, Audrey asked the Hanged Man, Alger, for advice. Mr. Hanged Man, how should I deal with Herwin Rambus? The Hanged Man, Alger, calmly said. His problem isn't urgent. You are fully capable of dealing with him, providing less important information, keeping core secrets, and looking for opportunities to obtain Beander formulas, or even Beander materials. After some time, when there are corresponding changes, then consider changing your strategy. Of course, you can't be careless. Duke Negan is a bad example. As soon as he finished speaking, the world, Gehrman Sparrow, looked at Miss Justice and laughed hoarsely. By then, even if Herwin Rambus dies, no one will suspect you. Even if Herwin Rambus dies. This is a demigod. Does Mr. World intend to act against Herwin Rambus? Miss Justice, Audrey, heard this and her eyes widened slightly, her heart in turmoil. In a certain moment, a lot of confidence was born in Audrey's uneasy heart. She realized that even without considering Mr. Fool's existence, she knew two openly declared demigods, one of whom was an angel. Most importantly, both of them were the type who could accept commissions. Well, one of them, Mr. World, seemed to be very short on money and wouldn't refuse as long as he was free and the price was right. Miss Fate, she was more dependent on her mood. I understand what to do now. Thank you all. Audrey then took a small breath and thanked them politely. Klein's tone is quite bold now. The star, Leonard, looked at the world, Gehrman Sparrow, with a complex gaze. Alice saw his expression and suddenly asked, do you still think you're the protagonist of the era? Emlyn, the sanguine savior, White, cast his gaze upon this colleague. Leonard gave an embarrassed laugh. He tried his best to ignore the probing gazes of others and pleaded with Alice with a hint of helplessness. Can we please not bring that up again? Alice shrugged and didn't press the issue. The other members of the Tarot Club guessed what Alice was talking about while subtly averting their gazes. Only the moon, Emlyn, inexplicably felt a sudden realization. I know. He must have thought he was the protagonist of the era before. Later, After meeting Miss Fate, he probably encountered something that shattered that view. Could it be joining the Tarot Club? That's also normal. After all, we members of the Tarot Club are all here to save the world, especially me. I am the savior of the sanguine. Thinking of this, Emlyn unconsciously puffed out his chest. Klein's strange gaze swept over the two of them, feeling quite silent. As one of the only two people in the Tarot Club who knew the full story, he knew what Alice meant by the protagonist of the era, and what Emlyn was so proud of. Precisely because of this, he felt an inexpressible sense of speechlessness, even wanting to roll his eyes inwardly. Aren't you too embarrassing? Alice and little son are more mature than you. To divert his attention, Klein manipulated the world, Gehrman Sparrow, and said to the hermit, Katlia. Please inform Queen Mystic that I wish to meet with her soon to discuss some matters. The specific time and place will be determined by her. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time. Although Alice had suppressed most discussions about the red moon on the grounds that only angels can know, they had still made some conjectures about Rosal's current situation. For example, now, they all suspected that Rosal was not actually dead, that the assassination was a self-directed one, and Rosal himself, according to Alice, he might be giving birth. This was probably nonsense to some extent. Klein's understanding was that Rosal might be trapped for some reason. Since he was a fellow countryman, Klein decided to pay attention to Rosal's current situation if he had the spare capacity. As for rescuing him, that could be decided later. If he could be saved, then save him, otherwise, forget it. The hermit, Katlia, didn't understand what Klein wanted to do. In fact, Alice didn't understand either. She asked Klein, if you have something to discuss with her, why don't you write her a letter? It's not urgent, Klein shook his head, and I might call on you then. Is that all right? All right, Alice nodded, then you ask. The latter half of the sentence was directed at the hermit, Katlia. Although puzzled, Katlia knew she had no room to refuse. She nodded and said, I will convey your message, but whether she agrees, I cannot guarantee. The world simply nodded, indicating there was no problem. End of chapter. Chapter 563 Chapter 141 Angels of Fools. At this moment, son Derek finally found an opportunity to ask. Everyone. He glanced at Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. World, then continued, my ritual to advance to Priest of Light is to bury my entire body in ice that normally wouldn't melt, in pure darkness. In the City of Silver, similar ice isn't hard to obtain, but how can I create pure and safe darkness? So, the Priest of Light's advancement ritual is like that. Little son is truly honest and simple. Justice Audrey, due to her limited experience and knowledge, couldn't offer effective advice. She could only turn her gaze to the person she believed could solve this problem. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, the world. Alice blinked. She knew the situation in the City of Silver. Lightless darkness could make people disappear into thin air or encounter attacks from monsters. But she couldn't think of a very good solution, or rather, the solution she could think of was very simple. Have you asked your chief? Derek shook his head. Klein also couldn't think of a very good solution for the time being. Or rather, he wasn't sure if the method he thought of could block the common dangers of the City of Silver. After all, creating darkness was easy, the key was to confirm whether the darkness was safe. Hanged Man Alger, on the other hand, said, I will help you collect information and find a solution. During this process, you will need to cooperate with me to verify its feasibility. Also, consulting your chief is indeed a good idea. No problem. Derek answered without hesitation. Immediately after, he added, you don't need to rush too much. I still have over a month before I can digest the Notary Beander potion. Hanged Man Alger nodded slightly, indicating that no reminder was needed. At this moment, Hermit Katlia deliberated for a moment, then looked at son Derek and said, perhaps we can consider this problem from a different angle. Your advancement ritual won't last too long, so you can completely solve this by increasing the time you can survive in pure darkness. I remember you mentioned that after entering lightless darkness, you would encounter two dangers. One is the attack of strange monsters appearing from nowhere, and the other is inexplicably disappearing, as if evaporating. The former is easy to solve. You can apply to the chief for some sealed artifacts, or directly ask him to guard you. For the latter, I don't understand enough. Try asking the chief about it. This was a brand new idea. Son Derek thought about it carefully and found that this idea was indeed feasible. Moreover, everyone who had offered suggestions had reminded him to ask the chief, so Derek noted this down and said with pleasant surprise, "Thank you, Lady Hermit." After some more exchanges, Klein felt that it was about time and voluntarily ended the tarot club. Back in the real world, Klein stood up, remembered Alice asking him to tutor Leonard, and after a moment of silence, sat back down. How should he explain it? He pondered as he began to write a letter. Filling in the past knowledge wasn't difficult. Out of respect, he didn't tell Leonard the true identities of the other tarot club members. Alice's status wasn't that of an ordinary member, so it would seem suspicious if she didn't know, but there was no need to tell Leonard. After catching him up, briefly mentioning a few identities that Alice had all but sold off, such as Star Admiral Catlia and Alger of the Storm Church, and then introducing Moon Emlyn, who had all but sold himself off, Klein couldn't help but start to agonize over the previous problem. How in the world should he fabricate the Fool's Angel in that non-existent church? Klein silently called Alice over. In terms of fabricating nonsense, Alice was clearly gifted. After listening to Klein's dilemma, she said, "Although it's a good idea to push it aside with, 'This is not something you should know,' the credibility of such a statement isn't actually that high. Perhaps low-sequence beyonders aren't so easily suspicious of the Fool's identity, but behind Leonard, there's an archangel of the Marauder pathway. He must be very good at deceiving people. And to be able to say such nonsense as 'I am the illegitimate daughter of the goddess and the fool,' his attitude towards God, in short, I think he would dare to guess in the direction that the fool is fake. So, we'd best fabricate it more seriously. You can say some things and omit others. For example, you don't need to mention the Fool Church or anything like that, you can just mention the angel under the Fool." Klein nodded repeatedly as he listened, then asked, "So, how exactly should I put it?" Alice pondered for 2 seconds, then said with a solemn expression, "My lord currently has 3 angels under him. One is the angel of destiny. He was born in ancient times, a chosen embodiment of fate itself, but because he refused to accept this fate, he eventually sank into the river of fate. He only awakened from the river of fate a few years ago due to my lord's revival, and thus pledged his loyalty to my lord. The second is the angel of death, a descendant of death, the former death consul. Affected by death's demise, he was forced to cycle between life and death, enduring day after day, year after year of suffering. After my lord helped alleviate his pain, he chose to pledge his loyalty to my lord. The third is the angel of punishment, the Lord's thunder, the Lord's whip. I do not know his origin, only that he punishes all impurity and blasphemers on behalf of the Lord. In addition to these, my lord also has saints currently preparing for advancement. Furthermore, there is an existence from the spirit world who intends to follow my lord, and to show sincerity, even voluntarily became my messenger." Klein's face showed a bewildered expression. "The angel of destiny is you, the angel of death is Mr. Ojik, and the messenger goes without saying. Can you explain who the angel of punishment is?" Alice blinked and said, "See God's scepter. You've used it to hack so many people, aren't you even going to give it a proper title?" Klein opened and closed his mouth several times before finally speaking weakly. "The See God's scepter sequence is only sequence 3. Ah," Alice frowned. "Then let's put it among the saints preparing for advancement. 2 angels and 1 angel who intends to pledge loyalty and is still under observation, that's not bad for a nascent evil god." After a pause, Alice added, "Actually, if you're not afraid of danger, you can also include Medici. After all, Medici is essentially your marionette right now. You're rounding up a bit too much," Klein interrupted her, "and I'm very afraid of death." Alice withdrew her gaze in disappointment, then continued, "You can also write Eamon is the son of an old friend. Adam certainly won't quibble with you over that. But Eamon will," Klein said expressionlessly. "Also, aren't you trying to intimidate the angel on Leonard?" Alice spread her hands and said, "Who told him to say I was? Damn it, I'll tell the goddess about this sooner or later." Klein didn't comment on this. He voluntarily changed the topic. "I'm very curious, who is the saint I'm preparing for advancement?" "Me." Alice patted her chest. "Not only am I an angel, I'm also a sequence 3. Klein was dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such a playful approach. He hesitantly said, So, according to you, I could actually use marionettes to play multiple personas. That way, I'd have many saints under me. Alice gave him an expression that said, "You are teachable." Klein's mouth twitched, and he asked with a sincere expression, "Do I have any other saints? Bernadette should count as one, right?" Alice thought for a moment and said, and then, for now, probably no one else. "Then I still feel quite pitiful." Klein rolled his eyes at Alice. "With your level, I think you could totally write your own holy book, there's no need to trouble others." "How demeaning would that be?" Alice widened her eyes. "What God writes his own holy book? Shouldn't the doctrines be passed down, and then believers compile them into books based on the doctrines, deeds, and myths?" Klein looked at Alice suspiciously, then asked, "How do you know that's how it is? For example, I suspect the ancient sun god's holy book was written by him, and the later ones seem to have copied his. The error-free version is being read. This novel was first published on 6=9+ book_bar." At the mention of this, Alice's expression turned strange. Her mouth twitched, and she looked at Klein. After a moment of hesitation, she still reminded him. "Klein, reviving ancient gods and such, you can use it for now, but it's best not to after becoming a god. It's just, you have to distinguish yourself from the original owner of the castle, do you understand?" Her expression was no longer playful, and Klein realized the seriousness of the matter. He nodded and said, "I understand." After a pause, he hesitantly asked, "I can guess that the ancient sun god probably had a problem, so, was the reason for his problem actually related to him calling himself God Almighty?" "How did you know?" Alice lowered her head, avoiding Klein's eyes. "Calling himself God Almighty, was it still him?" These words were like a bolt from the blue. Klein recalled the knowledge he gained when he first became a Beyonder. At that time, he knew that among the Beyonders, loss of control, in addition to turning into a monster and losing their sanity, there was also a special situation where they appeared to be normal people on the surface, but in reality, their thoughts and personality completely transformed into another person. A chill ran down his spine. He wanted to say something, but Alice held up a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Klein then realized that he couldn't ask, because he wasn't an angel yet. Seeing him quiet down, Alice forced a smile and said, "However, I'm serious. I really don't think the holy book should be written by God himself. The core of the doctrine is given by God, it should be concise and profoundly meaningful. Next, believers compile these cores into a complete doctrine and write the holy book based on the doctrine and God's deeds. This way, if there are any errors or omissions, they can be corrected in time. In short, the problem must lie with the person who compiled the doctrine and the holy book, and has nothing to do with God. God must be correct. If God is wrong, it means the believer misunderstood God's will." This theory wasn't new, actually. In modern times, Klein had seen similar theories, and at the Tarot Club, he had done something similar. But Alice being able to articulate such a statement surprised Klein, so he said, "You seem to be quite skilled at being a god, much more so than being a human." Alice looked at him expressionlessly. Klein paused, realizing that this statement had hit Alice's sensitive nerve. Although Alice seemed to have come to terms with it and was no longer dwelling on such matters, she clearly didn't like the joke. Klein then gave an awkward laugh. Alice rolled her eyes, didn't argue with him, and instead continued his statement. "If you really want to compare, I should indeed be much more skilled at being a god than being a human. After all, the time I truly existed as a human was actually only a few years. Even if you include the time in that later dream where I couldn't really be considered fully human, it was still only a mere decade or so. This amount of time doesn't even make up a fraction of the time I've existed as a god." Klein opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Alice didn't actually mean to blame him, and her emotional reaction was normal when she said this, but Klein felt a little apologetic. He knew that this topic should be heavy for Alice, and even if she had come to terms with it, it didn't mean it was a good joke. "I'm sorry," he said earnestly to Alice. Alice blinked. She hadn't expected Klein to apologize. Surprise mixed with a hint of emotion, but she wasn't in the mood for sentimentality at the moment, so she abruptly and decisively broke the atmosphere. "Then can you transform into your incomplete mythical creature form and show it to me? Don't worry, with me here, you won't lose control because of it." Klein was silent for a moment. He realized that his actions were truly superfluous. Alice always had a way to make people want to jump up and hit her the next second, so he cursed. "Get out of here." Alice blinked, then suddenly burst out laughing, saying with a hint of expectation, "You know, it's a shame you're not an angel right now, otherwise I really could roll out. You see, my mythical creature form is a snake, and it's an Ouroboros. Don't misunderstand, I cannot bite my tail. I just mean, an Ouroboros is a circle in shape, so I really could turn into an Ouroboros and roll out. Oh, wait. If it's a snake, can't it roll even without biting its tail? After all, its body is cylindrical, conical. Although not quite standard, if you remove the head, it should barely count as. Why is she actually seriously considering such a question?" Klein pinched his brow. He felt like he couldn't keep up with Alice's train of thought again, so he said sincerely, "I don't know. After all, I don't have an angel, so I can't see your mythical creature form. And can't you roll in your human form?" Alice thought for a moment, then lowered her head and, to Klein's horrified gaze, curled into a ball, rolled off the chair, and rolled towards the door, disappearing halfway. Chapter 564 Chapter 142 Embryo. It wasn't until Alice's figure had disappeared for a while that Klein swallowed and pinched himself hard. Hiss, I'm not dreaming, am I? She really isn't crazy. Alice, who had already left, naturally couldn't answer that question. Klein shook his head, gave up on investigating Alice's mental state, and muttered, "Forget it, she's always like this anyway. Let me think, I'll ask her Rhodes about how to obtain a sequence 3 potion, and also." He frowned, his expression a little strange. After previous attempts, Klein had basically confirmed that scaring people was indeed the correct way to act as a bizarro sorcerer, but opportunities to scare high-level existences weren't always available. Alice wasn't that easy to scare, and doing it once or twice was fine, but truly annoying her would be quite troublesome. Klein sighed, realizing that he probably still had to pretend to be a ghost. This offered a lot of room for maneuver. The existence of anchors gave him inspiration. In Klein's opinion, perhaps he didn't need to genuinely scare so many people, he only needed to scare a few people, and then spread the news. That's right, he was referring to ghost stories. Moreover, there was an existing best-selling author in the Tarot Club. He had even read Miss Magician's Wuthering Heights *, a novel about a Lady Cece, 1.65 meters tall and weighing 98 pounds, who became a governess at Freeze Manor. Although the setting was very much like an alternate world version of Jane Eyre, the story of the entire book was full of twists and turns. Klein initially mistook it for a romance novel, but then, evil spirits appeared in the book. He then thought it was a supernatural novel, but then Miss Cece suddenly revealed her identity as a detective and embarked on a brilliant deduction. When he thought it was a detective novel, the male protagonist suffered a severe head injury, lost his memory, and a tear-jerking plot unfolded. It could be said that every twist was unexpected. Klein had even recommended this book to Alice once. Alice's comment after reading it was that, based solely on this book, Miss Magician might be very suitable for the fate pathway. However, none of this was the point. Klein was currently struggling with the ghost stories themselves. When he envisioned this matter, he couldn't help but recall Alice's suggestion of a supernatural circus. So far, he had transformed from initial resistance to now contemplating how to set up a supernatural circus and create supernatural rumors. It was actually quite simple. In terms of manpower, the demigod Bizarro sorcerer could indeed form a troupe by himself. He could even moonlight as a beast tamer, by turning animals into marionettes. In terms of performances, the seer, clown, and magician could solve most problems. The faceless also provided disguise abilities. With spirit worms, it wasn't difficult to assemble a circus. Haunting operations were even simpler, it just required some design in terms of scaring people. Additionally, the traveler on the creeping hunger could also perform convenient teleportation. Klein had to admit, he was indeed tempted. His only concern was probably whether this pathway would truly be renamed circus in the future. That sounded a bit too absurd. But Klein was indeed hesitant because of this. He had genuinely considered other supernatural plans, but in terms of widespread dissemination, this was probably the best one, and, if the scope of the supernatural legends is wide enough, the church will definitely send people to deal with it. Klein muttered softly, if the supernatural legends I painstakingly created or dealt with before they even spread, that would be a huge loss. But a supernatural circus can avoid this very well, the downside is that I might be chased by the red gloves. The last sentence carried a hint of self-mockery. Klein knew very well that this wasn't an issue. Not to mention that the church wouldn't send demigods or even angels to deal with him when the situation was unclear. Forget it, the night church wouldn't. The machinery hivemind's saturation attack style was hard to say, and as for the punishers, that was even harder to say. However, Klein's true confidence was that, theoretically, he could inform the church in advance about such matters. Pinching his brow, Klein prepared to summon Rhodes to ask for advice before making a decision, and also to ask about other things. Upon receiving Klein's letter, Leonard immediately opened it and read it with pales. The richness of the Tarot Club's knowledge clearly exceeded Leonard's imagination. Some of the knowledge even surprised Pales. Regarding the matter of Feng Zibai sharing the ancient sun god, both of them turned pale and were greatly shocked. After a while, they recovered, and only then did Leonard have time to read about the fool. Klein faithfully copied Alice's words, making some minor changes in wording, but the meaning remained essentially the same. So, after reading everything, Leonard, whose brain was dizzy from the continuous shocks, began to question his external brain. Old man, what do you think? At least it explains why your former colleague has an angel messenger, Pales commented, but it seems he's not too comfortable talking about the rest. Liars are always alike in certain aspects. For example, they don't believe what others say, but rather the answers they deduce themselves. Alice, who often deceived people, seemed to understand liars well. Under her misleading, Pales successfully deduced the answer. Under Pales's misleading, Leonard also accepted the premise that he wasn't comfortable talking about the rest of the content, accepting it naturally and sighing with emotion. 2 angels, and I don't know how many angels are preparing to advance. Hiss, counting the low and mid sequences, this is a pretty big organization, isn't it? How come there's no news at all? Perhaps it's because your former colleague has a hidden blessing, Pales answered leisurely. A hidden blessing? Leonard asked, confused, could it be the goddess? Pales didn't answer, and Leonard became uncertain again. He mused. That's not right. It's understandable that Alice has good relationships with both the goddess and the fool. She is an angel, after all, and her origin is unusual, almost certainly a true god. But Klein, the goddess and the fool shouldn't share a favored one, right? I didn't say it was the blessing of your goddess, Pales said nonchalantly, there are many sources of hidden blessings. Maybe he received Amon's blessing. Quote. Leonard closed his mouth, the blood essence of a sequence 7 vampire. Dacquel paced back and forth in his herb shop, his brows tightly furrowed. If I kill a vampire, I'll definitely be hunted down, right? Not necessarily, the owl on the shelf said with wide, bulging eyes, you might die on the spot. Dacquel turned his head, who taught you to talk like that? The owl didn't hide anything and answered honestly, I observed that you seem to like answering other people's questions that way, so I tried to learn it. Dacquel opened and closed his mouth several times before finally cursing. You damned stupid bird. Somewhere in Backland, 2 figures quickly formed in the air, standing steadily on the ground. Then, one of them let go and said, we've arrived. The gentleman next to him was refined, with neatly combed hair and framed glasses. He looked very young, and upon hearing this, he sincerely said, thank you so much. This was Roy King. Although his words to Dacquel contained elements of embellishment, they weren't entirely lies. After escaping, Roy King learned about the current situation of their branch of the life school of thought. The divination's revelation pointed to the person who took the dice of probability, so in a sense, he was indeed working for the continuation of this branch. He had tried to contact the former speaker, but unfortunately, their speaker was probably in some kind of predicament. Roy King's several attempts all failed, receiving no response. Little did he know, this was actually good news, because if he had received a response at that moment, whether a worm of time would have been mixed in was truly an unknown. Roy King, completely unaware of this, chose to rebel, chose to follow the guidance of fate under Will Ossepton's strenuous protection. News of Miss Fate was not difficult to obtain. Deep-level information was hard to come by, but the claim of accidentally swallowing a Grade 0 sealed artifact belonging to the Life School of Thought completely revealed her identity. In addition, the Night Church did not hide its protection of this highness, although externally, saying that this highness was their church's saint sounded rather strange. The error-free version is being read. This novel is first published on 6=9+book_bar. So Roy King embarked on his journey to Backland. Fate still favored him, he met a traveler he once knew on the road. After learning his destination, she gladly stated that they were going the same way and gave him a ride. And now, after he had thanked her, and they had a brief chat, his friend left. Where should I look for someone? Roy King muttered to himself, looking in the direction of St. Samuel Cathedral, the cathedral. Or should I try to inquire about the honorific name? Hazel returned to her room, anxious and uneasy. Since returning from the hospital last time, she had been somewhat uneasy, always wanting to pay attention to whether there were signs of her period arriving. When facing Dr. Sandy, Hazel's attitude was indeed very firm. She knew she hadn't done anything that would lead to her pregnancy and was very confident about it. But the problem was, there were beyonders in this world. Under the influence of beyonder factors, would everything still be normal? She initially only suspected that she was affected by some kind of beyonder power, which could be an injury or an illness, but her slightly delayed period made Hazel suddenly recall the doctor's suspicion, and she also considered pregnancy due to beyonder factors. What if? Hazel frowned irritably. She wanted to find someone to answer her doubts, but she only knew 3 beyonders. One was her teacher, who was dead and rumored to have ill intentions towards her. One was Eamon, who was clearly not a good person, and the other was Alice, who had a rather capricious personality. Clearly, none of these 3 were suitable people to visit, so she could only continue to struggle with whether to go to the church and confess everything that had happened to her. She frowned and sighed irritably, rolling from Klein's place directly onto her own bed, then skillfully flopping down to sleep. Alice woke up to the next day. After zoning out in the cathedral for a while, Alice decided, wasn't this sequence called Chaoswalker? She would travel around, following the degree of chaos in the threads of fate. Naturally, she started by looking at acquaintances. Alice first scanned the members of the Tarot Club, then relaxed. Klein's fate had always been a mess. It would be weirder if nothing happened one day. Leonard's was very normal. Miss Justice, Mr. Vampire, and Miss Hermit's fates were also very normal recently. Little Sons couldn't be seen. Lady Judgment, E.H. There were some faint traces of anomaly, but not many. Never mind, let's see if there's anything more chaotic. Ian, well, no problems. Winifred, quite safe. Hazel. Alice froze for a moment, then her eyes widened. After Eamon took Will Ossepton from Hazel, Alice had almost forgotten about the girl. Now, doing a roll call, Alice discovered that the connection between Hazel, Eamon, and Will Ossepton had not been severed. The restart of the fate pathway, in terms of fate, manifested as erasing the fate of one's previous life, leaving only a seed, and then hiding the seed within another person's fate. This person was the mother. The seed took root and sprouted in the mother's fate, and the child was successfully conceived. Under normal circumstances, passers-by could only see that the mother was pregnant, but couldn't discern the origin of the seed. Only in extremely rare cases would it be exposed, such as an uncontrollable leakage of power when in a very poor state, or like Hazel's current situation, in her fate, a long, umbilical cord, branched out, connecting to an unknown distant place. Alice, of course, knew where this distant place was. She knew with her eyes closed that it was definitely Eamon, or rather, Will Ossepton inside Amon's belly. This was the problem, Eamon hadn't stolen cleanly. He had stolen the child Will Ossepton, but he hadn't stolen the pregnancy itself. In other words, Hazel Matched has been pregnant for almost a month so far. This absurd fact left Alice dumbfounded. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have imagined that things could be handled this way. She took a breath, her brows furrowed tightly, and she cursed in a low voice. Eamon, you really are, damn it, what should I do? Should I find someone to help her abort? No, should I ask Eamon if this fetus can be aborted? Or should I just let him come back and steal cleanly? Alice was completely at a loss. Chapter 565 Chapter 143 Find a Way. Of all the options, Eamon was the first to be ruled out, but Alice still hesitated about whether or not to inform Eamon before taking action. After all, once she made a move, Eamon would definitely notice. So she might as well let him discover it himself. Anyway, he was the one who created this mess, and if something went wrong, he deserved it. Alice unhesitatingly abandoned her dearest friend, and, after some thought, prioritized contacting Miss Justice. Miss Justice, have you been giving Hazel psychotherapy recently? How is she doing? Audrey was a little stunned when she received the message, but she quickly took the time to reply. Her treatment is going very smoothly, much more smoothly than expected. I've already helped her recall some of her past experiences. Although there are no specific details yet, she already has an impression of what happened. Alice listened thoughtfully and only responded after Audrey finished speaking. All right, there's nothing for you to do for now. I'll call you if something comes up. After receiving this sentence, Audrey silently stood up from the toilet, frowning. Ever since she handed Hazel over to her, Alice had not inquired about the matter again, seemingly completely forgetting about such a person. This made Audrey even suspect that her initial instructions were superfluous. Today's situation proved that her initial instructions were still somewhat useful. Receiving this respect for the doctor, Audrey felt a sense of inexplicable relief. It was as if her own child had finally grown up. This thought was a bit presumptuous. Audrey only briefly had this thought before quickly collecting her thoughts and getting up to leave the washroom. Not treating Miss Fate as a deity in terms of behavior helped with getting along with her, but if she did so psychologically, it would be challenging Miss Fate's patience. Obviously, Audrey had no such interest at the moment. She just inevitably began to wonder why Alice suddenly thought of Hazel, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Hopefully nothing goes wrong, she sighed, then walked towards her personal maid. After learning about Hazel's current situation from Audrey, Alice pondered for a moment and did not go to find Hazel. It wasn't that she wasn't going to care about her anymore, it was just that without a way to abort her, going there would be useless. Stimulating the patient could be put aside for now to maximize benefits. Alice didn't know much about the medicine of this era, but based on stereotypes, she estimated it wouldn't be much better. After all, Western medicine, unlike Chinese medicine, in Alice's perception, relied heavily on instruments. But in this world, with a technological level where even electricity hadn't developed, where would those diverse medical instruments come from? Alice shook her head, putting aside the possibility of abortion using local technology, and began to consider it from a supernatural perspective. Medical abortion was a good idea, and the Tarot Club even had a ready-made potions professor, but Alice wasn't sure if calling Emlyn would be useful. This wasn't a normal pregnancy after all. Should I find another marauder? Isn't Pales there? No, Eamon might just come knocking on the door then. The thought was cut off halfway by Alice. She recalled that this archangel of the marauder pathway was Amon's former lover, after many years of separation. Eamon had even hunted her in the forsaken land of the gods for the sake of this past relationship. Alice unhesitatingly decided to switch helpers and, incidentally, change her line of thinking. For example, if abortion wasn't an option, giving birth might not be a bad idea. Frank Lee and even the Harvest Church were thus included in Alice's consideration, and of course, the main target was still the Church of the Earth Mother. Besides that, other pathways might also have a solution. Alice thought it over and decided to find someone to discuss it with. Thus, this bizarre fact was learned by Klein above the gray fog. Upon first hearing about it, Klein's face showed horror, and he asked with shock. No, it can be like this. Alice spread her hands and replied, when I saw this situation, my expression was not much better than yours. Klein realized that such a creative result was not a characteristic of mythical creatures but a characteristic unique to Eamon. He felt much lighter in his heart and murmured, I suddenly remembered that you previously warned me that Eamon might be able to steal control of Saphira Castle from me. You said, could he manage to only steal Saphira Castle, but when Saphira Castle's owner wakes up, the target is still with me. Alice's smile vanished. She hadn't hidden the fact that Saphira Castle once had another owner from Klein. Anyway, without knowing the situation of existences above sequence, knowing this point was useless. It was better to just remind Klein to be careful of this former owner of Saphira Castle. But the matter of Aemon obviously gave Klein some special inspiration. Alice paused, and even without understanding the principle of Amon's ability, she realized that this was indeed not impossible, and Aemon might even have such intentions. This was too terrifying. Alice clenched her fists and sneered. If he dares to have such a thought, I will make him entangled by Saphira Castle's former owner and still unable to obtain Saphira Castle. How will you do that? Klein asked curiously, do you still have that kind of ability? No, Alice replied very decisively. She really didn't. This wasn't due to a lack of imagination. After thinking of this kind of trick, Alice seriously considered it, but found that she couldn't do such a thing with her authority alone. But she did have a way to do such a thing. Of course, it wasn't by relying on ability, but, if Key of Light and Lord of the Mysteries had a very close relationship in the past, perhaps Aemon only needed to steal her apotheosis ritual, and this matter would naturally come true. Although this might not be a good thing. Alice shook her head, no longer delving into the question, but instead reminded. Don't talk about that yet. I came to ask you. You say, if I plan to find someone to abort Hazel, who would be more suitable? First, rule out giving birth. Klein first prevented the most dangerous option. Leaving aside that giving birth to either Aemon or Will Osepton is not a good idea, the key is this child. Klein paused, then asked Alice with a strange expression. Do you really want the City of Silver to eat Frank's food in the future, with? He didn't finish, but his expression was meaningful, and Alice understood at a glance. She imagined the possibility of eating human flesh-filled mushrooms and also thought it was a good idea to exclude Frank Lee. Even if she went to the Church of the Earth Mother, she couldn't go to Frank. Alice quickly noticed something was wrong and couldn't help but remind Klein. If I remember correctly, the ingredients Frank Lee initially used to make those mushrooms were the flesh and blood of a rose bishop, which means these mushrooms already contained human flesh. Klein's expression instantly twisted. He suddenly had a desire to vomit. If there wasn't really nothing for him to vomit above the gray fog, he would probably have thrown up by now. But even so, Klein's complexion was not good at all. He cursed at Alice. There's no need to tell me such things. Alice sighed, expressing with a rather heavy heart. I think knowing Frank's research results is like foreigners eating our country's food. You might find the things he makes amazing, extraordinary, and even delicious, but you'd best not ask him what he actually made them with. Klein nodded in deep agreement. They exchanged glances, sighed deeply, and then began to select suitable candidates. Actually, I think you can try potion abortion, Klein suggested. If there's a reaction after drinking it, that's best. Even if there's no reaction after drinking it, it's just like drinking a glass of water, with no big impact. At worst, you can restart her. This was indeed an idea. Alice nodded, accepted the suggestion, and then asked. All right, you're right, she can indeed try drinking a potion. But what if drinking a potion doesn't work? Klein shook his head and said. I don't know. This work is compiled and uploaded by 69 Shuba. What you've thought of is already very comprehensive. It's hard for me to come up with anything new. After all, in the end, there are only a few methods that can be used. If none of them work, there are only a few ways to find ideas, divination, or roads. After all, you can't tell me that you actually allied with Aemon, can you? That's hard to say. Alice's movements paused. Although deep down, Alice was not on Amon's side. If you look at Alice's actions, after guessing Amon's apotheosis ritual, Alice had already decided to directly give her own ritual to Aemon. Although the fundamental purpose of this matter was not this, in a sense, Alice was indeed helping Aemon become a god. This expression, however, confused Klein. He looked at Alice hesitantly and asked tentatively. You and Aemon, you two. It's not what you think. Alice closed her eyes. This can probably be considered a trade. If there are no problems, it's a win-win trade. After a moment's pause, Alice looked at Klein again and murmured. But you did remind me that even if he becomes a god, Aemon will not let you go. He will definitely get Saphira Castle, it's just a matter of timing. It seems that in situations where the outcome cannot be determined, the timing of this matter needs to be carefully planned. Don't let Aemon use me to get to you then. And also, I need to make sure you at least have the ability to deal with a deified Aemon by then. You scared me to death. I knew she couldn't possibly truly ally with Eamon. What was she thinking, wanting to become Amon's toy with me? No, according to her, she's at least a pet, and I'm just a toy. Klein shook his head with a wry smile, but still advised Alice. If Rhodes can't find an answer, then try giving Hazel the potion. Even if it's a child obtained through restart, abortion potions should still be effective, right? Anyway, you try it first. If it doesn't work, you can ask at the next tarot club. Alice spread her hands and said sincerely. I don't know, I don't have such experience. And I guess normal people probably don't have such experience. Although Hazel's existence indeed proves that the restart of the fate pathway is actually very casual in some aspects, Hazel's situation. That is, I think a normal snake of fate planning a restart should investigate the situation of its future mother before the restart. After all, neither premarital pregnancy nor infidelity is a good reputation. Infidelity? Klein was stunned. Alice spread her hands and said, that's right, think about it. What if a couple happened to be apart at the time, or the husband was infertile, or they had been fighting for many years and, although they appeared loving to outsiders, were actually estranged? In similar situations, if the wife suddenly gets pregnant, wouldn't others suspect infidelity? That's true. Klein's mouth twitched, and he agreed, indeed. In that case, the child might be aborted, which is completely asking for trouble. After a pause, Klein said thoughtfully, since so few people choose this, does it mean that children from restart can actually be aborted? They can. Alice's expression was strange, but I'm more curious, does the abortion potion in the potions professor's hands only deal with the child, or does it accidentally injure the mother in the process of dealing with the child? After a moment of stunned silence, Klein looked at Alice and speculated. I understand, are you worried that the connection between the child and the mother is too strong, leading to the child being fine after the abortion, but the mother first? Alice nodded repeatedly and said, Hazel was saved by me after all. I protected her from Eamon. If something happens to her because of an abortion, wouldn't my rescue have been in vain? That made sense. Klein nodded in agreement, then couldn't help but remind her. You led Eamon to her, didn't you? Alice paused, then slammed the table without a hint of guilt and said. Besides Eamon, there's also Will Osepton and Flora Jacob. One of those two made her pregnant out of wedlock, and the other wanted to fatten her up and eat her. None of them are good people. That makes some sense. Klein shook his head, accepted the matter, then reminded her as if recalling. I seem to remember you mentioning to me that Hazel's pregnancy also seemed to be related to you. Alice choked, then said fiercely but weakly. Well, no matter what, at least I didn't mess with Flora Jacob, she came to me herself. That must be Hazel's own bad luck, right? End of chapter. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 566 Chapter 144 Preliminary Plan. No problem at all. Seeing Klein nod, Alice inexplicably became shy again. She stepped back and said, all right. Alice stammered, wanting to run. Klein shook his head and didn't stop her, so Alice successfully escaped. Regaining her freedom, Alice only rested for a short while before she had to consider her next move. She finally agreed with Klein's suggestion and decided to find a solution through potions. Thus, she had to contact Justice Audrey again. How many more treatments does Hazel probably need to fully recover? Audrey frowned almost as soon as she heard the question. Even a fool would realize that something was definitely wrong. She replied as calmly as possible. I'm sorry, I can't be sure, but if you're planning to do something soon, I'm afraid. She paused, and her final words were not spoken, but her hesitant tone already made the problem clear. Alice frowned and replied, it's not that I'm planning to do something, but sigh, are you free to be alone right now? Audrey paused before saying, if it's for a short time, I can find an excuse. For a long time, it might raise suspicion. I can probably only be alone for about 10 minutes. That's enough, Alice exhaled, truly more than enough. After receiving such an answer, Audrey found an excuse to stay alone in the room, then conveyed the message to Alice. Alice appeared in the air, looked at Audrey, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. How should I put this? This should actually be my mistake. After Eamon stole Will Osepton, I thought the matter was over, but I didn't expect that Eamon only stole a part. All in all, for some unknown reason, Hazel is still pregnant. Huh. Audrey's eyes were blank. At least Alice had mentioned restart at the tarot club, so Audrey was somewhat mentally prepared this time, otherwise her expression might have been even worse. But even so, Audrey's complexion wasn't much better. She tried hard to understand Alice's words and asked cautiously. I don't understand. Do you mean, Eamon stole the child, but the mother is still pregnant? Alice nodded with a strange expression. Audrey gasped. She opened her mouth to say something, but failed several times, seemingly unable to form any words. Alice was very forgiving about this. She said sincerely, "When I first learned about this, worlds and my expressions weren't much better than yours." Audrey's face stiffened for a moment. She wasn't sure if this matter was worth being happy about, but she still forced a smile and said, "Ha ha. Better not to smile, that looks too bad." Alice frowned, her gaze moving away from Audrey's face. She shook her head and said, Never mind, let's talk about something else. I'm going to try to abort Hazel, but this will inevitably mean appearing before her. After all, I can't just pour a potion down her throat while she's asleep, can I? And actually, if this child wasn't so involved, perhaps it should have been her decision whether or not to abort. This was Alice's true thought. She did agree to consider Hazel's suggestions in this regard, but as she showed, her considerations were actually very flexible. For example, in the current situation, if Hazel resisted to the death, Alice would think she might as well die. But if Hazel was helpless like now, or if she readily agreed and then asked for her help, though that was unlikely. In short, if Hazel genuinely needed help and had a soft attitude, Alice wouldn't be so heartless and would consider lending a hand, just like now. After all, she was better than someone whose name Alice couldn't even remember. Hazel didn't understand this mentality, nor did she know about this matter. Only Audrey smiled and said, "Miss Fate, it seems you've worried a lot about Hazel. However, my abilities are limited, and I really can't make it so that she doesn't react abnormally when you appear before her in a short time." Alice frowned. She thought for a moment and then said, "Then, I remember you said before that you can do psychological suggestion, right?" Audrey nodded, and Alice immediately followed up. "Then can you give Hazel a psychological suggestion? It doesn't need to be too complicated, just make her actively consider this matter and look for the corresponding person." After a pause, she continued, "I can let her and Mr. Moon meet by a coincidence of fate, but it needs a little help. Also, shouldn't I tell Mr. Moon about this?" Alice cast an inquiring glance at Audrey, who nodded and said, "Although I don't think Mr. Moon would refuse your request, you're right, for similar matters, it's indeed proper to inform the person concerned. Psychological suggestion takes a little time, you might have to wait a few days." "That's fine," Alice spread her hands, "but it's best to be quick. I don't want to drag this out until next week, just call me when it's ready." She mumbled as she disappeared from the spot, leaving the area to Audrey. After a slight hesitation, she indeed summoned Moon Emlyn. "Mr. Moon, are you free now?" Suddenly hearing a girl's voice in his ear, Moon Emlyn was stunned. He looked around in panic. Seeing this, Alice added, "It's me." "Oh right, it's Miss Fate," Moon Emlyn exhaled, then became nervous again due to the sudden visit. He tried to reply in his mind. "Yes, I am. Do you have something for me?" "Yes," Alice admitted generously, "I seem to remember you owed me a favor. Let's use it now." The sword of judgment hanging overhead finally fell. Moon Emlyn felt a sense of relief and said with a slightly serious expression, "What do you need me to do, Miss Fate?" Secretly, Emlyn's hand reached into his robe pocket, fiddling with the medicines inside, counting the potions on him. Alice found it somewhat amusing. She shook her head, and after confirming that there was no one else in Emlyn's room except for a room full of dolls, she simply appeared in person. Emlyn's eyes widened. His expression was indescribable, whether it was fear or something else. In any case, his gaze fell directly on Alice. Alice blinked, meeting Emlyn's blood-red eyes, and finally realized something. "I seem to have heard before that some sanguine, have a special fetish, for example, only sucking the blood of a certain group." She looked around at the girl-like dolls in the room, her expression strange. Emlyn awkwardly moved his facial muscles, trying to force a smile, but failed. Alice didn't mind, shook her head and said, "So, Hazel is indeed a young girl. If you plan to collect another reward from her, I will not stop you." After a pause, she reminded him somewhat solemnly, "Don't suck her to death. After all, she spent so much effort to get into the city." Moon Emlyn quickly nodded, then defended himself. "I never thought of sucking your blood. I admit that sometimes I speak impulsively, but this is no different from seeking death." Alice inexplicably understood Emlyn's words. She didn't reply, but simply began to tell him the situation she had already explained to Audrey. By the time Emlyn also recovered from his shock, Alice said with a solemn expression, "In short, that's the situation. I'm looking for you because I want you to help Hazel abort." After a pause, she asked, "Can potions achieve this?" Without hesitation, Emlyn nodded, then said, "Although I haven't concocted similar potions, a potions professor is more familiar with the properties of various potion ingredients than an apothecary who merely memorizes formulas. They can create new potions based on these ingredients." Alice listened thoughtfully, then summarized. "So, the formulas in the apothecary's hands actually all come from the potions professor. This work is compiled and uploaded by 69 Shuba." Emlyn nodded. Alice remembered the fat apothecary who was keen on certain medicines and couldn't help but ask. "I know an apothecary who is particularly keen on certain potions that are only suitable for men, for that aspect." Thanks to Klein's guidance, Alice didn't directly say certain things in front of Emlyn, so Emlyn just nodded with a strange expression and said, "There are indeed such potions. I know that." Alice pinched her brow. After all, from his performance, his medicine is very popular and seems to be very effective. Emlyn's expression also became strange. If Alice's current attire of a white robe and bare feet wasn't so full of mystery, making people somewhat overlook her girlish appearance, Emlyn's expression would probably be even stranger. Alice didn't notice this. She continued to explain, "I actually want to know where his formula came from. I mean, have you heard of any potion master who has achievements in this area? Or is closely associated with the Life School of Thought?" "No, that's not right. It could also be the Rose School of Thought." "Well, no need to ask now." Alice's mouth twitched. She realized that the formula might indeed have come from the Rose School of Thought, and specifically from the hedonist faction within the Rose School of Thought. As soon as she thought of this possibility, Alice felt an indescribable sense of speechlessness. She pinched her brow and said to Moon Emlyn, "In short, that's the situation. Can you do it?" Emlyn nodded and then shook his head before replying to Alice. "I'm sorry, Miss Fate, I might need to see Miss Hazel's condition first." This was a reasonable request, and Alice understood perfectly. She waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, Miss Justice and I discussed finding a way for Hazel to coincidentally meet you, learn that you are a potions professor, and ask you for help with her illness, so you'll have plenty of time to diagnose the patient. I'm just saying hello to you." Moon Emlyn paused. He then remembered the topic they discussed at the last tarot club and suddenly understood the fear Justice Audrey had shown then. From the sound of it, if Miss Fate hadn't respected him more, he might have been arranged without even knowing how he was arranged. "This is truly," Emlyn felt a chill creep down his spine. He said with great difficulty, "I understand, Miss Fate, I will do as you say." Alice easily saw through his fear, but she had no intention of comforting him, only smiled slightly and said, "Have you heard a saying?" "What?" Emlyn asked in confusion. Alice mumbled, complaining about a senior crossing transmigrator. "I guess Rosal might have written this poem. This saying goes like this: you stand on the bridge and watch the scenery. The scenery watchers watch you from upstairs. The bright moon adorns your window. You adorn others' dreams." After reciting this short poem, Alice paused briefly, then smiled as if unconcerned and said, "How about it? Did Emperor Rosal write this poem?" "I don't know," Emlyn replied honestly. After all, Emperor Rosal is not a member of the Sanguine. "Oh." Alice looked at Emlyn with some surprise. Thoughtfully, "You guys are quite united." At the mention of this, Emlyn couldn't help but feel a little proud. He puffed out his chest and said, "Of course, we Sanguine." He had only just begun when Alice decisively disappeared. Emlyn looked at the empty room, opened and then closed his mouth, unsure how to react for a moment. As for Alice's very suggestive words, he thought the poem was beautiful, and that was it. Having initially set the entire process, Alice, who had heard Klein talk about Emlyn boasting about the Sanguine's glorious achievements in front of the fool, immediately fled upon hearing that formatted opening. Listening to stories is one thing, listening to someone boast about their ancestors is another. Alice shook her head, no longer thinking about it, lay down on the sofa, and then remembered the fat apothecary whom she hadn't seen for a long time. I wonder how he's doing, Alice murmured to herself. After taking the dice of probability, she had not seen this apothecary again. It seemed their fate had finally come to an end. Of course, the main reason for this was that Alice had not deliberately looked for the fat apothecary. She didn't really plan to look for him now either. She just happened to remember and sighed, mainly because she suddenly realized that this apothecary, if he advanced to sequence 7, would be a vampire. And precisely the artificial vampire that Mr. Moon disliked the most. Coupled with that formula that might have come from the Rose School of Thought, Alice shook her head and lit a candle for the fat apothecary in her heart. Rest in peace. End of chapter. Chapter 567. Chapter 145. Execution. Come in, Dacquel habitually greeted. Hi, sir, what can I get for you? I tell you, I have a medicine here that every man dreams of. Thank you, but I think I already have it, the man who entered smiled. I'm here to buy some herbs. May the Scarlet Moon bless you. Dacquel cautiously stopped speaking, and only after several seconds did he say, oh, yes, may the Scarlet Moon bless you. It seems you are also a follower of the Evernight goddess. He even raised his hand and drew a holy symbol of the Scarlet Moon on his chest. You are a follower of the Evernight goddess. The man looked him over as if he had heard something absurd. Since when did members of the Life School of Thought convert to the Evernight goddess? The man had a handsome face, deep features, pale skin, and a pair of blood-red eyes. Dacquel's expression instantly turned ugly after seeing that face. He trembled nervously, and the owl beside him flapped its wings twice, letting out two hoo-hoo sounds. How many times have I told you, I don't have food for you here? Dacquel roared, slapping the owl, as if to embolden himself. Who are you? The owl stumbled from the slap, flapped its wings, and flew off the shelf. After two hoo-hoo calls, it actually flew towards the man at the door, craning its neck and calling out, as if truly begging for food. I apologize, I don't have food for you here either, the man apologized to the owl, even performing an elegant gentleman's bow, before turning to Dacquel. I am your future companion. Relax, my dear. Dacquel trembled even more violently. The owl seemed to understand, let out two more hoo-hoo calls, and flew out of the herb shop. The man looked back in surprise, then smiled at Dacquel. Your pet is quite intelligent. Does it always hunt for itself? Will it come back later? Dacquel said nothing. He cowered in the corner, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Thank you so much, my wallet contains many important things. Please, you must accept this. A man in a tailcoat suit checked the black leather bag in his hand, then pulled out several banknotes from it, insisting on giving them to the person opposite him. No, no, you are too kind, Roy King politely declined, and pulled out a 5-pound banknote, the smallest denomination. I think this is enough for me. This is mainly due to your good luck. And any extra money, I'm afraid it would be wasted on me. The gratitude in the man's eyes froze for a moment, turning into a hint of doubt, then the doubt changed back to gratitude, blending with his other gratitude as he said, no, I must thank you properly. Saying this, the man continued to try and push the remaining money into Roy King's hand. All right, Roy King gave up quickly. Since you insist, I can only accept your generous gift. He naturally accepted the gold coins, immediately tucked them inside his clothes, and meticulously buttoned them up, his movements swift and fluid, leaving the man opposite him momentarily stunned. Looking at his empty hands, a trace of confusion flickered in the man's eyes. He tentatively opened his mouth and said, then I'll be going. Then may we meet again if fate allows. Roy King smiled slightly. Let us praise fate and pray that fate brings us together again. Saying this, he even raised his hand and drew an infinity symbol on his chest in a convincing manner. The man's eyes grew confused. He hesitated, glanced at Roy King's lowered hand, then as if remembering something, a trace of apprehension and fear flashed in his eyes, and he said in a flustered tone, I have things to do, I must leave quickly. Having said this, he immediately turned and left without waiting for Roy King's response. Roy King stood there, watching their retreating figures, shook his head, and walked towards St. Samuel Cathedral not far away. Entering the cathedral, Roy King prayed sincerely. After sitting in silence for a moment, he stood up and walked to the donation box, unbuttoning his pocket. Seeing the pocket full of banknotes, Roy King seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled out the stack of money, then took out a 5-pound banknote from it, and to the bishop's horrified gaze, stuffed all the remaining money into the box. Alas! Roy King looked at the money with both regret and reluctance, then turned to leave. The bishop couldn't help but call out to him, asking, "You seem to have encountered some difficulties." "No," Roy King shook his head. "I haven't encountered any difficulties. I am merely heeding the teachings of fate, not daring to greedily seek wealth, lest I invite greater trouble, or even be demanded compensation by fate like my brother." The bishop's brow furrowed. Roy King, as if oblivious, smiled and continued. "It's just that, even though I have returned the money that doesn't belong to me, whenever I see such wealth pass through my hands, I can't help but feel a little regret." After saying this, he nodded to the bishop and turned to leave. On Wednesday, inside the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation, Audrey put down the refreshments in front of her and asked Hazel with concern. "Hazel, you haven't been looking well lately. Is something wrong?" "Nothing." Hazel shook her head absent-mindedly. Audrey sighed inwardly. If not for Alice's special request, she would have been providing follow-up treatment for Hazel today, considering whether to continue comforting her or slowly helping her recall her past experiences. But now, Audrey shook her head, activated her Beyonder power, and looking at the dazed Hazel, she gently asked. "You've been feeling unwell lately, haven't you?" "That's right, I've been very uncomfortable lately, and I'm very worried." Hazel chatted with Audrey, her eyes dazed. Audrey chatted with her in a gentle voice, and after getting a good grasp of the situation, she said to Hazel. "I heard that during the Great Smog, Harvest Church used to distribute free herbs to commoners. Since you are suffering from an unknown illness and don't know what to do, why don't you try Harvest Church? Perhaps the priest at the church will have a solution." This was their final agreed meeting place, primarily initiated by Alice. After she directly told Emmeline that everyone knew his connection to Harvest Church, Emmeline agreed to this meeting location. "Harvest Church," Hazel repeated softly. "Yes," Audrey said kindly, "it's very suitable for your situation, isn't it?" Hazel nodded as if she understood, and Audrey added a few more sentences, strengthening and adjusting the suggestion. Then, she made Hazel forget what happened in the reception room today and lifted the suggestion. So, when she left the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation and got into the carriage for the return journey, Hazel, as if by some uncanny influence, said to the coachman, "Never mind, go to Harvest Church." The coachman readily agreed to his mistress's request, and the carriage swayed, carrying Hazel towards Harvest Church. Harvest Church is one of the few churches of the Church of the Earth Mother in Lowen, and the only one in Backland. It is located on Rose Street in south of the bridge. After the carriage stopped, Hazel alighted, supported by her personal maid. This golden yellow church had a prominent spire and a holy symbol of life carved on its exterior wall, a simple infant surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs, which was distinctly different from the surrounding architecture. Hazel entered through the main door. Perhaps because it was a weekday morning, the church was dimly lit and devoid of worshippers. Hazel only saw rows of neat seats, a large holy symbol of life at the very top, and lit candles on both sides. In the front row, there was a tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown clerical robe, and a younger man. The tall man wore a bishop's mitre. His eyebrows were light and sparse, and the wrinkles on his face spoke of his age, yet they did not diminish the oppressive aura he exuded. The younger man had thick, swept-back hair and a handsome, somewhat delicate face, reminding Hazel of the type of men most popular with noble ladies at aristocratic banquets. Hazel began to wonder if she had come to the wrong place. At this moment, both men had their eyes tightly closed, hands clasped, resting on their chins, seemingly in the midst of the most devout prayer. The younger man was the first to open his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils, and looked at her. This work is organized and uploaded by 69 Shuba. Before Hazel could react, the tall man also opened his eyes, revealing a shallow blue gaze. He looked up at Hazel and said, "Welcome, young lady. I presume you are here seeking help. Hazel opened her mouth then closed it. The two men in front of her didn't seem much like doctors. She suddenly felt a little reluctant to voice her request for help, but unexpectedly, the younger man stood up and stepped forward, saying, "How strange. You have no aura of new life, yet you are indeed carrying life." This was Emmeline White. After a brief exchange yesterday morning, he, Alice, and Audrey gathered again above the grey fog to refine the entire plan and its details. As for the temporary use of the grey fog, of course, Alice had borrowed it from Klein. Klein, still only a sequence 4 Beander, couldn't lend the use of the grey fog when he wasn't above the grey fog himself. Therefore, Klein was actually present when Alice discussed with Audrey and Emmeline. However, due to Alice's demands, Klein could only cover himself with waving shrouds, pretending he didn't exist, and even had to release people later according to Alice's instructions. Of course, there were benefits to this. The entire plan was discussed and finalized under his supervision, making it impossible for Alice to propose overly unreliable solutions. The whole plan was surprisingly vivid and quite human-like. Klein was actually very pleased with this result. After all, he had watched Alice grow little by little, constantly cleaning up her messes during that time. Even if he refused her fiercely in words, Klein had developed a considerable acceptance for Alice's jokingly called mother. Could he really not care? Getting back to the main topic, Emmeline's words left Hazel looking dazed. She didn't fully understand, but she keenly grasped something and asked eagerly, "What did you find?" Emmeline glanced at her personal maid. Hazel instantly understood. She cleared her throat and turned to her personal maid, saying, "Mary, wait for me in the carriage." Mary seemed to want to argue, but under Hazel's unyielding gaze, she still said, "Yes, miss." Saying this, she turned and left Harvest Church. Thus, only 3 Beyonders remained in Harvest Church. The tall priest beside them closed his eyes and continued to pray, seemingly not intending to ask anything. This was actually because Emmeline had revealed half of the truth to Father. Emmeline told Father that a friend of his friend was ill, and that friend had asked him for a favor and introduced the person to Harvest Church. The kind Father would not refuse such a request, so everything unfolded naturally. At Emmeline's suggestion, Father stayed to hold the fort, but only to hold the fort. Emmeline, responsible for diagnosis and treatment, took a deep breath and began to explain the situation to his patient. "I know this sounds strange, even hard to believe, but you are pregnant, but the child you are carrying is not inside your body, it seems to be somewhere else." Quote. Hazel indeed looked bewildered. Emmeline was not surprised by this reaction. His own state when he first heard it was not much better than Hazel's. According to Miss Fate, she and Miss Justice had similar reactions, so Emmeline considered this normal. "Perhaps you need some time to calm down?" he asked rather gentlemanly. "Perhaps," Hazel said hesitantly, then suddenly became anxious mid-sentence. No, you are a Beander, right?" Emmeline nodded. Seeing this, Hazel's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, "What should I do? Do you know why I'm like this?" Emmeline looked her up and down, then smiled slightly. "Very simple. I think you might just need to take a potion. I can help you concoct it." Hazel's eyes grew even brighter. She quickly asked, "How much? Do I need to do anything else?" Emmeline didn't answer immediately. He looked Hazel over. Miss Justice had stated during their discussion that she wasn't interested in this reward, because she had received Miss Fate's reward, and Miss Fate generously indicated that he could ask for his own reward, so. Emmeline pondered for 2 seconds before answering. £300, but you'll need to prepare the materials yourself." "No problem," Hazel immediately replied. Among the nobles, Matched wasn't particularly wealthy, but £300 wasn't really much for Hazel. After all, becoming a Sequence 9 Beander also cost £200. It was the medicinal ingredients. Hazel frowned and asked, "What kind of medicinal ingredients? Are they hard to find?" "They are all common medicinal ingredients." Emmeline listed the required ingredients one by one. End of chapter. Chapter 568. Chapter 146 Inches Winner. Hazel, seeing Hope for the first time, was pleasantly surprised. She listened carefully, noted everything down, and then asked, "When I have the medicinal ingredients ready, where should I find you?" "Just here will be fine," Emmeline replied. And so, the matter was settled. After confirming a few more details, Hazel left. Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned around, the mountain-like priest was looking at him, so Emlyn subconsciously clasped his hands and said, "Father." The priest nodded and asked him, "Are you going to tell your friend the good news now?" "I think so," Emlyn nodded. "But, perhaps she's watching here." "Watching?" The priest's face showed a hint of confusion. "It's nothing," Emlyn quickly replied. "I'll be going now, Father." The priest nodded. Emlyn left after bidding farewell, closed his eyes in prayer, and relayed everything to Alice. Following Emlyn's description, Alice placed a thick layer of anti-divination on every character and scene that appeared in the story, and then instructed Emlyn. "Just prepare the potion for her, let her drink it herself. Also, let me know after you give her the potion." Emlyn naturally agreed. Alice thought for a moment, decided she had nothing more to say, and temporarily set the matter aside. She was still at St. Samuel Cathedral at this time. After her search for the acting method was forced to stop due to Hazel, this place once again became Alice's regular haunt. She opened her eyes, waved to the bishop, and stood up, preparing to go out for a walk. As she reached the door, Alice stopped again and turned to look at the man who had brushed past her. The man was refined and wore glasses, looking somewhat familiar. "Roy King," she blurted out. It was impossible that she had met him before, but while searching for the dice of probability, Alice had seen this person in a revelation of fate. He was precisely the missing teacher of the fat apothecary. "Why is he here?" Alice frowned. Roy King had already turned around and smiled when he saw Alice's face, saying softly, "Blonde hair, blue eyes, looks quite young. So it must be you." An alarm unrelated to spirituality blared in her mind. Alice frowned, staring warily at this stranger. Roy King seemed to take to her immediately. He cordially struck up a conversation with Alice. "Miss Fate, it should be you, right? My name is Roy King. You seem to know me already." "That's to be expected. I think you should know Charlie. We're somewhat related by blood." Alice opened her mouth and then closed it, repeating this several times before finally attempting to confirm. "Charlie King. That's right," Roy King nodded, his expression becoming serious. He embarked on a path not suited for him. Alice pinched her brow. She wasn't sure if she should speak. After all, although Charlie King wasn't killed by her, his death was inseparable from her, and his Beander characteristic was even still on her, she had consumed it. This made Alice's position seem somewhat peculiar, especially since she wasn't sure what Roy King actually wanted to do. He didn't seem hostile, though even if he were, it wouldn't change anything. "I don't think this is a suitable place for a chat, do you?" she finally asked. "I think so too," Roy King smiled. "Please forgive me, Your Grace, may I buy you an ice cream?" Hitting the bullseye, Alice agreed without hesitation. "I want raspberry jam with crushed hazelnuts." She paused, then asked, "Your Grace." At some point in the very beginning, Alice had corrected others, asking them to address her this way, because Your Grace represented the will of a true God, and she never equated herself with ordinary angels. Later, for various reasons, Alice had not corrected anyone's address for some time. Now, hearing this address again, and being called it voluntarily by someone else, Alice frowned, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Of course, Your Grace," Roy King nodded naturally and stepped forward. "You are the incarnation of my Lord walking among humans. I'm not very familiar with this place. Do you know where the best ice cream is?" Alice opened her mouth and then closed it, finally telling him, "Follow me." Only after Alice had an ice cream made exactly to her specifications in her hand did she ask, while eating, "May I ask who your Lord is?" "I came precisely to inquire about that," Roy King replied quickly. "Upon hearing that my Lord had descended in an incarnation, I immediately came to find you, to inquire about my Lord's honorific name, my Lord's will, and to listen to my Lord's deeds." A question mark slowly appeared above Alice's head. Roy King met her gaze, drew an infinity symbol on his chest, and sincerely said, "Please forgive me, I took the liberty of choosing this gesture to show my respect to you." "It's fine," Alice subconsciously replied, then felt that something was wrong. "No, wait, I have a question." She paused, then frowned and asked Roy King, "Do you know how Charlie King died?" "As per your teachings." Roy King bowed respectfully. Alice felt her brain smoking. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively began. "I advanced to sequence 5 using his Beander characteristic." Roy King said without raising his head, "It is his honor to be able to assist you on your path to reclaiming your authority." You two didn't get along. Alice's expression was hesitant. "Of course not," Roy King shook his head. "We both belong to the life school of thought and were once deceived by that Lord of Fate. How could we not get along?" "Understood. No conflict, but not close either." He used a distant blood relation to try and get closer. Alice's mouth twitched. She tried hard to maintain her expression, even reflecting on whether she had been too harsh on Klein before. It's not easy for him to act as the fool. Alice pinched her brow and continued to try and inquire, "What do you mean by deceived together? Does Will Ossepton even deceive his subordinates?" "Of course," Roy King said righteously. "He impersonated your incarnation and your messenger to deceive us." Alice believed this was certainly not the truth of the matter, but rather had undergone some kind of embellishment. "Very good," she nodded without changing her expression. "How many of you are there?" "We originally had many companions," Roy King said with a sad expression. "Unfortunately, upon realizing your incarnation had descended, Will Ossepton retreated into a corner, completely abandoning us, and furthermore, we are facing pursuit." He didn't continue, but Alice also understood the current situation of the life school of thought. She shook her head, trying to analyze the hidden truth behind his embellished words. Will Ossepton should have still been responding to prayers when he was with Vilma. But maybe not much. In any case, it was better than nothing. Hazel's situation is hard to say, but the time was very short anyway, negligible. Amon's situation. He's not crazy, how could he respond to prayers inside Amon's belly? Maybe he just sent a worm of time to his believers. Plus, I killed Rejoice, and this remaining half of the life school of thought has been constantly pursued. I understand. Roy King feels that following Will Ossepton leads nowhere, so he decisively abandoned the darkness and embraced the light. Alice suddenly saw the light, followed by an even deeper speechlessness. She knew such behavior was understandable, and she might even make the same choice if it were her, but it was just, being followed by such a person really gave her no sense of security. Alice gritted her teeth, recalling how she felt when she mocked the God of knowledge and wisdom for its corrupt leadership, and wished she could slap her past self. "Alice, you called the pot black, and now look. It's your turn," she grumbled, looking at Roy King, and sincerely praised. "Truly worthy of being a winner. 6 hollow diamond 9 hollow diamond book hollow diamond bar. It is my honor." Roy King bowed. Alice opened her mouth and then closed it. For a moment, she was even unsure whether her habit of being dramatic and talking nonsense was her influencing Roy King, or Roy King influencing her. "I remember Will Ossepton wasn't like this either," Alice murmured. "Ouroboros is one thing, but Will was clearly very unyielding." Roy King didn't speak. Alice took a breath and decided to ask something relevant. "I remember you're the fat apothecary's teacher. How is he?" "Before I came, he was still running an herbal shop around the Rosed Islands," Roy King replied. "He's doing very well there." Alice blinked, surprised, and said, "He actually didn't move his shop. I remember he was scared away several times because I came looking for him." "He's always like that," Roy King explained. "I once suggested he choose the fate pathway, as he has a deep connection with it, but unfortunately, he avoided it and, for some very personal reasons, he chose the apothecary pathway." Alice recalled the fat apothecary's never forgotten aphrodisiac and, after a moment of silence, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Have you tried it? I recall humans have a custom where students prepare something to show filial respect to their teachers, whether it's a cherished treasure, something their teacher truly loves, or something they made themselves." Roy King was uncharacteristically stumped, and it took him a while to say. After imparting the existence of the acting method and the sequence 8 potion formula, I followed the guidance of fate to do what I had to do." Alice blurted out, "So you haven't drunk his aphrodisiac?" Roy King opened his mouth and then closed it, and after more than 10 seconds, he said, "Yes." Alice nodded thoughtfully, muttering softly, "Actually, I'm quite curious about the effect. The main thing is, I later heard it was made with mummy powder, and I can't understand why mummy powder would be associated with that kind of thing. But, girls probably can't drink it. What if I try it when I become a boy? She looked at Roy King with genuine eyes, as if truly asking. Roy King opened his mouth and then closed it, finally unable to utter another word. Alice shook her head and changed the subject. From what you're saying, you didn't bring him along because he wasn't willing. Roy King paused, then said, not exactly. It's just that he always prefers a stable life, unwilling to follow the steps of fate, and resistant to change. I don't see him resisting at all. Alice muttered. He moved very quickly before. Roy King remained silent. Alice looked at him, her eyes slightly darkened. Even with all the nonsense, there would always be a hint of information, such as Roy King's true intentions, the fact that he wasn't close to Charlie King, and furthermore. You care a lot about this student, don't you? Alice blinked. She was satisfied to see Roy King's expression briefly lose control, but only briefly, because he quickly smiled and said, perhaps it's because I haven't received any filial piety from my student yet. I'm as curious as you are about the effects of mummy powder. Alice curved her lips, avoiding a direct answer, and instead brought up Charlie King again. Roy King. I'll call you Roy. Roy, would you like to enjoy the same honor as Charlie? Roy's body completely stiffened. Alice also said nothing. She just stood there, smiling at him, until several minutes passed before Roy respectfully bowed and said, Your Grace, I am very willing to offer everything I have to show my reverence for you, but I believe there are some other matters I need to complete before doing so. For example, I wish to learn your honorific name and your will, to spread your name to the outside world, and to let more people know of your existence. For example, I heard that you are temporarily condescending to the Night Church, and I believe you must have your own profound intentions. I am willing to delve into the Night Church with you and fulfill your wishes for you. For example, Will Osepton once deceived me, and I resent him for it. If you wish to deal with him, I hope to return to his side and become the knife you plunge into him. Clap, 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 Alice couldn't help but applaud him. Truly worthy of being a winner. It seems I might need to add another sentence to the acting method of the winner. She shook her head, glanced at Roy King, who was sweating profusely and dared not look up, and said with a half smile. As long as you always stand with the final winner, you are a winner. What a fair weather friend. Roy King's back bent even lower. Alice stroked her chin, pondering the true meaning of his words. Let me think. The first, for example, is to show your value. The third, for example, sounds good on the surface, but in reality, if I just nod, you'll probably turn around and sell me out to show loyalty, and then if Will ultimately fails, you can sell him back. But, I don't understand, what do you mean by your second, for example? You can't be threatening me, can you? End of this chapter. Chapter 569 Chapter 147 Bonds. Roy King didn't respond. Alice only felt that he was bending so low his head was almost touching the ground. She praised. As expected of a Beander. His body's flexibility is truly good. If only I had such good flexibility when taking the sit and reach test. Roy King didn't understand, but he generally realized he could straighten up. So he straightened up and asked. Sit, what? It doesn't matter, Alice waved her hand. May I ask you a question? Please ask, Roy King said, adopting a, feel free to ask, posture. I don't know many Beyonders of the Fate pathway, Alice chattered. I imagine you know more than I do, especially those of the middle and lower sequences. Can you tell me, are they all like you, clear-sighted about the situation? Roy King didn't hesitate. He once again drew the infinity symbol on his chest and blurted out. As followers of fate, discerning the future trends of fate is an essential ability for us. If we cannot do so, it means we are not worthy of walking this path. Does that mean those who couldn't see clearly are all dead? Alice rubbed her forehead, deciding to do something else to disrupt Roy King's state. Do you know? I once made a suggestion to the Fool. Oh, you know the Fool, right? He was quite famous for a while, everyone was looking for him, even my other dependents, Knight, pretended to search for him. Roy King subconsciously nodded, but then he paused at the end of her words, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes before he carefully reined it in. Alice ignored him, smiled, and continued. Once, I suggested to the Fool, well, about the Morse code for the telegraph machine. I suggested using the left middle finger to represent long waves and the right middle finger to represent short waves. When his believers meet, they could use this to make a set of, praise the fool. Roy King gulped, swallowing his saliva. Alice blinked, continuing as if she hadn't noticed. I suggested to the fool that this be used as a prayer gesture, but the fool and his believers, and his dependents, firmly rejected me. I was so sad then. What do you say, can my believers use this as a prayer gesture in the future? Just change the prayer to, praise fate. Roy King took a deep breath, revealing a stiff smile. Alice raised her chin, narrowed her eyes, and asked, what? Do you have an objection? Roy King's smile seemed frozen on his face. He smiled motionlessly and said, no, of course not. I think your idea is brilliant. But such a unique gesture should perhaps be used in large prayer ceremonies involving our internal members, while for regular prayers, simplicity should be more important. Perhaps you would be willing to think of a simpler gesture. Alice was greatly shocked. She stared at Roy King, dumbfounded, and murmured, you really are, you can even praise that. This time, Roy King successfully choked. His expression made Alice burst out laughing on the spot. With eyes crinkled in laughter, Alice, on a whim, said to Roy King. Guess how the fool's dependents evaluated my suggestion at the time. Roy King's expression became hesitant. He frowned, seemingly deep in thought, but after a long while, he still didn't give an answer. So Alice spoke. He actually didn't say anything, but, judging by his usual attitude towards me, if he had spoken, he would definitely have cursed me for being crazy. Roy King's expression successfully turned confused. He seemed unable to comprehend such an interaction, and finally just said dryly. You have a very good temper. I mean, you truly are a benevolent crown. No, Alice retorted, I cursed back, every single time. Roy King closed his mouth. As early as when he was gathering information, he had heard some rumors about Miss Fate, learning that the existence he called crown might have a rather unconventional way of acting. But regardless, Miss Fate's actions had not deviated from the scope of an angel. She was not without temper. Roy King had even heard that she had caused a Sequence 5 powerhouse to choke to death, which also aligned with his few impressions of angels. Like a mortal, but if you truly treat her as a mortal, you're probably doomed. But cursing back, let alone an angel, Roy King believed that even if he pointed at a Sequence 4 saint and called him crazy, the matter wouldn't be as simple as just being cursed back. Perhaps it's because I've never cursed anyone. Roy King began to ponder if he had done anything wrong in the past. Alice, who had not received an answer for a long time, blinked and said, why aren't you speaking? After a moment of silence, Roy King truthfully replied, I'm thinking about how my teacher would have handled it if I had cursed him for being crazy in the past. Your teacher? Alice blinked. Counselor Rejoice of the Life School of Thought, Roy King introduced. I heard he has returned to the embrace of fate. Alice was silent for a moment before candidly saying, yes, that's right. I personally brought him back. Roy King was distinctly stunned. He seemed to have something to say, many emotions flashing in his eyes, finally condensing into a calm reply. That was his honor. Alice let out a tisk, and said with some disappointment, that's it. Roy King shook his head and said, I imagine you're probably wondering why I'm not avenging my teacher. I must admit, my teacher is at least more important to me than Charlie, and more important than that student of mine. However, since my teacher is already dead, it means that our fate has probably come to an end. And as before, when you mentioned that student of mine to my face, if you had ill intentions, I think I would have tried to make amends for the sake of our fate. He paused here, then chuckled lightly. But no matter what, when I embarked on this path, I realized that this is a lonely journey. No one will always be by my side, I can only walk it alone. Alice paused. She did not speak, merely recalling Ouroboros's attitude towards the true creator, and then thinking of Will Osepton, who perhaps had tried his best to prevent Aemon from bestowing a worm of time. She lowered her gaze and smiled. How long have you been at Sequence 5? A long time. Roy King paused. Decades. Why do you ask? Alice didn't speak. She recalled the Sequence 4 advancement ritual and sighed. Perhaps this truly is a lonely path, but if you are completely unburdened by attachments, when misfortune comes rushing at you, you might also lose the motivation to advance. Roy King froze on the spot. Alice reviewed every subsequent ritual and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps you also need to become someone else's attachment. When our fates intertwine with the fates of others, the connected fates will weave into a net. This net pulls at our steps forward, but also prevents us from being drowned by the river of fate. Although only we continue to walk forward, perhaps we shouldn't avoid interactions with others." When she said the last sentence, Alice recalled the soothsayer's advancement ritual, which undoubtedly represented interaction with others. And from her understanding of mysticism, Alice had a deeper guess about this kind of interaction. An anchor. The purpose of advancement rituals, in the final analysis, is to stabilize one's spirit, which is undeniable. And anchors are precisely what are used to stabilize one's spirit. In most cases, although the first time Alice learned about anchors, the answer she received was that believers were the anchors used by true gods to stabilize their spirits. Having experienced 3 advancement rituals, she no longer believed that believers were the only anchors. For example, the restart, unique to the fate pathway, is also a means of stabilizing the spirit. How is it not a kind of anchor, by approximation? Of course, this is still relatively forced, but Klein had mentioned Mr. Ojik's situation to Alice. The undying's reincarnation every 60 years should certainly be an anchor. This mainly refers to the memories of when he existed as a normal person. And Alice was not without similar experiences, such as ice cream, which in a sense became an obsession, for example, Captain Dunn, and the other Nighthawks of Tingen City, and for example, Klein, 6 hollow diamond 9 hollow diamond shoe hollow diamond ba. She even thought that Evelyn, with whom she had already drawn a clear line, could be counted. Alice thought that these past experiences could perhaps all be called her anchors. Those experiences of caring and being cared for. Or, to use a word Alice most often heard in her memories, bonds. Bonds are a kind of anchor. Of course, supporting all of this was an even more crucial guess, since the core of advancement rituals is to stabilize one's spirit, and since angels begin to need anchors to stabilize their spirits, then an angel's advancement ritual should provide enough anchors, right? So, the soothsayer's ritual is to consume the potion at the confluence of the torrents of fate. Cassandra's attitude indicates that becoming an existence worshipped and followed by many is undoubtedly also a confluence, and the current state of the fate pathway makes Alice suspect that this is even a ritual prepared specifically for her. Alice finally left herself some leeway with a less certain statement. I'm just talking nonsense, it might not be right, just listen casually. Roy King didn't listen casually. He seriously considered the feasibility of this statement. As he said, he had been at Sequence 5 for decades. If you ask why, for a regular Beander, there are only 2 reasons: either the materials aren't fully prepared, or the ritual isn't completed. But unfortunately, Roy King was a winner. What trapped him was a third possibility: he had completed the ritual, gathered the materials, but simply felt that it wasn't time for him to advance. So he never dared to advance, until today, when his intuition told him that perhaps this was the answer. He sincerely thank you for your guidance, Crown. Alice inexplicably felt an urge to puff out her chest and raise her head. She held back that impulse and asked a question she had wanted to ask earlier. You just said you've been at Sequence 5 for decades, but you look younger than your student. May I ask how old you actually are? Roy King paused, then said with a slightly dazed expression, Actually, I'm almost 70, note 1. Alice gasped, her mouth wide open, and gave him a thumbs up, enthusiastically praising. You truly have the art of preserving youth. Have you considered opening a shop to teach it? I think it would be very popular with noble ladies and could make you a lot of money. Oh, why don't you just become a... No, I'm sorry, that's not very ethical. Quote. Roy King looked at Alice with an indescribable expression. May I ask you a question? Ask away, Alice nodded. Roy King pondered and asked, How old are you this year? Alice blinked, and truthfully replied. That depends on what you're asking. If you're asking about the body, this body was born on February 5, 1334. If you're asking about my actual age, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I slept for a very long time, at least several millennia. However, I think what you really want to ask is, when did I become a god? Roy King nodded. Alice chuckled, her tone light as she said, about 6 or 7 years old. In short, not too old, within 10 years of age. Roy King opened and closed his mouth several times, then finally said with a complex look in his eyes, "That's truly astonishing." "So," Alice blinked, "why do you look so young?" "The effect of the potion," Roy King shook his head. "The apothecary pathway always has some strange potions. Maintaining a youthful appearance isn't difficult, and in fact, it doesn't prevent my body from aging." After a moment's pause, he added, "Of course, it still has some conditioning and alleviating effects." "Oh." Alice's eyes widened. "Then it seems you can't teach this secret youth-preserving formula. You can only, no, if your physical functions haven't been preserved, then you probably can't either. Perhaps that apothecary student of yours could offer you some help." Roy King felt like he had never been so exhausted. He was angry but dared not speak. "Perhaps, but Crown, Dacquell becoming an apothecary was his own choice, I didn't interfere with him." "I understand," Alice nodded. "It's just like when I voluntarily took extra classes in school. I did it voluntarily." Quote. Roy King looked confused. Alice blinked, trying to explain. You guys don't seem to have much feeling about this kind of thing. It's just, perhaps, it's like you voluntarily follow me now, voluntarily believe in me." Roy King fell silent. He wasn't sure if he should respond, so he chose to change the subject. "I hope you still remember that I came to inquire about my lord's honorific name and doctrines." End of chapter. Chapter 570. Chapter 148. The Future Pope. "Coward," Alice glanced at Roy King, pouted, and muttered, "Honorific name and doctrine, oh, my new honorific name." She suddenly became serious, turning her gaze to Roy King, her brows slightly furrowed. No matter how bizarre Roy King's reason for showing up was, he at least looked truly like a devout believer, or even a missionary. So, this honorific name, shouldn't it be a bit more formal? Pacing in place, Alice clasped her hands behind her back and spoke as slowly as possible. "The creator of happiness and miracles, the controller of misfortune and calamity, the soothsayer of the unknown future." The first two phrases undoubtedly came from Klein, and the last one was, roughly speaking, thought of on the fly, or perhaps not entirely on the fly. Calling herself a soothsayer was something Alice had been doing for a long time, and it was perfectly normal for her to refer to herself this way, but unknown future was indeed a flash of inspiration. Looking at it negatively, unknown future could, in a sense, be seen as a bleak future, which was an undeniable fact. What lay before her was the key of light, and becoming a true god also meant directly facing the key of light. This was the unparalleled honor unique to an outer deity of a single pathway. Looking at it positively, in the parts Alice could perceive, the authority contained within the Wheel of Fortune included not only the chaos of fate but also its predetermined aspect. The meander ability of a soothsayer was already enough to explain the issue, and an unknown future at least meant that what lay before her was not predetermined. Then there's still a chance to struggle. In fact, this is the origin of Alice's contradictory behavior. On the one hand, while she was lazy, she wouldn't truly lie down and wait for death if someone wanted to kill her. Even if she couldn't win, her first reaction should at least be to flail a bit. On the other hand, Alice always wondered how much good such struggles truly did. She couldn't forget Song Shu's words, indivisible, and was terrified by the truth that might be hidden behind them. Especially since, even today, Alice could not consider herself Shen Yinghuan, and Song Shu was even less possible. She preferred to insist that she was Alice who woke up in Ting'an City. As for what happened before that, since she didn't remember anything when she woke up, it meant it had nothing to do with her. In other words, Alice didn't want to acknowledge either. If she had to choose, her recognition of Shen Yinghuan was slightly higher. As for the past self, who was familiar with Will Osepton, Alice was even less willing to acknowledge her. Of course, this reason was more subjective. He was simply too outrageous in some aspects. Alice could honestly admit that she wasn't a good person or a good god, but she believed she was quite friendly to her believers, at least not like the true creator's indiscriminate madness. At most, she would ignore them, at most, she would play a trick or two. Alice blinked innocently, shifting her attention to criticize the former one. He was only worse to believers than to others. For details, one could refer to the birthday gift Alice received, although Alice could not be considered a believer. Alice knew what he liked to see. How could she not understand herself? Even though they had many differences, Alice still understood his intention the moment she received the gift. He loved to see people struggle desperately in adversity, grasp the last straw, climb ashore with hope, and then suffocate to death. It was precisely this maliciousness that formed the core of all Alice's anxieties. She was particularly worried that this seemingly smooth path ahead was artificially laid out, and the end of the road was not the hope she desired, but a destined dead end. So, an unknown future might be the best answer at this moment, which means her occasional struggles still have some meaning, at least not in vain. But I always worry that I'm wasting my effort, so most of the time I don't move, not because I'm lazy, but because I'm worried. Yes, that's the reason. Alice nodded with determined eyes. After taking a deep breath, she pondered for a moment before Roy King, then suddenly smiled and said, "Have you heard of nirvana?" This word is purely a Buddhist term. In fact, there are no words with similar meanings in Hermes language and other mystical languages, nor in common languages like Loan language. If she had studied Sanskrit, Alice would probably have performed it in Sanskrit here, but unfortunately, she hadn't, so she simply stopped acting and directly began speaking Chinese for the proper nouns. Roy King obviously didn't understand, and that was the goal. Alice wanted him to not understand the proper nouns, otherwise, what was the point of lecturing? She successively brought out various Buddhist terms like nirvana, reincarnation, karma, and then explained their meanings in Loan language. At this time, Alice no longer feared the hidden sage as she once did. Bearing the uniqueness, she and the hidden sage were essentially no different in status. She was even slightly stronger than the solitary hidden sage, she possessed Beander characteristic. Although she hadn't even reached sequence 2. By the way, the hidden sage should really only have the uniqueness, right? He wouldn't have secretly become a king of angels. Can a uniqueness that has gained sentience be considered a king of angels? Alice prattled on while her mind wandered, and Roy King listened, dumbfounded. In fact, many things weren't difficult to understand, but Roy King finally asked curiously, "May I ask you a question?" Alice nodded, and Roy King's eyes lit up, eagerly pressing on. "Those words you mentioned, where are they from? They seem to belong to another language, I have never heard of them." "That is my mother tongue," Alice said truthfully. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it, it disappeared long ago with that period of history. Most of the people who could understand this language have disappeared along with that history. The few who remain have either become unspeakable existences or are still in slumber, awaiting a new cycle of reincarnation." Unspeakable existences, Roy King's body trembled. He respectfully lowered his head and asked no further related questions. Alice didn't write Chinese characters for him to see, after all, square characters are quite distinctive in this world of alphabetic writing. She just chuckled softly. "I thought you would ask me what disappeared means." She decided to connect her origin and beginning, just as the 7 gods had done. Of course, Alice did not intend to introduce concepts like Buddha and Bodhisattva here. After all, the ancient sun god's self-proclaimed God Almighty served as a negative example. Alice only intended to use the doctrine but not to give herself a name. What if the key of light was really acting as the Buddha on the West continent? That would truly be a waste. Roy King, however, played the role of a perfect straight man. "Obediently, I originally thought that since you didn't explicitly say it, it meant I shouldn't know those things." "No," Alice said calmly, "you must lack experience in dealing with angels and true gods. You don't know, some of them particularly love to speak in riddles and then wait for people to ask why. For example, the fool is like that. Quote. Roy King's expression was hesitant. Alice continued to spread rumors about Klein. "And the fool is especially strange. He doesn't say anything on the surface, but in reality, he loves it when people ask, even if it's something they shouldn't know. He loves to hear people ask, and then after they ask, he mysteriously tells them." She cleared her throat, put on that indifferent and arrogant expression, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "This is not for you to know. I understand." Roy King's face was more colorful than Alice's palette. "Then, please forgive my curiosity, what does it mean to disappear with history?" After all, isn't history something that has already disappeared? Alice blinked, then smiled softly. You can try to divine the origin, meaning, and other content of these words. You won't be able to divine them, because the spirit world doesn't contain these things. I think, by your stage, you should know that the spirit world is the sum of all information. It encompasses all past, present, and future. Roy King nodded. This time, he was truly a little confused. He asked doubtfully, why isn't it in the spirit world? Alice smiled frankly. As I said, they have disappeared. Everyone knows that there exists an original, the creator in this world. He created the world. He is the sum of all madness and rationality. He is both chaotic and orderly. He encompasses everything. And I am not the original creation. Roy King abruptly looked up. This sounds like nonsense, perhaps. Alice looked at him and asked, after all, the 7 gods are all like this. They are keen to find a grand origin for themselves, connecting themselves to the very beginning, and a newborn god, if he wants to gain enough say, must elevate himself even higher. Would you think that's what I'm doing? Read the error-free version at 169 Shuba. Roy King didn't speak, he seemed unsure how to answer. Fortunately, Alice didn't need his answer. She just continued. Such thoughts are normal. Well, as I said, you can try to divine the origin of those words. Believe me, no one will divine them. If you suspect I've done counter-divination, you can even ask Will Osepton to try. Roy King swallowed, forcing an awkward and stiff smile. Why are you so flustered? Alice muttered, glancing at him. I'm actually very reasonable. Roy King merely forced a smile and said, please forgive me, Your Holiness, I truly have little experience interacting with angels and true gods. This is my first time facing the avatar of a god, and I didn't expect your personality to be so lively. Alice blinked and said sincerely, you're really good with words. ... Thank you. Roy King responded with a slight hesitation. Alice had no objections. She continued to fabricate. Where were we? I am not the original creation. Yes, that's right. I actually came into being earlier than the original, the creator. Long before that, I was already a part of destiny. It's just that the awakening and budding of consciousness took a vast amount of time. By the time I fully awoke, the original had already completed the magnificent feat of creation, even transforming destiny into concrete authority. When my newborn consciousness opened its eyes, I felt the existence of my other part. We attracted and converged upon each other. Thus, the situation I told you about occurred, roughly when my mind was only equivalent to that of immortals of 6 or 7 or 8 years old. I ascended to the divine throne symbolizing destiny. I'm not quite sure of the exact age, and I think you know why. Children, you can't really distinguish too clearly. Some called me the eternally innocent child at that time, which is actually not wrong, because with this divine throne that fell from the sky, I completely lost the possibility of growth, and my mind was forced to remain in childhood. I once spent a long time in slumber, searching for a way to grow. What you see now is the final result. To be honest, I'm not sure if this counts as success. Is that pretty much it? What else should be written in the Holy Book? After finishing this lie, formed by breaking down and reassembling the truth with artistic embellishment, Alice blinked twice. Roy King met her gaze and instinctively blurted out. ... Miracles. And God's followers. Didn't I tell you? Alice laughed. Night and the Fool are both my favored ones. In the distant past, during the second epoch, night was once called misfortune favored by luck. I hope the goddess doesn't come out and slap me. No, I'm telling the truth, why should I feel guilty? Alice, who could no longer distinguish between her truths and lies, sighed deeply and continued. And miracles, what miracles? I don't know, you can make them up. I mean, since you're here to surrender, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Although, strictly speaking, the conventional way to surrender is to bring the fatal weakness of your former master, or simply bring his head, not your head, but Will Osepton's head. Oh, no, he can restart, so bringing his head is useless. Anyway, I won't ask you for that. You write me a holy book, that's not too much, is it? After all, you're really good with words. Alice looked at Roy King, her eyes filled with longing. Regarding the holy book, she had asked Klein, asked Hanged Man Alger, asked Hermit Catlia, and even didn't spare Magician Furs. And today, Roy King, who had come to her on his own, naturally couldn't escape this hurdle. Especially since Roy King had indeed demonstrated a necessary quality for compiling a holy book, lying through his teeth. Looking at Roy King, who was somewhat dazed by the sudden task, Alice reached out and solemnly patted his shoulder, saying, "Go for it. When the time comes, I'll make you Pope." To achieve the desired effect, the word, I, in this sentence was spoken in Hermes language. End of chapter. Chapter 571. Chapter 149. Sherman. Roy King left with an important mission. As soon as Alice heard he agreed to help create the holy book, she immediately urged him to act, wishing she could prepare everything for him so he only had to write. Roy King repeatedly declined before Alice gave up on her good intentions. Alas! Roy King, finally free from Alice, sighed, "The Pope, this entire church, it can't be just me, can it?" This was a question he hadn't dared to ask in person. The moment he considered this possibility, Roy King began to question the correctness of his decision, but since things had come to this, continuing as before was clearly not an option. Instead, before I was captured, I had already obtained the Misfortune Mage's Beander characteristic, and the ritual was complete. Roy King muttered to himself, "Now, I just need to retrieve the materials to advance. After that, I can act while trying to gather believers. As for the holy book, Dayquil doesn't like to go out anyway, so the holy book can be handed over to him first." Alice didn't know that the task she assigned had been outsourced. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't care, as long as she didn't have to worry about it, it was fine. But she didn't get to play for too long, because the troubled Hazel only took 2 days to get the medicinal herbs Emlyn requested, so much so that Alice even thought at the time that she should have asked Emlyn to add a few more herbs. Half-god level materials were too demanding for Hazel, but the Tarot Club still had a bunch of people who weren't even Sequence 5. They could totally give all their Beander characteristics to Hazel. Forget it, Mr. Moon isn't Mr. Hanged Man. Whether he agrees or not is one thing, but I have a feeling Miss Justice will hear about this tomorrow, and the entire Tarot Club will know the day after. No, it doesn't seem to matter if they know. Klein won't get angry with me over this. At most, it's like claiming expenses with a fake invoice. I don't believe he hasn't done it. After comforting herself, Alice went to check on Hazel's situation. She took the abortion potion Emlyn had prepared from the Harvest Church and received some medical advice. Normally, the entire process should be very painful, but your situation is the first I've seen, so I'm not sure. To be safe, you should preferably take it with a doctor or a Beander with healing abilities present. If you have relevant items, you can also. Don't look at me, I don't have healing abilities, I only formulate Beander characteristics. Remember to take it within the 3-month validity period. At Emlyn's insistence, Hazel ultimately returned only with the Beander characteristic. After finding an excuse to send her personal maid out of the room, she had no choice but to look at the Beander characteristic in her hand and fall silent. This was clearly an attempt to find a Beander with healing abilities. Alice pondered for a moment before choosing to leave silently. After all, the psychiatrist didn't recommend her appearing in front of patients. So annoying. Alice unhappily shifted her attention away from Hazel for the time being, then couldn't help but curse Eamon in her heart again, before wandering around Backland. These past few days, she had been roaming Backland's East Borough and various taverns, practically observing all sorts of legal and illegal underground businesses. Are there really legal underground businesses? This thought only flashed for a moment before Alice suppressed it and continued her wandering plan. Due to the acting requirements of a chaoswalker, Alice abandoned the mode of directly concealing her figure and chose to appear, influencing those around her so that her eccentric clothes would not be noticed. This was not too difficult, or rather, it was not too difficult for an angel to do anything to ordinary people or even low-sequence beyonders. As for saints, it seemed most saints had no interest in shopping. So, as an angel who loved to shop, Alice encountered no opponents. She appeared silently, disappeared silently, and even when she followed an interesting target for 2 days, she was never discovered. Yes, Alice had found something strange. This was a man named Sherman. At least, he appeared to be a man from his outward appearance. He looked to be 23 or 24, with shoulder-length hair, and used cheap cosmetics to soften and refine his features. His walk was graceful and swaying, and he particularly loved to twist his waist. This deliberate action made Alice involuntarily think of certain professions of pleasure, or a particular special pathway. Of course, it made no difference, because during the few days Alice observed him out of curiosity, Sherman was moving between two gangs, inciting their conflicts, which was also why Alice noticed him. Instigator. Alice whispered softly, next is, demoness, but, tisk. Alice rubbed her temples, a headache forming. She hadn't looked closely into Sherman's background, only briefly confirming that this gentleman should perhaps be referred to as, she. There was nothing extraordinary about this. Alice had heard of the existence of transgender people in modern society, and although she hadn't actually met any, Alice found it hard to react too strongly. After all, she was still considering whether to experience being a man during her next restart. For Alice, Sherman was unusual, but not because she considered herself a woman, but rather because she deliberately performed some very feminine behaviors, such as acting alluring. After choosing a relatively elegant word, Alice shifted her attention back. So which genius fed her the assassin Beander characteristic? It seemed they also taught the acting method and had already fed her the instigator Beander characteristic. The thought filled Alice with an inexpressible sense of speechlessness. She was even curious how the true god who controlled the demoness pathway would view this matter, as in Alice's impression, the primordial demoness Cheek did not like purely female demonesses. But the current situation, in the eyes of that primordial demoness, would it be considered purely female or not? Alice blinked, silently following behind Sherman, who had just bought a long loaf of bread, her eyes glinting as she searched for Sherman's past. She called up the scenes of fate one by one. Alice skipped over the tragic experiences of discrimination and focused on Sherman's life before and after becoming a Beander. Alice's smile vanished. It was the face of a young girl with a round face, gentle and sweet, a face that now possessed a unique blend of charm and sanctity, more so than when Alice had last seen her. Trissa. Or rather, she should be called Trissa Cheek. Alice took a small breath. She knew this demoness, chosen by the demoness sect as the vessel for the primordial demoness's descent. After all, she had once suggested Klein taste the flavor of the primordial demoness. Alice held her forehead. She no longer stared at Sherman, instead choosing to go find Klein. Have you seen Trissa again? She asked. Trissa. Above the gray fog, Klein was stunned for a moment. I've seen her. Did you run into her? ... You could say I did. Alice shook her head, then nodded. She truthfully introduced Sherman's existence, and Klein listened in astonishment, so Alice couldn't help but ask him at the end. You tell me, in Sherman's situation, does it count as a pure female demoness or not? I think you should ask Cheek. Klein's mouth twitched. As for this matter, I'll go ask Trissa what she's trying to do. Also, Alice, are you particularly free lately? ... I guess so, Alice nodded. I seem to always be quite free. This was true. Klein glanced at her, helpless, and said, You. Forget it. Do you want to watch some excitement? Alice looked at Klein with a suspicious gaze. Klein smiled and explained, You probably don't know yet. I haven't mentioned it to you. Trissa seems to have fallen in love with the deceased Prince Edsac and returned to Backland to avenge Edsac. Huh. Alice's eyes widened. No, is this a plot written by someone? What is this supposed to be? I don't know, Klein shrugged. But she's clearly using Sherman's desire to become, no, her desire to reclaim her female identity, to achieve some goal. Alice asked with an incredulous attitude. Avenge that prince. At least from what I know, yes. Klein nodded. Sick. Alice's mood was indescribably complex. Ince Zangwill is gone, so it shouldn't be, 008, continuously manipulating. Could this plot be written by Adam? No, is Adam that bored? Klein didn't respond to her last words, only curiously asked, Why don't you think Trissa might not be controlled, but genuinely fell in love with the prince? Isn't that even more terrifying? Alice asked airily. Being controlled at least means the hand controlling her wasn't very serious, just playing around, but if she's willing. Alice paused, her smile fading, and said with a serious expression. Not directly arranging the other party, but guiding them to produce appropriate psychological responses through surrounding events, making choices that align with one's own expectations. Read the error-free version at 1619 Bookbar. Klein, this is what I'm currently experiencing. Klein's movements suddenly froze. He looked at Alice, frowning. From your tone, this doesn't sound like Adam's doing. Of course not, Alice curled her lips. If he were still the ancient sun god, then fine, but now, he's not even a visionary. How could he? Quote. Klein began to look at her with a hesitant gaze. Don't look at me like that, Alice pouted. I'm not looking down on Adam, it's just, no, you're not an angel, so many things I can't tell you, it's so troublesome. When exactly will you become an angel? She raised her head, meeting Klein's gaze with a questioning look. After a moment of silence, Klein changed the subject. I've planned out the matters of the Erie Circus and am thinking about what form the performance should take. Also, Alice, I need you to help me convey this matter to the church. Why don't you go yourself? Alice's eyes were puzzled. Klein glanced at her and gave a remarkably simple answer. You are an angel. Alice silently agreed. Having received her assent, Klein temporarily put this matter aside and then suggested to Alice. Alice, do you really not want to see how Trissa avenges Prince Edsac? Although this plot is melodramatic and cliché, it doesn't stop it from being interesting. That was indeed true. If she read such a story in a popular novel, Alice would definitely roll her eyes, but when it was a real event, it became interesting. Even if Alice really wanted to roll her eyes at Adam, the suspected creator, it didn't stop her from becoming interested in Trissa's matter and wanting to see what Trissa was up to. But this was not a suggestion Klein would make. Alice glanced at Klein and said directly, Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? Actually, nothing, the exposed Klein chose to be honest. I just hope you help me keep an eye on Trissa's situation and tell me if there's any movement. After all, no one is more suitable for this job than you. That's it. Alice was stunned for a moment. Otherwise, Klein was a little confused. Alice was silent for a moment before reminding him, Sherman. Trissa wants to use her, she should be innocent, right? Klein's expression looked a little strange. Okay, I think I know what you want to hear. After a pause, Klein tentatively said to Alice. If Sherman is innocent, would you casually help her out? Or, remind her, I suspect she's being influenced by Trissa's Beyonder powers. You know, instigator. Trissa and I have a collaboration, so it's not convenient for me to do this. What if I'm discovered? He looked at Alice, and Alice understood, rolling her eyes and saying. So I'm the bad guy, right? Klein gave an awkward smile. Alice didn't dwell on it with him, only corrected, I wasn't trying to hear that, I just thought you should, you know. I did have that thought. Klein sighed, but I didn't think you did, so. You're not going to bother. Alice blinked. Of course not, Klein laughed aloud. I just plan to have you keep an eye on it. If there's an opportunity then, I might help her out. But, it's not certain. Alice looked thoughtful, then suddenly said. In that case, I have an idea. What? Klein asked in confusion. Give them both a card. Alice leaned back. I don't mean Trissa. I mean Hazel. Klein asked with a confused look. Hazel, why would you want to give her a card? But, Hazel and Sherman, maybe not suitable. The Tarot Club is a channel for exchanging information and resources. Hazel, representing the nobility, overlaps with Miss Justice, and Sherman, are you going to have her join the demonist sect? End of this chapter. Chapter 572 Chapter 150 The Value of Friendship. Alice stopped. So you have a pattern when inviting people? Not at first, Klein sighed. It was actually a coincidence. Besides Leonard, everyone I pulled into this place was due to various coincidences, but it's just. He didn't continue, only frowning as he looked at Alice. Alice reached out and scratched her hair. She recalled the backgrounds of the Tarot Club members she had heard from Klein and realized it was true. This was a bit peculiar. Alice moved closer to him and whispered. I know. This is all fated. Quote. Klein looked up at her expressionlessly. What about you? What? Alice asked, bewildered. Klein shook his head and reminded her, if the Tarot Club was arranged, then what about you? Alice fell silent. Clearly, her discussion with Klein was entirely self-destructive, so Alice gave up on such equally matched mutual mockery and asked again. But, so far, you've only given out major arcana cards. It's normal for major arcana to be special, have you considered giving them minor arcana cards? Do as you please, Klein chuckled. After all, at the end of the day, as long as they don't appear here and become members of the Tarot Club, It doesn't have any practical meaning, so, whatever makes you happy. Alice was speechless. Klein was right. After all, no matter how formidable they made the Tarot Club appear, privately they still had to face the organization's sparse membership. So Alice clenched her fists, sat up straight, and said, "Why did you exclude Leonard when you said, coincidence?" Klein glanced at Alice and shook his head. "Because when I saw the Archangel on Leonard, I was already considering bringing him here, even though you told me that Archangel harbored no ill will. But in fact, in other aspects, Leonard isn't particularly special. After all, when it comes to the Night Church, I find it hard to imagine anyone surpassing you, unless I were to pull the Pope or an Archangel under the Goddess here. Don't look at me. I didn't count you as an Archangel under the Goddess." Alice swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and changed her statement. "Pales himself as a power of sorts, he is an Archangel, and the kind that Aemon has hunted for thousands of years. Moreover, in the future, he might be able to contact the Zoroaster family, if there are any living members left in that family. After all, the Jacob I saw last time, Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't further mock the poor rat demigod, instead politely changing the topic. "But actually, speaking of it, Leonard also seems quite coincidental. After all, among the people in Tingen City back then, besides you and me, he was the only one sitting here." Alice fell silent again, and the atmosphere became inexplicably melancholic at this moment. After a moment of silence, she proactively smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you yet? I tricked someone into helping me write the holy book." Klein was truly bewildered this time. Alice rambled, recounting her entire story with Roy King from beginning to end. Klein listened, wanting to speak but holding back, his eyes filled with, "If the beam is not straight, the pillars will be crooked," making Alice glare at him several times. When Alice finally finished the whole story, Klein pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you really planning to make him the Pope?" Alice blinked, then smiled at Klein. "You must not have read romance novels before, I mean ancient romance, the kind with rebirth and revenge templates." Klein looked at Alice in confusion. Alice blinked and said, "Those novels always start with the female lead helping the male lead in some way. Once the male lead achieves success, he then kicks her to the curb, not only marrying someone else but also killing the female lead. Honestly, this male lead is too shameless. If it were me, I would definitely posthumously confer her the title of Empress after her death. You're clearly the more shameless one." Klein reached up and held his forehead. He tried to maintain a stable facial expression, preventing his look from becoming too distorted. Then he asked, "You plan to posthumously confer Roy King the title of Pope after his death?" "Don't be like that," Alice blinked. "What if he lives until then? What if I don't have a more reliable candidate at that time? Besides, posthumous conferment isn't popular in the church." Klein looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. Alice, however, seemed to remember something and explained to him, "I'm not targeting Roy King, it's just that he's too much of a fence-sitter. I really can't trust him." Klein was stunned for a moment before realizing she was explaining to him. His mood was inexplicably complex, and he sighed. "You don't have to, I just don't like your attitude of not taking human lives seriously, you know what I'm referring to. But Roy King, Alice, I'm not an unreasonable child. Knowing that he was once Will Ossepton's subordinate is enough for me. Whether he's a good person or not, I won't persuade you to let him go. After all, you're not killing people for some inexplicable reason like fun." Alice blinked. She looked at Klein thoughtfully, vaguely sensing a problem. "So you're not a bleeding heart after all. I always thought you were a benevolent god." Klein's expression was strange. "I feel like you're insulting me. Are you trying to say I'm Klein?" Alice quickly interrupted him. "You're a really good person." "Understood. She originally intended to say I was a saint, Saint Father." Klein glanced at Alice expressionlessly and retorted, "Don't you think you're also quite the fence-sitter? You have a good relationship with Aemon." At these words, Alice was momentarily stunned. She stared at Klein, dumbfounded, and questioned him. "You're not doubting me, are you?" "How could I possibly? No, that's not right." Alice paused, then, with a strange expression, chose to be honest with Klein. At first, I really did think about letting Aemon take Saphira Castle from you. As long as you stopped before becoming a demigod, you wouldn't have to worry about divinity. This left Klein momentarily stunned. He couldn't quite articulate his emotions. In this choice, he probably received all of Alice's goodwill towards humanity, because Alice clearly hadn't considered what would happen to humanity. Klein didn't dwell on the issue. He thought perhaps it shouldn't be him to say it, and since Alice said it was, before, someone had probably persuaded her. So he asked, "Who made you change your mind? Or was it something else?" "Hard to say," Alice shook her head. "Maybe Eamon is too unreliable, maybe I realized that fate isn't that easy to defy, or maybe..." She paused, forced a smile at Klein, then looked dejected. "Maybe, I feel that some things should be decided by you, or rather, I feel that your choice after knowing will definitely not be like mine." This referred to the apocalypse. The barrier outside Earth was crumbling, and outer deities were eyeing it covetously. If Alice were to choose, she would never choose to resist like the seven gods. Of course, she wouldn't sell it out either, she still had some affection for her home planet. "I'd probably run, take some people, and run. Actually, if things went smoothly, I'd want to take Earth with me and as many people as possible, but if not, maybe just a few people," Alice sighed softly. Clearly, her attitude towards the apocalypse was to escape. This was less reckless than those who had no choice but to resist, but it probably didn't cross the true bottom line. Moreover, she wasn't without the option to resist. Such as the current situation, it was likely that if Klein knew about this, he would never choose to abandon Earth and flee. Alice did lean more towards escaping, but if only she herself escaped, she would find it meaningless and might as well turn back and fight the outer deities. Alice sighed silently. Actually, there was a last possibility. Her stance was already clear, because she favored benevolent people, and these people would definitely not choose to escape, so she was destined to be tied to the side resisting the outer deities. Klein, who was not yet an archangel, didn't know what she was referring to, nor where her fluctuating emotions came from. He only asked her thoughtfully. "Read the error-free version at 169 Shuba. Saphira Castle, is it related to that thing you mentioned? Must one possess Saphira Castle to be qualified to make this choice?" This time, Alice's emotions were even more complex. She sincerely asked Klein, "Can you please stop asking? Honestly, if you keep guessing in this direction, I'm genuinely worried that one day you'll think yourself to death." Klein was so frightened that he dared not think deeply, quickly diverting his attention. "I won't think about it anymore, and I won't ask anymore. No, what exactly are you hiding from me? Forget it, I won't ask. I mean, I got it. Alice, don't you think Roy King's fence-sitting might be influenced by you?" Alice rolled her eyes and said fiercely, "Influenced by me, my foot. Hanged man, hermit, and justice, all believe I hedge my bets and side with the winner. Do you believe that too?" Klein rubbed his head, trying to explain to her. "Of course I don't believe that, or rather, I certainly don't suspect that you'll betray me one day. That's truly not the case. I'm just thinking, Alice, haven't you noticed, you haven't completely offended Eamon, or rather, you haven't completely offended anyone, except Will Osepton. It's just that, I feel like no matter who it is, they seem to be your friends, or at least not enemies." Alice fell into thought. She mumbled, "It's not quite the same, is it? Not being enemies, isn't it, because there's no reason to be enemies with me?" This was Alice's thought when she learned that the fate pathway had no adjacent pathways. At the level of archangels and even true gods, truly significant enemies are rare. Most conflicts are doctrinal disputes between high-level beyonders of the same or adjacent pathways. As for others, most can probably be reconciled. Alice wasn't just making this up. She still remembered a few of the famous quotes she had learned in the past, such as, "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests." She thought if friends were replaced with enemies, this sentence could apply here. Why change it? Because Alice hadn't yet seen Eamon cooperate with any of the storm, eternal blazing sun, or god of knowledge and wisdom. And if Eamon were to harm Klein, the captain, or any other person she cared about, her fragile relationship with Eamon would instantly shatter. So, this friend is probably still a little bit important. But the statement isn't entirely accurate. Friends, at the end of the day, are also a type of anchor, and for archangels and true gods, anchors were undeniably a core interest. Harming someone else's friends is absolutely an infringement on their interests. This is probably the real-life version of, "This is my friend, I need more money." Alice shook her head, turned to Klein, and suddenly said, "Klein, how much do you think our friendship is worth?" Quote. Klein looked at her with a look that suggested she was insane. Alice blinked. Her memory was unusually good this time, making her recall a very distant event. She said thoughtfully to Klein, "I suddenly feel, Klein, you wouldn't sell me out one day, would you?" "Why would you think that?" Klein looked at Alice in confusion. Alice's expression was strange. Due to the influence of high-level existences, beyonders of each pathway probably share some common traits, just like the fence-sitting displayed by the reader pathway. Now, it seems the fate pathway also has similar characteristics, at least it appears to be fence-sitting. If viewed through this lens, then, what are the characteristics of the seer pathway? Alice had only ever met one seer, Klein, so she couldn't draw a conclusion. But she had met beyonders of the seer's adjacent pathway, and in the absence of a true God at the top, the personality traits of adjacent pathways weren't entirely without reference value. And Amon's personality traits were undeniably clear. If the value was sufficient, Amon would definitely sell her. If the value wasn't enough, Amon might sell her just for fun. Of course, most importantly, Klein had indeed sold her out before. She wouldn't forget that day when Klein sold their friendship for a hefty £50. She looked at Klein with a strange expression and brought up the matter again. "Do you still remember Dr. Aaron? Before, he hired you for £50 to inquire about me." Klein paused, then said without a trace of guilt, "I didn't reveal any crucial information. Besides, I've even sold my own clues, don't forget Gehrman Sparrow's bounty." This was true. Although Klein had only agreed to the hanged man selling it, Alice had no doubt about it. Connecting this to Amon's cautious and self-serving nature, Alice placed the first label behind the seer pathway. Greedy. End of chapter. Chapter 573 Chapter 151 Reminder. As Alice was reminiscing about their fragile friendship, Klein suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, Bernadette asked me to thank you." "Huh, you two met." Alice was surprised for a moment. "Thank me? For what?" "It's that drop of blood." Klein explained. Bernadette said, "Although any mythical creature's blood from any pathway can be used in the mysticologist's advancement ritual, the best choice is still from the fate pathway. It will make her advancement to sequence 3 much easier." "Huh." Alice blinked. So it was for a ritual. Why easier? Is her sequence 3 related to fate? Klein showed off his newly acquired knowledge. The sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway is to pry into the secrets of fate. The potion's name is clairvoyant. Before Alice could ponder further, Klein asked curiously, "It seems many pathways have prophecy-related abilities, but your sequence 2 is called soothsayer. The fate pathway, placed in such an important position as sequence 2, is the soothsayer's prophecy different from others?" Alice paused. All this time, she hadn't told Klein the true nature of prophecy. Was it prophecy? It was clearly a scam. Undoubtedly, the most taboo thing for a swindler is to be known as a swindler. Alice's choice was to keep this matter to herself, and in the past, the Key of Light's choice was even more decisive. He deceived the swindlers themselves, so that everyone didn't know they were swindlers. Alice shook her head, looked back at Klein, and smiled with a sigh. "Do you remember the story I told you, about the soothsayer, who committed suicide?" Klein nodded, and Alice continued, "Compared to beings like clairvoyant, I guess the biggest special thing about a soothsayer is that we can turn false prophecies into true ones." By committing suicide. Klein's expression was strange. "Don't mind the method," Alice rolled her eyes, "just tell me if it didn't come true." "Well, that's true." Klein's mouth twitched, "But this kind of violent coercion isn't something only you can do. I already said it, so it's not my fault if you didn't think of it." Alice lowered her eyelashes, curving her lips as she said, "We are angels, we are more capable of fighting." Klein glanced at Alice, reserving judgment on her claim of being capable of fighting. "What kind of look is that?" Alice instantly bristled. "Even if other angels and I can't do anything to each other, they still have to be angels, complete mythical creatures first. A saint, I can stare to death with just one look." "Impressive, impressive," Klein applauded her commendably. "After all, my gaze can't stare to death a 3-year-old child." Alice pinched her brow. This was clearly sarcasm, so she retorted, "You really can't stare him to death, and a 3-year-old child might even stare you to death." "No, they could stare you to death in the womb." Klein decided not to hurt each other on this topic, and he politely changed the subject. "Bernadette seems to be staying in Backland for a prophecy, and she seems to intend to use it to advance to Angel." PFF'd. Alice couldn't help but laugh. "Peefthehaha, ha 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 ha, a prophecy in Backland. Her, an angel. What's wrong?" Klein's eyes showed hesitation. Alice reined in her laughter. She sat up straight, and warned him seriously and solemnly, "This is the prelude to Adam's envisioned future." Klein felt his breath stop for a moment. He frowned and asked in surprise, "Prelude? Wait, what is his envisioned future?" "Don't ask." Alice leaned back. "I only know that the prelude is probably a world war." This time Klein was clearly stunned. It took him several seconds to say, "A world war is just the prelude." Alice pursed her lips and slowly nodded. This was the answer Alice received after the speculation of the fall of a god. Perhaps a more accurate term would not be world war. Alice believed this should be a war of faith, a necessary step before the start of a divine war. Yes, Alice believed that Adam might have guided the birth of a divine war. Perhaps a certain god was destined to fall in this war, but it was uncertain who. This was far beyond their level of involvement. Even if Alice boasted about herself, she would not presume to interfere in a divine war. At most, she only planned to take advantage of the prelude to the divine war, the favorable wind of the war of faith. Although she hadn't figured out how to take advantage of it yet. After sighing, Alice gave an oblivious Klein a warning. "Don't try to stop this war. At least 2 true gods and Adam are involved here. He can't directly arrange for true gods, so no matter how he achieved it, these 2 true gods must be willing. If you want to do something, now, prepare for the coming war. Let me think, stock up on food. After the war. No, I'm not here to make money. After the war, timed, fixed point, and quantitative porridge distribution. Also, prepare medical resources in advance to treat injured civilians. That's all I know. Do you have any other ideas? In maintaining order after the war." Klein sighed. "Actually, there should have been drills for various emergencies, and safe houses and such, but unfortunately." Klein didn't say what was unfortunate, but no one wanted to know. The answers were nothing more than a few things: money, people, land. Oh, they also lacked public support, and rebels. No, what rebels? What was she talking about? Alice swallowed the jumbled thoughts in her head, then spoke. "In short, you handle it." Klein fell silent. He looked at Alice and asked abruptly, "Alice, what if I really intend to stop the war?" Alice paused. She looked at Klein, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. Subconsciously, she felt that Klein's choice was reasonable. He had always been like this. In a rational choice, Alice actually felt that she should persuade Klein that not interfering was the correct approach for maximizing benefits, but in actual action. Alice sighed, troubled for a while, then suddenly smiled again. "Although this matter should actually be Adam's doing, but why panic? You haven't even figured out how Adam plans to act yet. In short, if there's something you want to do, just go ahead and do it. If there's a problem, he'll remind you. If he can't stop you, then it means he chose the wrong time." Klein looked somewhat surprised. He looked at Alice, his emotions appearing uncertain. "I thought you would stop me, or at least try to persuade me. Do you want the truth?" Alice spread her hands. Klein gestured for her to continue, and Alice naturally spoke. "While I do think your current influence on Adam's plan is limited, even if you really could, I actually don't really want to stop you. On one hand, as I said, failure only means he chose the wrong time. On the other hand, Adam glared at me, which scared me, so I want to cause him some trouble." Quote. Klein stared at her with wide eyes. "So you're pushing me out there?" "No, I'm not," Alice said righteously. "If you really piss Adam off, I'll still talk to him, as long as you're not instantly killed." Quote. Klein felt not comforted in the slightest. Never mind. Would you fight Adam for me? Get the uncensored version at 169shu.com. "You're thinking too much," Alice pouted. "I actually think that if failure truly becomes a certainty, you won't be in danger, rather, the process of stopping it is more dangerous." Klein was slightly stunned. Then he understood Alice's words. He had met quite a few angels, and most of them appeared indifferent in temperament. Alice's vivacity was an exception among exceptions, but even Alice, on truly important matters, had never made a mistake. From this, it can be seen that to become an angel, one must have some substance, either far-sightedness, strong hard power, or good luck. In short, Adam clearly didn't belong to the latter two types. He didn't sound like a capricious character, instead, he seemed like a conspirer manipulating the situation behind the scenes. Therefore, when the plan was destined to fail, Adam should make the choice most beneficial to himself, for example, kidnapping him as a hostage. And Klein looked at Alice and asked with a frown, "What do you mean, how to act?" Alice spread her hands and said, "Direct cause, root cause, and symbol. The beginning of a world war should have these things, right?" That's what I learned in history class. You don't know any of these points. Even I only know that this matter is definitely inseparable from a true God, and it's likely more than one. No, it should be said that it's definitely more than one. It's just a matter of being divided into several factions. Speaking of which, isn't the goddess accommodating the uniqueness of death? If a fight breaks out at this time, for the goddess. Alice frowned slightly, and Klein tentatively continued, "You'll remind the goddess." "It is indeed time to remind her." Alice mumbled, lowering her head, "although I don't think it's necessary. Also, you should remind Bernadette." Thinking of the person Klein first mentioned, Alice sat up straight again and turned to say, "This matter is too deep, and it involves too many things. Remind her not to try to stop it, it's best not to get involved at all. Also, don't blindly believe prophecies. When true gods and kings of angels are involved, the accuracy of prophecies is completely unknown. I'm too lazy to even try to predict now. You tell her not to bother either, it's a waste of time." All right, Klein noted Alice's words, "Also, I might have some bad news for you." Alice frowned, looking at him. Klein smiled and said, "I might know where Emperor Rosal is." Alice's brow twitched violently. She instantly recalled the taste of iron-blooded night and faceless, and glared at Klein warily. Klein continued as if he hadn't noticed, "After Emperor Rosal's death, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Steam Church jointly found 8 mausoleums and destroyed them one by one, but the last mausoleum has never been found. I suspect that Rosal is trapped in that mausoleum, and its location should be in the abyss or on that primitive island he mentioned in his diary." Ah. Alice stroked her chin. So, his suicide was indeed a self-directed play. He originally planned to wash away the madness and corruption by resurrecting after death, but he didn't expect, he brought something back from the moon. After a moment's pause, Alice added, "If he really went. Never mind, the very fact that he was so determined to go to the moon is problematic, and the level of the blasphemy card. He definitely brought something he shouldn't have back from the moon, trapping himself in the resurrection process. Is there still a chance to save him in this situation?" Klein asked curiously. "There is," Alice said with certainty. "Being stuck in resurrection is still considered alive, roughly speaking. Some guys are completely dead, their ashes scattered, and they can still use their scattered ashes to burrow into other people's bodies and resurrect from them." Klein shivered. Alice noticed his movement and added, "Compared to that, the Saphira Castle is a very large and central bone." Klein opened and closed his mouth several times before finally saying sincerely, "I promise, after I become a god, I will never impersonate the owner of the Saphira Castle, and will completely cut ties with him, okay?" Alice withdrew her gaze with relief, then continued to discuss Rosal. However, theoretically salvageable is theoretical. In practical operation, what he brought back from the moon might be a bit troublesome. Klein looked at Alice, and without waiting for him to speak, Alice added, "He might have brought a child back from the moon." Huh. Klein's mind went blank. "Whose?" "Zaratul's," Alice blurted out. Klein looked up at her, they stared at each other for a few seconds. Without Klein needing to speak, Alice voluntarily rolled back into the real world. After a moment of contemplation, Alice still took out the ritual materials and prayed to the uniqueness of death. "Goddess," Alice mumbled, arranging the ritual site, "are you listening? Do you really not know Adam's plan? If you know, just say something, save me some materials." She didn't receive a reply even after setting up the site. So Alice sighed and murmured, I really find it hard to believe you're completely unaware. You do have a record. Hey, 008, was your doing, right? You and Adam. Oh no, if the form of Rose redemption is similar to Emperor Rosal's, then you two have been collaborating for a long time. Single quote. Is this also a collaboration? End of chapter. Chapter 574. Chapter 152. The Rose Oath. No one answered her self-posed question, so Alice had to sacrifice the materials on her person for a meaningless report. The dark green flame extinguished after completely engulfing the materials, turning into a cold reed, which made Alice so angry she kicked the makeshift altar. You knew, didn't you? Adam didn't stop me from telling you about this because you already knew and tacitly approved, didn't he? Powerless to stop, Alice certainly didn't believe it. She tidied up the scene indignantly and turned her attention to Sherman and Hazel's situation. Sherman's schedule hadn't changed much for now, and Alice wasn't in a hurry. After keeping an eye on him, she focused more on Hazel. Although Hazel didn't seem to trust ordinary doctors, what if, unfortunately, time still moved faster? At 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, the Tarot Club convened as scheduled. Hermit Catlia still hadn't received the diary from Bernadette. Klein didn't seem anxious. Alice remembered that he had already met Bernadette and guessed he must have learned the reason from Bernadette. There was nothing new at this Tarot Club meeting. The main event was Moon Emlyn's supplement regarding the punitive action against Ernest Boyar, but this had nothing to do with Alice. Besides providing anti-divination, she seemed to only need to watch the show. Just as Alice was bored and spacing out, the topic suddenly came to her. Miss Fate, the Queen wants to meet you. This was proposed by Hermit Catlia. Alice was momentarily stunned when she first heard it, then she asked somewhat inexplicably. Then why doesn't she just come? What? Hermit Catlia didn't seem to fully understand. Alice replied in confusion, she knows where I live, she can come herself. If she thinks it's impolite or is afraid of missing me, she has a messenger. She can just send a messenger to deliver a letter to me. Hermit Catlia opened and closed her mouth. She finally realized the crux of the problem. Bernadette probably wasn't used to such a down-to-earth angel. I understand, she replied. I will inform the Queen. The subsequent matters no longer concerned Alice. She couldn't help but ponder Bernadette's reason for wanting to see her, thinking it must be related to Klein's last meeting with her. After a brief recollection, Alice remembered the prophecy Klein mentioned. She frowned slightly and lowered her head in thought. Bernadette wants to ask me about that prophecy. It should also be related to my warning to Klein. Hey, she wouldn't be planning to stop the coming World War II, would she? Thinking of this possibility, Alice secretly glanced at Klein and shook her head. Two saints, the influence they can exert is too small. But Alice was also a little strange. She wasn't particularly familiar with Bernadette. Klein couldn't stand such things because his modern education and values had an instinctive resistance to certain matters. Could Bernadette, a native Intis person, be a truly good person? Doesn't seem like it, does it? After recalling her impressions of Bernadette, Alice shook her head and stopped thinking. She could always ask her directly. After the Tarot Club ended, Alice returned to the real world and resumed her stable daily life. The punitive action against Ernest Boyar was scheduled for noon the next day. Alice peeked at Ernest Boyar beforehand, only to feel that the other party was like a jewelry store with its doors wide open and no one guarding it. He was too rich. The ring on his left hand had a silver band, inlaid with a strange dark blue gem. Divination showed that this ring was one of a pair of rings. The wearers of the rings would share sight, hearing, and smell. The only problem was that if worn for a week without removal, the wearers of the rings would fall in love. I want this one. Alice was greatly shocked. She decided to take these rings and give them to the captain and Ms. Daly, even though their wedding was already over. Gathering her thoughts, Alice looked at Ernest Boyar's inner pocket. There was a silver pocket watch and a paper man. Divination indicated that this paper man could take a fatal injury or a direct attack on the spirit body for the wearer. The side effect was relatively mild, only causing a slight chill in the body. The diamond-type pin on his chest could help the wearer maintain abundant energy and clear thoughts, enhancing resistance to mind-body domain spells, but it would continuously damage the brain and liver, making Alice feel like it was some kind of illicit drug. The belt around his waist was also a mystical item, which could effectively reduce damage from sun and lightning, equipment very suitable for a vampire. The side effect was a domain Alice was extremely familiar with. Wearing it would make one see what shouldn't be seen and hear what shouldn't be heard. However, intermittent full body itching is something I'm not too familiar with. So many things, did he accumulate all of them himself? Are the sanguine so rich? Then I'll go rob. No, if he's a bait, some of these things should have been given to him by the higher-ups, like that pair of rings. I need to get the other one. Alice blinked, watched Ernest Boyar fall into a coma under Leonard's influence, then entered Ernest Boyar's dream, curved her lips, and smiled. I want to give a pair of wedding rings to a friend. The one on your hand is very nice. Can you give me the other one too? Street. Hilarion Square, northwest corner, 3rd floor of the restaurant. Before Ernest Boyar fell into a coma, Count Mistral, with light silver hair and crimson eyes, suddenly retracted his gaze from Emmeline White. Darkness spread from behind him, with countless tiny bats fluttering within. Meanwhile, Ernest Boyar's perception was transmitted through the paired ring. Count Mistral saw an overturned carriage, heard the horse's neighs, and smelled various scents, but for a moment, he couldn't find the source of the accident and chaos. Just then, his vision suddenly darkened, his eyes seemed to lose their light-sensing ability, and the noisy sounds in his ears ceased. Count Mistral secretly, HMPHED, and immediately prepared to merge with the countless flapping bats behind him, descending and reconstituting next to Ernest Boyar. Suddenly, within that dark vision, a faint light flickered out. This light rapidly expanded, becoming brighter and brighter, revealing a colossal white serpent with its head and tail connected. The serpent turned its gaze, revealing a pair of cold, emotionless blood-red eyes. A stinging pain came from his eyes. Mistral noticed the whispers in his ears and the dizzying pain in his head, instantly realizing this was the mark of a mythical creature form. Moreover, this must be a complete mythical creature form, otherwise, it wouldn't have affected him. A sanguine count was already a demigod, the one before him could only be an angel. Mistral was about to retract his gaze, but the other party seemed to have another purpose, transforming from the white serpent into a young girl, revealing a pair of clear blue eyes, and sweetly smiling at him. I want to give a pair of wedding rings to a friend. The one on your hand is very nice. Can you give me the other one too? No, she is Miss Fate. Mistral recognized the face. His breathing hitched, and then he saw the owner of the voice disappear directly. After a moment of stunned silence, he snatched off the ring on his hand and threw it on the ground, his body merging with the bats behind him as he desperately fled. A silver-white river spread on the track before him, like a connecting bridge, but Mistral only felt a huge suction force coming from it. He fell into it without resistance, passing through the light-shrouded river water. When his vision recovered, he was still standing in place. The figure that appeared in Ernest Boyar's dream had already appeared before him. She tilted her head and asked with confusion in her voice, "Why are you running?" Mistral froze in place. The girl in front of him was barefoot, wearing a loose white robe. As she bent down to pick up the ring on the ground, she truly looked like an ordinary, underage girl. But recalling the various rumors, Mistral trembled even more violently. He said in utter terror, Your Highness." Alice, who had picked up the ring, looked up. She caressed the ring in her hand, then said to Mistral, "Call me your crown. What is this ring called?" "Rose Oath," Mistral swallowed and said. "Rose Oath," Alice repeated. "The name's not bad, why are you trembling? If I wanted to kill you, I could have just glared you to death just now." Mistral paused. He was slightly silent at this undeniable fact, but at least it meant he was temporarily safe, so he tensed his muscles and cautiously asked. "Then, your crown, why did you keep me here? You have to pay for buying things." Alice blinked. "The one on Ernest Boyar can be considered my spoils of war. Yours here doesn't count. After all, you're not dead, and I'm not interested in killing you." Pay. Mistral was stunned for a moment. He couldn't understand this behavior, but there were many sanguine with strange quirks, and he had good exposure to them, so he simply said. "This was originally a pair of rings. After you take one, the other is useless. If you want it, you can just have it, just offer it to you." "Offer it to me?" Alice narrowed her eyes and frowned slightly. Read the error-free version on 1691 Book Bar. If you give it to me, I have to return the favor or a human favor. If you offer it to me, I have to provide protection, I might as well just snatch it. Alice pouted and looked up, displeased. I said I want to buy it, so I want to buy it. What do you want, exactly? This, Mistral paused, then tentatively suggested. I want to exchange this ring for you letting me leave. Quote? Alice showed a confused look. You. She looked at Mistral with a somewhat strange expression and said sincerely. You're quite interesting. At a time like this, shouldn't I invite you to be my dependent's subordinate follower? Mistral froze in place. Fortunately, Alice was only momentarily whimsical. She mumbled, never mind, you're a sanguine. What if you're as talkative as Moon? I don't want to hear about the history of the sanguine or anything. Oh, wait, you're a sanguine. Do you mind if I ask a question while I'm at it? Please do, replied Mistral, relieved. I've heard about the conflict between you and the artificial vampires. Alice frowned slightly. But I don't quite understand. I mean, what if a human wants to become a sanguine? Do you have a way to transform humans into sanguine, like through a first embrace or something? Otherwise, are human beyonders of the apothecary pathway doomed? You know about the first embrace ritual. Mistral was also stunned for a moment. Alice blinked. She looked at Mistral thoughtfully, then sighed. Honestly, I'm increasingly suspicious of Lilith's origin now. After all, it's already, counting me, there are 5, so one more is quite normal. It's just that I don't know where she came from. Thinking of the mother goddess of depravity at the top of this pathway, Alice silently swallowed that, back. Maybe Lilith was originally a man, and the name is already there. As soon as this possibility came to mind, Alice's mood became complicated. She glanced at the bewildered Mistral, waved her hand, and said, all right, I'm leaving now. You do whatever you want. Bye-bye. After speaking, Alice left, clutching half of the rose oath. After a moment of stunned silence, Mistral transformed into a swarm of bats and fled at the fastest speed. As for Ernest Boyar, let him fend for himself. Backland, West District, inside the Audra family's villa. Count Casimir Audra looked at the suddenly appearing Mistral in surprise. I need to see Duke Olmer. Mistral hastily interrupted the conversation. Casimir immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly connected it to the probing plan against Emmeline White, realizing that the plan had probably gone awry. Without daring to delay, he quickly said seriously, come with me, Count. Saying this, he didn't even bother to announce their arrival and immediately led Mistral towards the basement, asking as they walked. Count, did the probing operation go wrong? Mistral merely glanced at him and spoke in a heavy tone. An angel appeared, Miss Fate herself showed up and took the rose oath. Pausing, Mistral continued in a strange tone, she said she wanted to give it to a friend as a wedding ring. Casimir fell into confusion. Wait, an angel. She's in Backland. Mistral nodded heavily. Casimir Audra said blankly. I remember, didn't the major churches tacitly agree that sealed artifacts of Sequence 0 and terrestrial angels wouldn't appear in Backland? Mistral reminded him faintly, Duke Olmer is also a terrestrial angel. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Fate is only a saint to the Night Church. End of chapter. Chapter 575. Chapter 153. Dividing the loot. It's just a saint. Casimir stopped talking. He focused on leading the way, and after Duke Olmer's slumbering coffin appeared, he excused himself, leaving the space for the two of them. Mistral stepped forward, bowed, and after greeting, truthfully recounted what had happened. Silence fell in the room, and after a while, Duke Olmer's voice rang out again. It matches the rumored personality, but why did he mention our ancestor's name? I don't know, Mistral said in a deep voice, but he seems to have some understanding of the sanguine. For example, he knows about the embrace ritual, and his words, you said. Pausing, Mistral deliberated before asking, could he know our ancestor? He just hasn't confirmed our ancestor's identity yet. Counting him, there are already 5, Duke Olmer said faintly, perhaps it's just a group with common characteristics, and some of our ancestor's deeds made him suspect that our ancestor is also part of this group. Is it related to the embrace ritual? Mistral frowned. They both fell silent. A moment later, Olmer spoke. Keep an eye on Emlyn, no need to change the plan for now. Look for people wearing the rose oath, but don't act against them. Yes, Mistral replied, lowering his head. After seeing off the biggest variable of this operation, everything indeed proceeded smoothly. Ernest Boyar had a smooth journey straight to the Harvest Church, and upon seeing Father Yutravsky, he blurted out, "I will volunteer here for a month." At this moment, Alice was still staring at Father Yutravsky's physique, drooling. This was Alice's first time stepping into the Harvest Church, and naturally, her first time seeing this reassuring priest. Watching Yutravsky kindly agree to Ounce's words, Alice only felt a strong sense of incongruity. "I actually think Frank might be more suitable to be this priest. He looks more suitable." Recalling Frank's chaotic experimental results, Alice's expression twisted for a moment. She lowered her head and, as if talking to herself, told a joke. "As long as all his experimental results are brought out, I should be able to complete the acting of a chaoswalker, huh?" Alice shook her head and sent the first congratulatory message to the smug Emlyn. "I want that rose oath ring." No one would refuse such a trivial request from Alice. Emlyn was about to hand over the spoils directly when Alice added, as if remembering something. "Give it to me when we divide the spoils. No, when we divide the spoils of war." At 11 o'clock in the evening, all participants of this operation, including Alice, appeared above the gray fog. Alice looked at Moon Emlyn, leaving the opening remarks to him. "These are all the spoils of war," Emlyn said without ceremony, pulling out the silver ring inlaid with a blue gem. "Miss Fate requested this ring." "It's called the Rose Oath," Alice interjected. "This is a pair of rings. I obtained the other one from a demigod of your sanguine. This pair of rings allows wearers to share senses and transmit thoughts within the range of an ordinary city, but after wearing them continuously for a week, they will fall in love with each other. They are very suitable as wedding rings." "Wedding rings? Whose wedding?" The star Leonard reacted. He looked at Alice, who blinked and said, "This is a belated gift." A belated gift, a trace of emotion flickered across Leonard's expression. He was certain this was for the captain and Ms. Daly. They no longer exchanged words, and the others all agreed to this matter. Emlyn then introduced the other items, explaining their positive effects and negative influences one by one, and also elaborated and extended on them. These knowledge points partly stemmed from his love for sanguine history, and partly came from Ernest Boyar's confession under Father Yutravsky's gaze. Alice recalled Emlyn's passion for sanguine history again. She covered her forehead, somewhat regretting letting Emlyn start this, and gritted her teeth, interrupting. "Although your Mr. Fool is very interested in history, he probably isn't interested in this kind of history. I mean, if you keep talking, Mr. Fool might not just be listening." Moon Emlyn's voice abruptly stopped. The expressions of the others weren't much better. Mr. Hanged Man Alger cautiously asked, "Miss Fate, is Mr. Fool listening?" Alice rolled her eyes and said, "Where do you think this is? In the Lord's divine kingdom, the Lord is omniscient and omnipotent. Everything that happens here cannot escape Mr. Fool's eyes. Because he's hiding in the dark, peeking, and at least for him now, he's not up here, and you can't get up here. However, aside from not being able to let me eat up here, he's already very close to omniscient and omnipotent here. Speaking of which, what should my divine kingdom look like?" Alice stopped talking. She frowned, pondering her new question. Emlyn also quieted down, shrinking into a quail. Mr. Hanged Man Alger briefly rejoiced at his caution, then proactively brought up the main topic. "Have you met the sanguine high-ranking members? Has the matter of hunting important members of the Rose School of Thought been confirmed?" Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. With trust in Mr. Hanged Man, he unhesitatingly picked up the topic, making no concealment, and explained everything clearly and thoroughly. "It's tentatively decided, and I've also contacted the Temperance faction member, but he hopes this operation will be pushed forward after September." At the same time, his eyes showed anticipation, awaiting Mr. Hanged Man Alger's usual guidance. As expected, Alger nodded and said, "Must wait until after September. This means they are waiting for something that will have a huge impact on them." Klein, who was waiting on the other side of the ancient palace, pretending Mr. Fool wasn't there, felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this, suspecting it was related to Miss Sharon's advancement. According to Miss Sharon, she could attempt the demigod ritual in July. Could this ritual last at least a month to be considered complete? If true, this is quite different from other pathways, Klein speculated, not daring to be certain. It's possible. Moon Emlyn pondered for a moment and then agreed with Mr. Hanged Man. Then, he proactively said to the others, you can start choosing now. Miss Justice Audrey's choice of spoils was merely out of politeness, and the Star Leonard was much the same. They both remained calm and clear-headed about the spoils, given, by the Sanguine Viscount. No one spoke first, politely waiting for others to choose. Judgment Zio looked to her right, then to the opposite side. Seeing that everyone was being modest, and the only immodest Alice had already taken the ring, she proactively broke the silence. My part was simple, without too much danger, and Mr. Moon also paid me £60 in advance. I'll just take the cash in this wallet. As she spoke, she picked up the handmade leather wallet, pulled out the banknotes inside, and quickly counted them, saying, £335. Alice watched the banknotes leave with reluctance in her eyes. Moon Emlyn looked around, and seeing no one objected, he nodded and said, good. As for the handmade leather wallet, Judgment Zio threw it back to the center of the table, returning it to Mr. Moon for him to handle. With Zio taking the lead, the Star Leonard proactively gestured to Miss Justice Audrey. Ladies first. Alice blinked. Just as Miss Justice was about to reach out, she suddenly spoke. The psychiatrist I remember can sometimes be very strange. I mean, sometimes they can hypnotize themselves, treating themselves as another person, or even splitting into different personalities. If Miss Justice split off a male personality and sat here, would the ladies first rule still apply? Just like, if one day in the future I became male. Leonard paused. For the first time, he had a tangible sense of Alice's statement about being an angel. He replied in a stiff tone. I'm sorry, I haven't encountered anything similar, so I cannot give an answer at the moment. Alice said, oh, and fell silent. Miss Justice Audrey's eyes, however, lit up, and she asked curiously. Miss Fate, is what you just described a power I will gain in the future? I didn't say that, Alice blinked, but I can reveal a little to you. Audrey's eyes were filled with anticipation. Alice rested her hand on her chin and smiled. The visionary is the creator, among the omniscient and omnipotent creator. Read the error-free version on book 691. Creator, Audrey's heart was stirred. She felt that both of these abilities matched her imagination of powerful beyonders, and she couldn't help but feel excited and anticipatory. She didn't forget the current occasion. Considering that Mr. Fool was still watching, Audrey didn't waste time. After quickly calming herself down, she pointed to the diamond-type pin and said, I choose it. She had just heard Mr. Moon mention it and knew it was called Alcohol's Bane, which could keep the wearer full of energy and clear-minded, effectively resisting mental influence. This was exactly what Audrey needed. She occasionally had to deal with the psychology alchemists, and this could effectively help her guard against hypnotism. Moreover, its luxurious appearance matched her status and wouldn't arouse suspicion. Additionally, as long as she took off the type pin normally, she wouldn't have to worry about side effects. After she finished choosing, Moon Emlyn didn't give the Star Leonard a chance to speak and directly said, this moon ribbon is mine. You take the moon paper figurine. This was Emlyn's plan from the start. The effect of the moon ribbon, if side effects were not considered, was practically tailor-made for a vampire. But regarding the side effects, Alice had something to say. That belt, be careful of beyonders or mystical items with powers in the domain of luck. Emlyn was slightly stunned, his eyes confused. Alice looked at him with a half-smile and said, more acute perception, able to see what shouldn't be seen, hear what shouldn't be heard, it's practically a side effect tailor-made for the luck pathway. After all, from sequence 9 onwards, we've been weeding out people this way. All beyonders with bad luck have died for this reason, which is why our sequence 7 is called the lucky one, because all the unlucky ones are dead. Emlyn swallowed, his eyes filled with terror. The Star Leonard listened with lingering fear and quickly took the moon paper figurine, afraid Emlyn would go back on his word. However, the old man should have a way to solve the side effects, right? If not, Alice probably wouldn't mind helping me. Thinking of this, Leonard felt a strange sense of regret. Sequence 7 is called the lucky one because the unlucky ones are dead. Miss Fate, your understanding is as unique as ever. Miss Justice Audrey and Mr. Hanged Man Alger exchanged glances, then simultaneously averted their gaze. Mr. Hanged Man Alger even looked at the empty table and asked. So, what about my reward? Moon Emlyn's expression grew even uglier. Even if the side effects of the moon ribbon sounded full of ill-intentioned randomness, it didn't change the fact that it was the most expensive item among all the spoils. He had to open his mouth with difficulty and say, I will compensate you with an additional fee, approximately. Emlyn gritted his teeth and uttered a number that pained him. 1,000 pounds. All right. Mr. Hanged Man Alger nodded steadily and said no more. The compensation for the coachman will also be paid by me, Emlyn said, gritting his teeth. Also, Miss Fate. He looked at Alice with a pleading gaze. After a moment of thought, Alice curved her lips and said, I can help you solve this problem, but I need you to find a way to make that lady drink the potion as soon as possible. Tisk, she's never ending. Recalling Hazel, who was still unwilling to drink the potion for the abortion, Alice clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. She just wanted this matter to end quickly. This request made Emlyn relax. He didn't find it a difficult request, and his expression brightened as he said, I will definitely complete it as soon as possible. Seeing this, Miss Justice Audrey couldn't help but interject. Miss Fate, Mr. Moon's identity might make it inconvenient to see your friend. She's not my friend, Alice reacted quickly, but the priest of the Harvest Church is indeed not very suitable. Emlyn hesitated to speak. Alice glanced at him, then looked him up and down and murmured. However, all you vampires are very good-looking, and it's that delicate kind of good-looking, but as Beyonders, your physical fitness isn't too bad. I mean, perhaps Mr. Moon, you could use this to achieve a class leap. Miss Justice Audrey's eyes widened in confusion. Judgment Zio looked at them with a perplexed expression. Mr. Hanged Man Alger pressed a hand to his forehead, and Moon Emlyn's eyes were innocent. What class leap? No one spoke. In the midst of the silence, Klein made his voice echo through the layers of the gray fog. Fate. End of this chapter. Chapter 576 Chapter 154 I held you in my arms when you were a child. That voice was calm and even, devoid of any emotion, yet Alice reached out and covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on her nose, quiet as a dead person. Secretly, Klein cursed under his breath. Who taught her all this? Despite having been reminded that Mr. Fool was actually watching, Justice, Moon, and the others present instantly fell silent, and so above the gray fog became quiet until Emlyn couldn't help but ask again. What? Crossing classes? Judgment, Zio, merely glanced at Moon, Emlyn, and did not reply. Hanged Man, Alger, lowered his hand and sat upright, as if he hadn't heard the question. Justice, Audrey, only understood Alice's meaning after that warning, and was still in shock. After looking around, Leonard kindly explained. From what I know of her, she's probably suggesting you become a kept man. Quote ? Emlyn's eyes widened. I am a noble sanguine. How could I do such a thing? She, Hanged Man, Alger, gave Leonard, a meaningful look. At that moment, envy fermented into jealousy in his heart. He knew he could never achieve that, because Miss Fate liked closeness without ulterior motives, and he naturally carried an underlying tone of flattery. Alger subtly lowered his gaze and sighed softly. The others more or less glanced at Leonard. Only Moon, Emlyn, was completely unaware. Alice said to him with a slight hint of confusion. What do you mean a thing? Haven't you ever tried to please a deity? This is clearly the same thing. How can this be the same thing? Emlyn's eyes widened. Justice, Audrey, couldn't bear it any longer. She cleared her throat and said, Miss Fate, if visionary corresponds to the Creator, then what about omniscient and omnipotent? Changing the subject is always more useful than arguing. Alice blinked and smiled. I really want to tell you. But I think if I told you everything, you might connect it to things you shouldn't. Those are secrets only a king of angels can know. Audrey was stunned. Alger couldn't help but look over. Alice rubbed her fingers and said, if you knew, people would die, you know. Oh, no, perhaps by that time, death would be a relief. His hairs stood on end. Hanged Man, Alger, instantly withdrew all his curiosity, not daring to inquire further. Justice, Audrey, and Judgment, Zio, also dared not ask more. Moon, Emlyn, no longer dwelled on the previous topic. Leonard's brow twitched. No one spoke again, and the distribution ended there. Alice thought for a moment, then waved her hand and called out. "Mr. Fool! Send them down, please." Audrey inexplicably thought of Susie. For a fleeting moment, she was horrified by her disrespectful thought. Fortunately, she didn't have time to be horrified for too long before she rapidly fell from above the gray fog, returning to the real world. Klein did not send Alice away, and Alice did not leave. After the others disappeared, Klein emerged from the concealment of the gray fog, frowned, and stepped forward. "You're going to give the Rose Oath to Captain and the others. Isn't it very suitable?" Alice blinked. For true lovers, the side effect seems to not exist. It can also effectively prevent emotional breakdowns caused by conflict. "That's true." Klein nodded. Alice then sighed in distress. "The only problem is that Captain's wedding is over. It would have been fine to give it at or before the wedding, but giving it now. I always want to find a more memorable date, you know." Klein chuckled. "Perhaps the date you give the gift itself will be very memorable." "You're right," Alice shrugged, "but it doesn't stop me from wanting a date that is already memorable." "I can't help you with that," Klein retorted. "After all, the most meaningful should be the wedding anniversary, but that's too far away. Perhaps you'd be willing to try New Year's. Or our former Valentine's Day. That date is a bit closer." "We'll see," Alice sighed. "Maybe one day we'll bump into each other on the street, and then I'll give it to them." The discussion ended there. They quickly returned to the real world, and Alice leisurely awaited Bernadette's letter. As the letter said, Alice prepared a pot of black tea at home in advance, then leaned back on the sofa, waiting for 8 o'clock in the evening. When the familiar pea vine descended before her eyes, Alice knew who the visitor was. She didn't move, waiting for Bernadette to appear from the forest of peas. Bernadette's attire was as strange as ever. Alice could see modern traces on her, yet it couldn't escape the characteristics of this era. Her top and bottom seemed to come from two different worlds. Alice's gaze was involuntarily drawn to them, completely oblivious to Bernadette's deliberation. This put Bernadette in a difficult position. She certainly wouldn't ignore Alice's hesitant gaze, so after much hesitation, she carefully asked, "Miss Fate, is there anything inappropriate about my attire?" Alice blinked and replied, For you, there shouldn't be." Bernadette's eyes were puzzled, but Alice quickly changed the subject. "Sit down, have some tea, and then, what did you come to see me for?" "A prophecy." After a pause, Alice looked at Bernadette and suddenly said thoughtfully, "Actually, if we're talking generations, your father and I are of the same generation. Perhaps you should call me Auntie." She looked up, gazing at Bernadette with eyes that hinted at expectation and suggestion. Bernadette was completely bewildered. She stood still, meeting those expectant eyes, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. "Auntie. Aha." Alice beamed and responded, "Come, sit. You still remember me. I even held you when you were little." Bernadette's eyes were confused and bewildered. She sat down uneasily, her posture as proper as a student listening to a lecture. Alice, having had enough fun, found it boring and waved her hand, saying, "What do you want?" Bernadette pondered for a moment before speaking. "I would like to consult you about that prophecy." She deliberated, cautiously glancing at Alice before continuing. "Gehrman Sparrow told me that a war will break out here, and not to try to stop it." Alice realized, "You did come because of this. Is this your ritual to advance to King of Angels?" This didn't seem to have any value in being concealed. Bernadette admitted frankly. "The Sequence 2 Beander potion of the Mystery Prior Pathway has a strange name, called Sage. To advance to this rank, one must prevent a disaster involving high-level powers." "Sage," Alice mumbled, "high level. This, high level, should mean King of Angels, right?" "I think so," Bernadette replied. Alice frowned. She suddenly asked curiously, "I have a question, suppose. If, for some reason, I were to help you complete the ritual, and for that purpose, I planned to create a disaster, and you heard about it and strongly dissuaded me. Would that count as a successful prevention?" Bernadette looked at Alice with a bewildered expression. She opened her mouth and closed it again, repeating this several times before finally saying, I don't think so. Or, even if it could succeed, it would leave considerable hidden dangers. Read the error-free version on 169shu.com. Alice was extremely disappointed. She shook her head, then said seriously, I don't know what you saw in the prophecy, but this war is not something you can interfere with. I don't know its cause, I only know that Adam warned me about it. After a moment's pause, Alice added, I think you know he is the Creator's son, a king of angels. Besides that, this war most likely involves a true God. I understand, Bernadette replied after a brief silence, thank you for informing me. You're welcome, Alice waved her hand, after all, I'm your auntie. Bernadette looked as if she wanted to speak but hesitated again. Alice ignored her expression and asked curiously. Since you're here, can you answer a question for me? I mean, I've always been curious why you don't let Katlia send all the letters up at once. Bernadette was silent for a moment, then sighed and spoke. In his later years, he launched a war to advance to Black Emperor. I think you should know about this, right? Alice nodded, and Bernadette continued. All along, I resented him and resented the war. I didn't understand why he did it. To become a god, he hurt too many people. I couldn't accept my hero-like father becoming a mad tyrant. Your appearance and your words made me realize that things might not be entirely as I thought. I want to explore the truth, I want to know why he did this, but I'm also afraid of knowing the truth. Alice lowered her eyes and chuckled. You're worried that the ultimate truth will still disappoint you, that your father isn't the hero you imagined. Bernadette lowered her head. Alice looked at her, pursed her lips, and let out a relaxed smile. I think he probably really isn't the hero you imagined. Bernadette suddenly looked up. Alice's lips curved slightly as she thought to herself. After all, no hero would have a famous quote like, the taste of a witch is really good. Of course, she didn't say that. She just blinked and said. He has many flaws, his promiscuity when he was young, and what I told you, the truth that most of his works were plagiarized. In fact, he was just an ordinary person pushed to that point, the biggest difference probably being that he had a complete civilization behind him. But I think he should also be considered a good person, because he might have used his life to prevent a disaster, an apocalypse that arrived prematurely. You know about the existence of the apocalypse, right? Bernadette didn't speak. Tears welled up in her eyes. She seemed to want to say something but didn't know how to express it. Alice raised her curious eyebrows and asked with interest. Are you going to cry? After all, I'm your elder. If you're going to cry, I can comfort you. I mean, you can cry in my arms. As she spoke, she opened her arms, looking at Bernadette with great interest. With Alice's help, Bernadette successfully held back the tears in her eyes and regained her expressionless face. Alice watched this scene with disappointment, pouted, and then continued. All along, at least before you were born, everything around him wasn't real enough to him. It was you who gave him a sense of belonging. After vaguely realizing the truth, he was both pained and struggled. He wanted to explore the truth, but that would hurt many people. But he still did it. He had no choice but to do it, because no, it should be said, an existence needed him to do it. He had no choice, just like every one of us. But he loved you very much, so in the end, he still played the hero, even if you didn't understand him. Bernadette finally couldn't hold back, and tears streamed from her eyes. Alice's eyes widened, and she leaned forward, saying, Are you really not going to cry in my arms? Tears still flowed freely down her face, but Bernadette felt her mind had crashed. She opened her mouth in surprise, and tears flowed into her mouth, bringing a warm, salty taste. But Bernadette didn't pay attention to that. She felt as if she was completely detached from her body. Her body was sad, crying, while her soul was only confused and troubled by Alice's words. Was she really a king of angels? Evidently, not everyone was Mr. Fool. At least Bernadette couldn't accept this unique comfort. She only felt her mind turn into a muddle, her soul detached from her body, unable to respond to external information, only able to watch herself cry incessantly. Alice watched for a long time, probably realizing this. She sighed, slowly pulled out a tissue from under the coffee table, and handed it over, muttering, Here, wipe it. So Bernadette saw herself nodding obediently, grabbing the tissue, and haphazardly wiping away her tears. The Miss Fate opposite her seemed unable to bear it, frowned, and said with some displeasure. If you cry again, I'll make Mr. Fool not tell you how to save your father. No. Bernadette was startled, her soul instantly returning to her body. She urgently stopped her tears, looked up, and opened her mouth, but then stopped when she saw Alice's smiling face, finally dissolving into a helpless bitter smile. Miss Fate, thank you for your comfort. You're welcome, Alice waved her hand. Why aren't you calling me Auntie anymore? After a few seconds of silence, Bernadette obediently called out, Auntie. End of chapter. Chapter 577. Chapter 155. Greek Mythology. Yay! Alice nodded gleefully. She looked at her newly recognized niece, and the more she looked, the happier she became. Just as she was about to say something, Bernadette asked as if waking from a dream. You just said save my father. Is he still alive? Her eyes sparkled with intense anticipation and hope. Alice paused, no longer joking, and said with a more serious expression. Until I truly see your father, I can't give you an answer. However, what's certain is that he should have been a true god when he died, and true gods, well, it's not that easy to completely kill a true god. As long as no new Black Emperor is born, he still has hope of returning. As her words fell, Alice felt as if a burst of fireworks bloomed in Bernadette's eyes, the bright sparks illuminating her face. She opened her mouth to speak, but Alice stopped her. I know you're anxious, but don't be yet. The situation with your father is very complicated, from what I currently understand, let alone saving your father, even if you just wanted to see him, I'm not confident I could bring you back. I recommend you wait a bit longer, wait until Mr. Fool's strength can interfere more with reality. At that time, you can try to ask Mr. Fool for help. I think, if given a choice, he would still hope that the Black Emperor is someone he knows. Bernadette paused. Excitement doesn't mean losing one's intelligence. After her brain's temperature cooled, Bernadette finally had the energy to retrieve the information she had previously collected and ponder it. For example, Auntie, Bernadette called out tentatively. Alice, as she had shown before, was delighted by this address. She nodded eagerly, then leaned closer and asked, do you need my help with something? This direct attitude completely bewildered Bernadette. Although it matched Alice's usual image, Bernadette still said with a rather complicated feeling. No, I have something I want to ask you. Ask away, Alice nodded, while I'm in a good mood. Bernadette forced a smile. Alice had personally exposed her attempt to subtly bridge their relationship, so she could only be equally frank. It's like this, I'm a bit curious. From your tone, you seem much more familiar with Mr. Fool than with my father, but why? Why do I call Mr. Fool, he, but your father is just, he? Alice blinked, finishing the question she found difficult to ask. Bernadette responded with silence. Alice smiled and said, why did you call me, Auntie, just now? Bernadette was slightly startled. Alice had already answered her own question, because you want to curry favor with me. A flash of insight crossed Bernadette's mind. She looked at Alice, who leaned back, sighing with a troubled expression. So, I'm also currying favor with the great Mr. Fool. This was the truth, Alice was, in a sense, truly currying favor with Klein. After all, he was her future mother, and she needed to make Klein unable to refuse this matter, both emotionally and in terms of benefit, so that he would willingly agree to it. But it was also a lie. She called Klein, he, not because she was currying favor with Klein, but because Rosal truly was the Black Emperor, but Klein was not yet the fool. She was giving Klein face. The truth was irrelevant, because Bernadette believed Alice's words, or rather, she subconsciously didn't think Alice would lie. How could a child lie? Bernadette didn't ask the reason for currying favor. The previous question was already an overstep, relying on Alice's delight in her auntie status. As for further questions, Bernadette didn't think she would get an answer. From her experience, Miss Fate simply didn't like playing mind games with people. She wasn't stupid. In some matters, she saw things very clearly. For example, seeing through her intention to build a relationship. Thinking of this, Bernadette felt a bit helpless. She took a breath and stood up to bid farewell. Miss Fate, thank you for your answers. I think, perhaps I shouldn't bother you any further. Alice had no intention of keeping her. She waved her hand, then asked curiously. Oh, by the way, Gehrman, never mind. The world said you stayed for that prophecy, which was to advance to sage. Now it seems, advancement is hopeless, so what are you planning? I might return to Intis, Bernadette replied, or perhaps the sea. I'm not too sure. I need to think about it more carefully. Alice suddenly understood and nodded, then smiled and asked, so when do you plan to send the complete diary? Bernadette was startled. She spoke with a slight daze. Perhaps, when I'm ready, I want to. She paused, carefully glancing at Alice, then cautiously asked, quote, I wonder what price I need to pay to ask Mr. Fool to save my father. Ah, Alice slapped her forehead, you want to use the entire diary as payment. Bernadette nodded, looking troubled. Alice shook her head and said, you can rest assured about that. Mr. Fool isn't as shameless as I am, he won't accept two rewards. I mean, as long as making your father the Black Emperor is still the most beneficial choice for him, he will definitely find an opportunity to save your father. Bernadette opened her mouth then closed it. She stood there, swallowed, and looked at Miss Fate, who was scolding herself, falling into a long silence. No, you. The hesitant look in her eyes amused Alice. She waved her hand and said with a smile. But then again, a formal price might be necessary, and the complete diary is indeed a good choice, and he's not in a hurry anyway. Oh, by the way, did Catlia tell you something? What? Bernadette asked in confusion. Alice blinked and said, before, Catlia. Alice truthfully recounted the events concerning Artisan Sharf and their final agreement. After listening, Bernadette only asked one question. Does the Reaper have to be alive? If it's dead, it's meaningless. Alice shook her head. You've seen the world, you should understand why I want it alive. Bernadette nodded steadily, then said, I will handle this, but it will take some time. Alice made an, okay, gesture, then asked curiously. Then can you help me ask why Sharf can't die? After all, if it's just for his ability to make mystical items, a marionette could do the same. There was nothing that couldn't be said. Bernadette explained, Sharf is a descendant of my brother, Shar. Ah. Alice was startled. Almost at the same time, she recalled Bernadette's other brother, that adorable angel. After a moment of silence, she feigned a natural tone and said, is that so? So you took him back? No, Bernadette shook her head. Catlia took him aboard the Future. He is currently. After a slight pause, Bernadette spoke in a peculiar tone. He's currently Frank Lee's experiment assistant. You should know Frank Lee. Alice swallowed with difficulty, her body suddenly leaning back, pressing tightly against the sofa. She looked around in horror, and only after confirming there were no strange creatures nearby did she exhale and cautiously say, read the error-free version on Ye 6 Ye 9 bookbar. Is he an experiment assistant, or experiment material? Bernadette took over 10 seconds to speak in a calm tone. Sharf previously had a strong desire to reproduce, but it has improved a lot now. Quote. Alice closed her eyes in pain. Without even seeing the scene, Alice had already guessed what Frank could do. She flashed a brilliant smile and said to Bernadette, perhaps I should congratulate you, and your brother. It sounds like he has many descendants. Bernadette's brow twitched. She decided that continuing to talk with Alice might not be a wise move. She didn't respond to the topic, only bidding farewell. Miss Fate, I need to go back and think about my next actions. Alice didn't make it difficult. She waved her hand, signaling Bernadette to leave, so Bernadette departed amidst a patch of pea vines. Watching the last bit of green disappear from her sight, Alice toyed with the pair of rings in her hand, pouted, and sighed. If only there was a Shishi festival. No, if only there was a lunar calendar. Sadly, the lunar calendar's way of reckoning was probably going to be a memory forever. Alice reluctantly put away the rose oath, then smiled triumphantly, sending a message to Klein with excited emotions. Klein, Bernadette called me auntie. This didn't disturb Klein much. After all, a rich man's life was just that ordinary. Besides his personal valet being a marionette, everything else was fine. This marionette was another unlucky villain Klein had caught locally after Winter Enzo was left in Calderon City. As an ordinary person, he really had nothing commendable. If not for the Southern Continent's language, Klein really didn't want to waste such a marionette slot. Although he had the foresight to start self-learning the Southern Continent's language, a rich man shouldn't have to do everything himself. But Alice's message was truly strange. After hearing it, Klein thought seriously for a long time, curious about the context of this, anti, and also couldn't help but get entangled in the complex ethical relationships within it. In his opinion, he and Emperor Rosal were of the same generation. If anything, Bernadette should call him uncle, and Alice. Klein had essentially tacitly acknowledged Alice as his daughter, more or less. Therefore, this, anti, seemed odd, because if calculated this way, would Emperor Rosal have to call him Dad? No, at least it should be uncle. Klein dismissed the first, overly absurd address, seriously imagined the scene of Emperor Rosal calling him uncle, and after a moment of silence, replied to Alice's message. How about, we each stick to our own relationships? So that evening, above the gray fog, Klein and Alice had a friendly discussion about their complex ethical relationships. Alice couldn't help but suggest, seriously, why can't we each stick to our own relationships? Because if you calculate it that way, the relationships on the ancient sun god's side are truly chaotic. How so? Klein adopted a posture of listening intently. Alice tilted her head and recounted what she knew, one by one. First is Adam. The ancient sun god gave birth to Adam. Adam and Amen should be brothers, but Adam is also the ancient sun god. I don't know the exact form, but he is definitely the ancient sun god, so he is both Amon's father and Amon's brother. Then there's the true creator. He must also be part of the ancient sun god or something, but he's also, roughly speaking, born from the ancient sun god. And then there's Ouroboros, the fate pathway. You tell me, where does he restart? Calculating it, he's both Amon's brother and Amon's nephew. If you consider Adam and Amen as peers, he could even be Amon's grandnephew. And then there's Sosrir. Amen said he was made by the ancient sun god from his own rib. You don't believe he's a real person, do you? I bet he's also the ancient sun god. Wait a minute, how did the ancient sun god slice himself into so many pieces? Klein remained silent. At this moment, his brain was operating at high speed, trying to untangle these complex ethical relationships. Within a few minutes, he gave up, turned to Alice, and asked with a sincere expression. Are the ethical relationships among you mythical creatures all this complicated? Perhaps, Alice said cautiously, do you think there's a possibility? She paused, then asked with an unusually calm expression and tone. Are we in Greek mythology here? Klein's mouth twitched. He covered his face, taking several more minutes to calm down, then put his hand down and asked sincerely. Who is Zeus? In terms of authority, actually like the Lord of Storms. Alice's tone was hesitant, but in terms of relationships. I'm not too sure. I don't know. Although I've read Greek mythology, I've never quite understood the ethical relationships between the gods within it, you know. Klein held his forehead. He closed his eyes then opened them, looking at Alice with a complex expression and saying, I'm really worried that someday someone will look at our version of mythology and have the same expression as you. Don't worry, Alice patted Klein's shoulder, comforting him sincerely, look on the bright side, maybe we won't have a future. Klein's mouth twitched violently. He glared at Alice and asked, are you sure that's the bright side? End of chapter. Chapter 578 Chapter 156 Abortion. Alice blinked innocently and changed the subject. By the way, has Frank made any progress in his recent research? Frank, Klein showed a reluctant expression and replied. The last letter I received from him was about mushrooms, why do you ask? Alice then explained the situation with Scharf to Klein, concluding with a heavy tone. I think, from now on, little son won't be confused when he hears Emperor Rosal's name, because the food they eat will all be descendants of Emperor Rosal. Klein looked at Alice expressionlessly. After a few seconds, Alice gave an embarrassed smile and leaned forward ingratiatingly. I won't say anything more, Mr. Fool. Since she proactively admitted her mistake, Klein had no further recourse. He glared at Alice, then rubbed his temples and said, do you remember the circus you mentioned to me? Alice nodded. The basic preparations are almost complete. Klein exhaled. Now, we just need to resolve the risk of being shut down by the church, and we can operate normally. Are you really going to open a circus? Alice sat up straight. I can't just keep scaring you. Klein rolled his eyes. If there isn't a particularly good opportunity, I plan to use the circus for daily performances. I'll help you solve the church's problem. Alice sat up straight. You can also find magician and have her write a book to promote it. Klein nodded, making a mental note of it, then said to Alice. There's one thing I want to try. Alice blinked at him. Klein frowned and continued. After advancing to a demigod, I can separate a transparent worm from my body. I call that worm a spirit worm, which corresponds to the worm of time. You want to taste it? Alice hesitated. Although Eamon and I suggested cooking a worm of time, I haven't seen the finished product yet. Not that, Klein interrupted the conversation's further development with a profound sense of helplessness. I want to try what kind of charms this worm can make. Then try it, Alice blinked. Klein glanced at Alice expressionlessly and said calmly. It hurts a lot. Alice paused, frowning as she looked at Klein. Klein explained. There's a tearing pain in the soul, and I'm not confident I can succeed on the first try when drawing the symbols. That means I'll have to endure the pain many times. I wonder if you could. Expectation showed in Klein's eyes as he looked at Alice. Alice thought for a moment and asked, help restart the scene when you fail, making the discarded spirit worm usable again. Klein nodded quickly, while Alice said nonchalantly. That works too. She paused, then sighed. I was going to ask you for a few when you mentioned it, but it seems I'll have to wait. Once you become an angel, there shouldn't be any issues with that, right? At least a few shouldn't have much impact. Klein once again worried about his life after becoming an angel. The heatwave peaked at the end of July, but the fermenting scent in the air gradually decreased. After careful investigation, Alice discovered it was due to bicycles. Carriages were no longer popular in Backland, and Alice, holding shares, didn't hesitate to get herself a bicycle. She then realized that riding barefoot wasn't suitable, so she changed her appearance after a long time, donning a commemorative school uniform. At that time, school uniforms had already become popular among Backland postal workers, various laborers, and some less affluent students. Alice blended in, cycling through Backland, searching for discordant notes in the melody of fate, or a point of resonance. She occasionally crashed a few parties, eating ice cream and watching various performances. Klein's circus was no longer just a concept. On a calm afternoon, the Miracle Circus had its first successful performance, a name Klein insisted on. Alice, whose chaotic naming suggestions had been rejected, sat in the audience. Klein's plan was to build a reputation with a few performances and publicity before starting to create scares, so the current show was still very normal. Magician Furs accepted the publicity commission at the Tarot Club, but unfortunately, even after Klein had completed all preparations, Furs's new book was not yet finished. Alice vaguely sensed this familiar procrastination. After she suggested Furs join the circus as an employee, Furs was so scared she repeatedly promised to finish the manuscript within a month. Under Alice's coercion, it was changed to half a month, and she was currently rushing the draft. After seeking assistance from Justice Audrey, Moon Emlyn finally found a way to approach Hazel, not by crossing social strata, but simply by Audrey agreeing to guide Hazel to Harvest Church once more. Upon receiving this news, Alice immediately focused her attention on the matter. She waited from July to August, until the first hint of coolness appeared in the heatwave, until Furs's book was sent to the publisher and officially released. Emlyn finally gained Hazel's trust, and Hazel took the potion inside Harvest Church. At that moment, Hazel's face was contorted in pain, yet Alice felt a sense of relief. One of the worries that had entanglement in her heart was finally resolved. She was beaming with joy, but someone else was not. Does leaving mother's body mean that abortion will no longer affect the child? No, it won't. Even if it did, a certain angel of time would surely not miss this excellent opportunity to deliver another fatal blow to the already weakened Will Ossepton. So, on the same day, Will Ossepton's sharp voice echoed in Amon's ear. Eamon, what have you done? That's none of my business, Eamon laughed heartily. He stopped and leaned by the roadside. You know, I've been helping you search for Ouroboros all along. That was indeed true. Eamon had been pursuing Ouroboros for over a month, but whether intentionally or not, he had never managed to catch up. Will Ossepton knew this was a fact, but to say that Eamon had absolutely nothing to do with it, he wouldn't believe a single word. However, his condition continued to decline, and he even struggled to find the source of the problem. Fortunately, Eamon seemed to understand his predicament. As his condition became precarious and steadily worsened, the kind angel of time offered a gentle suggestion. Actually, I really want to help you, after all, you are my ally now, dear Will. What a pity, this is just a clone, and there are many things it can't do, it can only temporarily alleviate your condition. At this point, Will Osepton had understood Amon's meaning. He shouted furiously. You wish. There's no way I'm going to the forsaken land of the gods with you. And even less likely to find your true body. Then there's nothing I can do, Amon said indifferently, smiling brightly. Then I'll just have to watch you miscarry, and then, after you die, I'll pick up your Beander characteristic and apologize to little Alice, she'll definitely forgive me. Miscarry. Will Osepton caught the key information. That's right, Amon said in a relaxed tone, the human body is so fragile, especially a pregnant mother, miscarriage, isn't that a normal phenomenon? ... Miscarriage, my foot. Will Osepton finally understood the source of the continuous weakness. He could clearly feel his state deteriorating, but because of this, he became even more resentful. What exactly did you do? I know she was pregnant, but how could her miscarriage harm me? Amon, that really has nothing to do with me, Amon chuckled. Although I haven't paid attention to her situation for a long time, the kind person who helped your mother have an abortion should be little Alice. Will Osepton froze. Amon kindly continued to explain. If she doesn't help, then so be it, but once she does help, she will definitely help all the way, leaving no hidden dangers, or rather, once she takes action, she will try every means to make things develop as she envisioned, and will not give up easily. Although it's difficult to make her act, that step has already been completed. As for the rest, please, collect _6_9_book_bar 6 9 book bar. Well, I admit, I did help my friend a little, and I'm sorry to have hurt my new friend. Through these words, Will Osepton could roughly figure out what had happened. He didn't pay attention to what Alice on the other side had done. It was clear that both of them had actually been used by this embodiment of deceit. At this point, Will Osepton calmed down instead. He snorted and said, you had this idea from the beginning. You did this on purpose. That's not true, Amon denied quickly. I sincerely wanted to help you find Ouroboros. If that foolish snake was unlucky enough to stumble upon me, I wouldn't mind helping you. It's just, your luck is worse, isn't it? Will Osepton was choked speechless, but Amon continued to add fuel to the fire. I'm really curious, Will, how exactly did you offend fate? Don't you think you're a bit too unlucky? The speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Will Osepton recalled their conversation when he first saw Alice again, and Alice's words that were not very harmful but extremely insulting. I don't think I'm stronger than you. I just think that in all those past years, fate has always been on your side, but even so, you haven't been able to become a god. If I were fate, I'd definitely wish you'd die quickly and become someone else's potion material. ... But when has fate ever been on my side? I feel now that I am just a stepping stone prepared by fate. Just like Amon, my initial suspicions were correct. He never intended to help me, no, it should be said, he never intended to help me in this way. What he wanted was for me to be utterly defenseless, for me to become a puppet controlled by others, for me to become one of his clones, for me to change my name to Will Amon. At this moment, Will Osepton finally realized that his long-held suspicions were correct. Amon was indeed not on his side. But regrettably, Amon was far more ruthless than he had imagined. From the very beginning, Amon had no intention of leaving him a way out. At this point, Will Osepton couldn't help but recall his conversation with Alice. Aren't we in a life or death situation? What's the difference between the two? If I live, you don't necessarily have to die. Actually, if she were still that Alice, her words would be more credible than Amon's. Moreover, from my observations and understanding, she really is more human-like than before. A pang of regret suddenly welled up in Will Osepton's heart, but what was done was done. He shifted his attention to the matter at hand. I don't particularly like the surname Amon. Amon curved his lips. I'll go to the forsaken land of the gods with you. Will Osepton spoke with difficulty and slowly. I will stay by your true body, but on the premise that I don't want to become one of your clones. You cannot parasitize me. He paused, then added. I think we both know that if I resist with all my might, it won't be good for you either. Perhaps it won't harm you, only take away one of your clones, but without me, whatever you want to do, the difficulty will surely increase infinitely. You need me by your side, don't you? What are you talking about? Eamon was utterly astonished. I already said, we are allies. How could I do such a thing to an ally? Will, is my reputation outside really that bad? Besides impersonating me to rob the Storm Church, what else has she done? Will Osepton's mind crashed for a moment, his attention briefly diverted. She was the one who robbed the Storm Church. That's right, Eamon replied as if it were obvious. Quick, tell me, what else has she done pretending to be me? I don't know, Will Osepton replied indifferently, but if we keep talking, you'll be able to impersonate her and kill me. My apologies, I almost forgot, Eamon chuckled, reaching out to grasp at the air, and said unapologetically, in that case, come with me. And, I really won't harm an ally. I'll believe you when pigs fly. Feeling the weakening trend stop, Will Osepton dared not retort and began to play dead. It's over, isn't it? Inside Harvest Church, the pale-faced Hazel gradually calmed her breathing. She lay on the makeshift cot, not attempting to sit up, but instead turned to look at Emlyn. The pain in her body gradually dissipated. Hazel could sense that a life had permanently left her body. She felt a strange sense of melancholy, but more so, relief. It's finally over, right? End of chapter. Chapter 579 Chapter 157 Wedding Ring. After Hazel left the Harvest Church, Emlyn and Alice both breathed a sigh of relief. The reason Emlyn relaxed was simple. The matter was finally over, so his relief was understandable. Unlike Alice, half the reason she relaxed was that Eamon hadn't appeared. She could have avoided being there, but what if Eamon had come? How wonderful. Alice glanced at the Earth Mother's holy symbol, frowned as she recalled the Earth Mother Church's prayer gesture, then raised her hand and drew a scarlet moon on her chest. Praise you, Earth Mother. I don't know your prayer gesture, you wouldn't mind me drawing the goddess, would you? Oh, if you're still alive. After completing the prayer in a highly irreverent manner, Alice didn't linger. She left the church, strolling with the relaxed feeling that a major task was finally complete. Even the largest city couldn't withstand her month-long wandering, especially with her Beander abilities. Thus, Backland held no new interest for Alice. After a short while, Alice felt bored and decided to go home and lie down. She walked to her doorstep with a leisurely posture, opened the door, and the room was exactly as she had left it. Two double sofas were placed on either side of the coffee table, and someone was sitting on one of them. Wait, wasn't she standing at the door? Why was there still someone on the sofa? Help me, Alice slammed the door shut and ran. After running 100 meters, Alice stopped hesitantly. She realized no one was chasing her. Should I keep running? Alice stood in a daze, hesitated for a moment, then silently walked back. She opened the door, and the figure on the sofa turned its head, revealing a prominent monocle over its right eye. I thought you'd go to the Church of the Night, he said. That's what I originally thought. Alice cautiously walked over and sat opposite the monocle, but you don't look like you're here to cause trouble. I mean, I feel like if you didn't want Hazel to, you should have been able to stop it, right? Stop what? Eamon smiled. Your fate, internal strife, what does that have to do with me? If you want to lay hands on that snake baby, what's it to me? Snake baby. Alice was momentarily stunned before realizing he was referring to Will Osepton. She bit her lip instantly, but her eyes, brows, and the corners of her mouth curved uncontrollably, and even her shoulders trembled violently. Laugh if you want, Eamon glanced at her and said. Alice then gave up trying to hold back her laughter. She collapsed onto the sofa and burst out laughing. Snake baby. Ah ha ha ha, snake baby, poo ha ha ha, you, ha ha ha, snake baby, you really are, ha 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 ha. Eamon said nothing. He just leaned quietly against the back of the sofa, watching her laugh incessantly, until he saw her laugh so hard she rolled off the sofa, then got up from the floor, covered in dust, before he finally couldn't help but praise. You really are, free-spirited. Alice didn't mind at all. Restart instantly cleaned the dust off her, the only problem being that she rolled on the floor again, this time in reverse. When she got up again, Eamon had already held his forehead and sighed. I really wonder now how that snake baby offended fate. Alice blinked and said, he certainly offended fate, he tricked me terribly before. Amon's movement paused suspiciously for a moment. He asked in a hesitant and cautious tone. Tricking you equals offending fate. Isn't it? Alice raised an eyebrow. Then it seems I'm doomed, Eamon smiled brightly. I'm dead for sure. Alice gasped, choked speechless. She glared fiercely at Eamon, then frowned and questioned. What do you mean, fates, internal strife? How did I lay hands on the snake, Onwell Osepton? You were going to abort his mother. Amon's reply was slow. How is that not laying hands on him? How could that possibly harm him? Alice's eyes widened. Even if there was an effect, it should be negligible. How so? Eamon shook his head, smiling. No matter how powerful, he's still a child in his mother's womb. If the mother insists on an abortion, what can he do? Alice was slightly stunned. Eamon had already leaned closer to her and said, Little Alice, you almost killed him, you know. How is that possible? Alice blurted out. Was it you who did it? Tisk. Eamon leaned back. Your reactions are really consistent. According to the memories shared by the main body, when the snake baby heard about this, he also questioned if I did it. Alice choked for a moment. She glared at Eamon and said, So it was you after all. Of course not, Eamon said with a smile, standing up. I told you, this is your fate's internal strife. What does it have to do with me? Alice opened her mouth to speak again, but Eamon bent down and leaned close to her, saying intimately, Little Alice, some things cannot be said directly. Alice was slightly stunned. Eamon gently hooked his hand, and his figure instantly disappeared. Alice froze for a moment, subconsciously reaching into her clothes. A pile of messy herbs and coins of various denominations were pulled out, and besides that, why is there only one rose oath? Alice was momentarily dazed, realizing that what Eamon had stolen this time was one of the rose oath rings. This was a big problem. Alice flung the ring away like a hot potato, retreating in horror. The ring rolled twice on the ground and stopped, its blue gem facing her, crystal clear. Alice swallowed, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, picked up the ring, and tentatively called out to it. Hey, Eamon, can you hear me? No one answered her. Alice thought for a moment, put the ring on her hand, and called out again. Eamon, Eamon, can you hear me? Still no one answered her. Alice pulled off the ring, threw it on the coffee table, and stared expressionlessly at the ring, saying nothing. So, this is why you came to me. Above the gray fog, Klein listened to Alice's narration, looking at her with astonishment. What do you want me to do? Do you expect me to help you get the ring back from Eamon? I might as well expect Eamon to propose to you with the ring. Alice rolled her eyes. Oh, I know he might just take things out of habit, but this ring, it's a pair of rings, and who would dare use the other one? What do I do now? Klein tentatively asked, how about the church? That won't really work. Alice shook her head with a bitter expression. Unless it's placed in the goddess's divine kingdom, anywhere else would be a sitting duck. Guess why I didn't just send it here? Why wouldn't it be a sitting duck in the goddess's divine kingdom? Klein's eyes showed confusion. Alice glanced at Klein, her expression sincere. Do you think Eamon can defeat the goddess? Although he has the title of blasphemer, if he could truly defeat a true god, why wouldn't he go challenge the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the eternal blazing sun? After all, I think he should hate them deeply. That's true. Klein accepted Alice's explanation, then asked Alice. Since you think Eamon taking the ring is just a habit, why not ask him about it? He probably wouldn't mind. Nor would he return it, Alice pouted. Or what he returns might have big problems. In short, I wouldn't dare take it back. His credibility is really not just low. Klein looked at Alice with a complex expression, then suggested. Then why don't you just give the remaining ring to Eamon too? Why should I? Alice slammed the table. Then I can't help you. Klein showed a, you figure it out, expression. Alice choked for a moment. She stared at Klein with wide eyes, and Klein looked at her helplessly and said. You wouldn't really expect me to get it back for you, would you? Alice sneered and said. Of course not. Please, collect_69 book 1 bar, 69 book bar. I think your suggestion is excellent. I'll go back and give the other ring to Eamon, telling him it's my wedding gift for him, and he can use this ring to propose to the fool. Quote. Klein glared at her. Are you sick? What good would that do you? It can disgust both of you at the same time, Alice calmly replied. Klein took a breath. He sincerely praised Alice. "You're right, I'm already disgusted." Alice sneered, left above the gray fog, and picked up a pen to write a letter to Eamon. Open black lens bracket. Future Lord of the Mysteries, wife. Hello. It is my honor to contact you in this way. I have heard of the good news between you and the Lord of the Mysteries, and I hereby present you with a wedding gift. As you can see, this is a pair of matching rings, called the Rose Oath. Of course, if you have a need, you can also change their name. You have already foresightedly taken the other ring of the pair. I hope you still keep it. I mean, this pair of rings is a wedding ring that I carefully selected, there is nothing more suitable. You should have discovered that this pair of rings is actually a set of mystical items. It can allow both parties holding the rings to share sensory perception. This ability, I don't need to say more, do I? Whether you want to contact the other party, or just simply relieve your longing, or if you don't trust the great Lord of the Mysteries and have doubts about his loyalty, there is no better choice. And the side effects? The side effects are negligible. It's just that when wearing this ring for a continuous week, you two will fall in love with each other. For you who are already in love, what does this count as? There is no wedding ring more suitable for you. Kind Alice. Close black lens bracket. After writing the letter, with the intention of disgusting two people at once, Alice stuffed the letter and the other ring into an envelope and sent it to Eamon through a ritual. Then, she leaned back in her chair, looked up at the sky, and muttered to herself. Some things cannot be said directly. What things are, does it mean I should admit that this matter is an internal strife between me and Will Osepton, and has nothing to do with you? But why, I always feel like if this continues, I'll grow a brain. However, that being said, that abortion potion really almost killed Will Osepton. An archangel. I'm going to tell Moon, tell that vampire. His expression will definitely be hilarious. Alice covered her mouth and laughed, a dark gleam of excitement flashing in her eyes. One ring. Eamon played with the ring in his hand, his expression strange. As Alice said, taking something was just a habit. Most of what he stole wasn't particularly eye-catching, at least not to him. The Rose Oath was exactly such an existence. Eamon quickly understood the function of this ring. When he realized it was one of a pair, he lost most of his interest, casually put it away, and paid it no mind. Until the main body received the letter. Opening the envelope and reading Alice's affected wording, Eamon reached out and pinched the monocle over his right eye. After rotating it several times, and after the deep vortex completely covered his eye, he finally stopped, released his hand, and murmured to himself. Found it. At this moment, he was holding a silver ring inlaid with a sapphire. Rose Oath. Eamon curled his lips, took out the other ring, and placed the two together. Wedding ring. Future Lord of the Mysteries, wife. Hey. He sneered, and the rings instantly shattered in his hand. The powder scattered with the wind, leaving only specks of flowing light that reformed in his hand, transforming into a crystal-clear gem. At the next tarot club, immediately after all necessary communications were completed, Alice, who had been holding back for a long time, finally beamed and praised Moon Emlyn. Mr. Moon, do you know, you created a miracle. What? Emlyn didn't understand. Alice continued to praise him without changing her expression. Your potion severely injured a Sequence 1 Archangel, almost killing him. This statement was truly astonishing. All members of the Tarot Club looked at Moon Emlyn, and even Klein couldn't hold back, even though he knew that 12 out of 10 parts of Alice's words were nonsense, and 2 parts were true. The negative 2 parts, they were still 2 parts. Compared to Emlyn, who was stunned by the news, most of the bystanders were much calmer. For example, Hanged Man Alger, his first thought was worry. Miss Fate, from what you mean, this archangel, he didn't die. Being in the church, Alger was not like a wild Beander after all. He had some understanding of the power of archangels on earth. For mid-sequence Beyonders like him and Emlyn, even an archangel on earth with only 1 breath left could use that last breath to blow them to smithereens. In other words, Alger felt that if this was true, then Emlyn was dead for sure. End of chapter. Chapter 580. Chapter 158. The possibility of mass production of spirit worms. Alice replied doubtfully, of course he's not dead. He's an archangel. Being severely injured is one thing, but how could he die so easily? Even if he did die, he'd probably be up and about again in a couple of days. Quote. Although the early Tarot Club members had been shocked by Alice counting on her fingers how many times she had revived, they couldn't help but marvel at the Archangel's tenacious vitality, their eyes full of unspoken questions. Only the Hanged Man, Alger, remembered the poor Emlyn. Miss Fate, could you elaborate on the situation? Alice nodded indifferently and said, It's a simple matter to explain, but it involves something a bit far-fetched. Earlier, Will Ossepton was severely injured and discarded his umbilical cord blood to forcibly restart, but he accidentally ended up inside the womb of an acquaintance of mine. At my request, Eamon took Will Ossepton from this lady, but the unfortunate thing is that he left the pregnancy phenomenon behind. I don't know how to explain the situation, but that lady, she isn't married yet, and she hasn't had any romantic relationships. No, she shouldn't have any romantic relationships at all. The women present collectively swallowed. Although they had long known the feasibility of this matter, Judgment, Zio, had also heard about it from Magician, Furs, such a thing was still too sensational. Of course, the most striking expression belonged to the star, Leonard. Clearly, Klein's lessons hadn't covered this topic. He asked in a very bold and creative way, never had. If that's possible, what about men? Normally, it's not really possible, Alice blinked, because men don't have a uterus. But some sequence Beyonder abilities can create a uterus. Also, the physical structure of an archangel is relatively special. Then can you give birth to yourself? Leonard posed an even more creative question. The expression on Alice's face froze for a moment. Frank Lee's image flashed through her mind, and she shook her head in horror, saying, No, I can't. But I think there's one pathway that can. Which one? Justice, Audrey, interjected curiously. Alice gave a fake smile and turned to Hermit, Catlia, saying, You'll have to ask Lady Hermit about that. Catlia was momentarily stunned by the sudden topic, but quickly realized who Alice was referring to. Her expression also became strained. Audrey's expression grew even more perplexed. She looked as if she wanted to ask something else. When the world's hoarse voice sounded, she's probably talking about the planter. Planter. Justice, Audrey, repeated. She wanted to ask something else, but the world had already steered the conversation back, and then. How did this connect to Mr. Moon? This was asked for the sake of the other uninformed members, and Alice dutifully brought the topic back. After I discovered this, I asked Mr. Moon to help prepare an abortion potion and gave it to her. So, what severely injured Will Ossepton was a bottle of abortion potion. The world repeated. Why wouldn't it be? Alice blinked. Most people understood now. The star, Leonard, slammed his hand down in admiration. So, you used a bottle of abortion potion to severely injure an archangel. Don't accuse me wrongly, Alice bared her teeth, I didn't do anything. She wasn't lying, she really hadn't done anything. This was entirely Amon's doing. But no one would believe it. If she had mentioned Eamon, it might have been different, but since she didn't, her denial held no weight. The Hanged Man, Alger, had already begun to analyze. So, it can't really be said that Mr. Moon severely injured Will Ossepton. Would it have been the same if someone else had been in Mr. Moon's position? Alice blinked, avoiding the question. I think he might have to change his name to Will Eamon. Will Eamon, including Son, Derek, several members who had a deep impression of Eamon shivered and stopped talking. It was Moon, Emlyn, who finally picked up on a hidden meaning in the Hanged Man Alger's repeated questioning, and he asked, looking sideways, Do you think that Archangel will retaliate against me? No, I think he might not need to deliberately retaliate. The Hanged Man, Alger, shook his head. From my understanding of the Archangel level, merely looking at you while searching for the truth would be enough to kill you. Moon, Emlyn, paused. After all, he was a child raised among Beyonder races, and he quickly recalled the Archangels in Sanguine history, falling silent. Even Justice, Audrey, didn't say much. She was no longer a newbie to the Beyonder world and had a sufficiently deep impression of the Archangels' power. Actually, it's not that exaggerated, Alice interjected. The fate pathway isn't a pathway with strong offensive power. As long as you don't directly gaze at the Archangel's mythical creature form during a prophecy or other situations and don't close your eyes, you won't necessarily die immediately. After a pause, she continued with a strange expression, "You know, the previous strongest hunter on the sea, who reached out and depicted the murals left by Ouroboros, didn't die on the spot. He just choked to death on a sip of wine much later." Choked to death. Justice, Audrey's eyes became bewildered. Audrey, who had lived inland for a long time, was not familiar with rumors from the sea. Magician, Furs, and Judgment, Zio, were also not very knowledgeable, and as for son, Derek, he knew even less. The star, Leonard, knew something about this and was the first to ask. "I remember the version I heard was that he offended you and then almost choked to death on his own saliva." "This time it really wasn't me," Alice turned her head and said sincerely, "it's just that when we were at sea together, I found the misfortune on him annoying, so I took it away. When we got off the ship, I returned it to him." Returned. This was no longer just Leonard's business. Everyone in the tarot club seemed to have something to say about this but didn't know what to say. This matter sounded genuinely like Miss Fate's way of thinking. Klein recalled this incident and also didn't know what to say. He manipulated the world to look at the star, Leonard, and supplemented the follow-up for Alice. "The version you heard isn't entirely wrong. If I hadn't persuaded her, she originally planned to give Anderson 8 times the misfortune. Under my persuasion, she made the extra 7 times into charms and gave them to me. There are still 6 left." Quote. Leonard's mouth dropped open in surprise. 1 time is already enough to choke someone to death, what would 8 times do? Justice, Audrey, however, keenly noticed another point. "There are still 6 left. What does that mean?" Alice spoke up. "Misfortune cannot be calculated that way. It's not a simple superposition. It actually amplifies the probability of all bad things happening. For an unlucky person, 1-time misfortune and 8-time misfortune have no essential difference. They can even be unlucky when luck is on their side. As for why there are still 6 left. HMPH, your Mr. World used the charms I gave him as leverage to make Anderson pay him ransom, demanding a total of £7,000, Klein added the latter half, or items of equivalent value. This, truly worthy of Mr. World. Audrey opened her mouth and then closed it, not knowing what to say for a moment. The others' feelings were largely similar. Hermit, Catlia's, eyes were filled with admiration, while the Hanged Man, Alger's, contained a hint of envy. The star, Leonard, however, spoke recklessly. "Next time, can this kind of task be given to me? Please. You, collect _69 book 1 bar 69 book bar." Alice turned her head and glared at him, baring her teeth fiercely, then said, "Dream on. If I gave it to you, I wouldn't give you misfortune charms at all. I'd give the archangel next to you a reward, allowing him to temporarily recover his peak strength." Leonard looked somewhat disappointed. The Hanged Man, Alger, paused, regretting for the first time how unlucky he was to have initially joined the Storm Church. "If I were a Nighthawk's." Hermit, Catlia, looked at Alice, then at Leonard, and then at the world. The long-held doubts about the world in her heart finally vanished. From the star's performance, the world's previous offensive attitude and behavior might not have been unreasonable. Miss Fate probably really falls for this kind of thing. The biggest doubt disappeared. For her other confusions, Hermit, Catlia, like the Hanged Man, Alger, learned to answer them herself. Alice then spoke in the silence. "So, you don't actually believe that was my doing, do you?" "No," Leonard shook his head. "Once I knew Miss Fate was you, I stopped believing those rumors. I mean, if you really did that, the goddess wouldn't possibly accept you." "That's not necessarily true." Alice's filter-shattered eyes flickered, but she didn't reveal the truth. Instead, she looked up and said, "What do you mean, accept me? The Evernight is merely my favored one, that's called should believe." Leonard's eyes became confused and shocked. He turned to the world, seemingly wanting to confirm something. Before he could speak, the world replied, "No need to doubt, she's always been like this. She even said that Mr. Fool is her favored one." Leonard subconsciously looked at the fool again, but only for an instant before averting his gaze, not daring to look again. He just asked Alice, "Miss Fate, you know, he once told me. No matter how archangels appear, they all deeply respect the true gods in their hearts. Is that true?" Alice blinked and smiled, "Not just true gods. I respect everyone I can't beat." Leonard felt like he understood, and yet understood nothing at all. Justice, Audrey, and the Hanged Man, Alger, and others glanced at Alice, then subtly cast a sidelong glance at the lofty Mr. Fool, before concluding that perhaps the respect in the eyes of mythical creatures was indeed different from the respect in their eyes. For example, this respect probably isn't reflected in words, nor in formality. The Tarot Club ended amidst undercurrents, and with the conclusion of a major event, Alice's life seemed to enter a period of calm again. Klein finally acquired a new puppet in September. This came from Bernadette, it was the Reaper she had promised. This poor Sequence 5 was kidnapped by a demigod and became the puppet of another demigod. According to Klein, Bernadette even specifically chose a wanted criminal, albeit an Intis wanted criminal. The circus was in operation, and Klein had also successfully drawn the correct symbols with her help, creating a charm through Spirit Worm. The effect of this charm was almost identical to the "talk about it tomorrow" effect Alice had created, only its duration was shorter and the materials were easier to obtain. For "talk about it tomorrow," the most standard material now was Will-Osepton's blood. But this was ultimately limited. If it ran out, Alice had no interest in drawing her own blood to make charms for others, unless the money was enough. Cough cough. Besides, she still had to set aside a portion as auxiliary materials for the Soothsayer potion, unless she truly scooped out water from the River of Fate. Other materials were probably also feasible. For example, Alice could ask Reynard Tinacare what materials were used back then, but it probably wouldn't be much more convenient than Spirit Worm. If, and I mean if, Alice said, holding the finished product in her hand and looking at Klein, if the principle of materials like Spirit Worm is that after death, the Beander characteristic flows back to the main body. After a slight pause, Alice asked with a hint of curiosity, remember? When a Beander gives birth, they expel Beander characteristic. I think this should be a complete process. For example, if the child miscarries and dies, will the Beander characteristic also flow back to the main body? If so, then can the child? Ouch, why did you hit me? I know you're not human. Klein reached out and snatched the charm, but that idea of yours is a bit too inhuman. Alice flinched, then cautiously leaned closer and said, then shall we try a different kind? For example, my corpse after I restart. Regarding this suggestion, Klein was silent for a moment. He recalled his own suggestion of using a skull as a wine cup and, after some thought, said, if you yourself don't mind such a thing, then I have no objection. Then I still mind a bit. Alice's expression was a little strange. Dismantling my own corpse to make charms is indeed a bit. I might not have such a psychological burden if it were Will-Osepton's. Klein rubbed his brow and changed the subject. Let's talk about what this charm is called. I remember the previous charm with a similar effect was called Talk About It Tomorrow. End of chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.